And go blue, everybody. We are back for another Michigan post-game live. It's John Diadamo here hosting. We got TJ here. And look, folks, just hit that like button. We're just gonna be talking this out. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, all of that good stuff. I'm in my new place. So it's official. Back in Virginia. TV ready to go. TJ, how you holding up?
It's a shame it's so early in the day, or I'd have a beer in my hand.
Oh yeah.
What a game for Texas, and this was my concern. On Tuesday I gave my predictions and what we needed to see from a victory. Well, we couldn't stop them on third down, we couldn't sustain drives, and we didn't hold them to field goals. But they did all of that to us. Came away with the victory. It looks like I was too optimistic in my final call. I said 28-17. It was 31-12. It's just an unfortunate performance by Michigan, and I think many of us watching right now, I know my boy Juju's ready to go here. That's disappointing. That was a disappointing ass game, and there's a lot to get into. We will cover the offense, we will cover the defense, we will come to conclusions, and I'm going to tell you right now, I do got some takes. I got some very aggressive takes, and we'll see, man. We got work to do. Also, for everyone who's watching or new to our format for the post-game show, for every $100 raised, whether it be super chats, memberships, super stickers, we will go an extra hour. John does have shit to do later, so he can only be here for so long, but I will ride or die with you guys. So let's make it happen. Let's get to work, John.
Yeah, and before we do, we just want to remind everybody about how our format goes for call-in shows. We're going to do 60 minutes with you no matter what. We get super chats, we get memberships, or we don't, we're going to go 60 minutes. If you guys want to donate $100 in super chats or memberships, then we'll go a second hour, another 100, we'll do a third hour, and so on. I can stay for about 2, but TJ's going to ride it out. So it's up to you guys how long you want to go. It's your show. You guys decide how long you want to have it, and we're just going to go from there. We are broadcasting on YouTube, Twitch, and now back on X since we got the premium account set up, so you can see us on a lot of different places in the podcast. But let's go ahead and start with the kind of the look at the offense in this game. And I'm actually going to pull up the box score too, just so that you can see the difference. And it's actually kind of interesting when you look at the box score, because it actually looks like the two quarterbacks, despite despite what we all saw with our own eyes, the passing yardage was not that far off, but obviously we saw the difference between the experienced hand at quarterback with Quinn Ewers and 3 touchdowns versus Davis Warren, who obviously second start, and he played like it was his second start. And I wanted to ask you this to start off, TJ. What do you think that the coaches, because I'm putting this on the coaches, the players played their ass off. Khalid Hill, did a tweet about this. Don't dog on the players too hard, because it's the coaches that put them in the positions that they were in. What do you think the coaches were seeing in the past game in practice that made them so confident? Because I'm really confused now.
Okay, we have a problem. We have a serious problem with our coaches. Our problem right now with our coaches is I don't think they know what they're looking at. I don't think they truly understand what they have in front of them. And we can see this in many different situations. One, we can see it in their lack of pursuit of a quarterback in April's portal. And before anyone says, well, there was nothing available, that's not how this works. How this works is you reach out to their agents, you make offers, and you get them in the portal. That is how this works. Kids don't just go in the portal. They go in the portal when they know they have a home. Okay, that's how this works. Unless you are a kid low on the depth chart, then you enter the portal. But the real players, the big time players, they get phone calls and then they hop in the portal. And that's what Michigan should have did. They never did that. That's on them. So that's on the coaching staff for not identifying that issue. Secondly, they go into fall camp and they think they have something between Davis Warren and Alex Orji. Well, apparently not. And another thing that concerns me greatly, we talked about this in week 1, John. This rotation of Alex Orji, they completely killed that drive in the second quarter where they had to use a timeout. And then what did they do, John? Ran the ball. Wow. Creative. So creative. I mean, it amazes me how obvious shit is, and yet they do it. You know, it's crazy to me. Okay. And then lastly, when you look at the confidence coming out of fall camp and to see what this product is, listen, this offensive line's not together. How did this offensive line perform against our defensive line? I don't know. But here's what I do know. We didn't get a sack all day today. Now we'll get to the defense. We'll get into that. But we're on to focus on the coaches. The point being is I am concerned our coaches do not know what they're even looking at. And I texted John this. They're in over their head. Our head coach is in over his head. Our offensive coordinator is in over his head. This is week 2. It is early. But guys, I'm going to let you know we have a lot of issues that I don't know if we can get fixed. Can it improve? Sure, and it will. And we won't lose every game. This was obviously a top 5 team here. This is a national championship contender. This is a big boy. But I think we all agree our standards is to compete with the big boys, and we did not. Okay? So, yeah, in terms of the coaching, we have an issue. We have a real big issue. And this seat for Sharon Moore, and this was one of my hot takes I was going to save till we get to conclusions, but the seat for Sharon Moore is going to get hot real quick. Real quick. And, you know, I'll tell you right now, too, we'll get to conclusions, but there is some positives I'll also throw out there. But we'll get to that when we get to conclusions.
Okay.
And Elijah, thank you. Just transferred 50.
Yeah.
So thank you, Elijah. You've obviously very supportive to our show last week, this week. We appreciate you. Thank you. And appreciate anyone who contributes to the channel. It does mean a lot to us.
Yeah, Elisha's dropped us 2 already. So thanks to Elisha, we're already $7 down to our 100. So I agree with you, and I'm about to go off on this. Elisha, 499 defense was not the issue. I agree 80%. We'll talk about some of the things I think could have been better on the defense, specifically with matchups. But let's talk offense for a second. And by the way, swearing's allowed. So we have 3 rules, but swearing's not one of them. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
A letdown.
Okay, so let's start here. We saw last week a lot of what we saw this week. Alex Orji running the ball and putting him in for one down for 2 downs and running the ball. And everyone and their mother knows that Alex Orji's in there to run the ball. They saw him do it last year. Do you know what was effective? When they actually had him pass the ball to Donovan Edwards, that was effective because it was something that the defense for Fresno wasn't expecting. The play calling stayed the same the whole game. It was this dink and dunk. It was this let's run Donovan Edwards even though he didn't work last week. I didn't see a ton of Khalil. There's a little bit of Khalil. Let's throw to Colston Loveland again. Like everybody doesn't know that's what's going to happen. Okay. The only positive was I do think Judice did a little bit better as center than he did last week. That's like it. Everything else, I don't understand what Kirk Campbell was doing. I don't understand what Sharon Moore was doing, and I don't understand why. To your point, TJ, I'm going to give you your credit on this. You said maybe like a couple of months ago, why didn't Michigan go out and get Kyle McCord? And I said, I thought that was a little, I'm not a big Kyle McCord fan. I think he kind of shirked in the largest stages. But I think that I don't think anyone could argue right now. You put Kyle McCord out there right now that you don't have a better product on the field. I don't think anyone would argue right now.
McCord? Oh, you mean Kyle? This Kyle McCord?
Yeah, killed it against a good Georgia Tech team.
The guy who would love to have some revenge on his former team, if that guy. Yeah, that would have been a good play. But Michigan decided, we'll get into that. But yeah, it would have been nice to get Kyle McCord.
So I just don't see the quarterback in because apparently Jaden Davis's family, from what I'm understanding, they want him to redshirt this year. So there, I don't know what other option there is other than Orji, who clearly can't pass very well. So like I'm kind of at a loss as to why they didn't go into the portal. But yeah, the offense not good tonight.
Okay. Yeah, let me
today.
hit on this, right? So, like, you're right, and I think we all agree with what we saw. Look, the offensive line was getting pushed back. Our offensive line's not good. Evan Link is garbage. Evan Link got his ass kicked today. Unfortunately, he was the biggest issue in my opinion. Orgy's predictable. They're trying to use them in obvious scenarios. They're killing drives, killing momentum. I mean, like, shout out to Anthony Broom. He had a really good tweet, and he said, if you're not gonna let Alex Orgy throw the ball, then why is he in the game at all? Like, if you're not going to give him the opportunity to play when the game's getting out of hand, why are you putting him in on these second downs, killing drives? This is what I mean. It's like the coaching staff. I'm gonna be real, man. This coaching staff is a problem right now, and it's not good. And then the last thing I want to hit on in terms of the offense is the play calling, which you talked
Yeah.
about. But what was interesting to me, John, is when everything was on the fucking line, right? And the back's against the wall, then they start throwing the ball downfield. Now, I granted Texas is in a little bit more of a prevent defense, but still they were applying pressure. And Davis Warren, and here's another thing: why is Davis Warren not rolling out right? Because when he was rolling out right, he was making things happen. And not
Yep.
only that, and then did you see Davis Warren finally take off? He looks pretty good. Why is he not doing that? Now that's a him thing. He needs to read things better and have a better feel for the pocket. That is a him thing. That's a lack of experience. But listen, this team is not ready. Straight up. Offense is not ready. Our defense, we're going to get to. There's a bunch of issues there as well. Yeah, we have a problem. This offense is going to be a nightmare for us this season. Do I see it improving? To an extent, yeah. But when you play against Oregon or Ohio State or USC, which is the four big boys that we're about to be going up against, I don't know if anyone saw USC. They play defense now. Okay, USC appears to have a defense. They're going to be a problem. I know Tim's in the comments. Shout out Tim. Your team's looking very good. Miller Moss, #1 quarterback in the Big Ten. But like,
Mhm.
we have some serious issues, and my concern is it's not just the team; it's the coaching staff. But we'll see where that goes. And again, when we get to conclusions, I'll bring some some positivity to what we're seeing. There is some positivity, and I'll get to it. But yeah, we have a problem, and there's a lot to work on. And I'm not sure this coaching staff. I don't have confidence in our coaching staff right now. They've lost my trust because, and here's why. And if anyone's like, "Oh man, so early, these are overreactions," I'll tell you why. That what we heard out of camp, not from my source, not from it doesn't matter. Everything we heard from every source, you name it, on three as anyone. We are not seeing any of it. This improved progressions and reads in the pocket and comfort from either Alex Orji or Davis were no. This offensive line looks good where it's not going to lose its elite status. No. Oh, this defense looks looks like it's going to be top 5 again, all that. No, because we just gave up 389 yards to Texas, 246 through the air, 143 on the ground. That is not Michigan football. That is not Michigan defense. We are not who we were. We have talent, so that's not the issue on the defensive side. Okay. Offensively, we are a little bit talent challenged, especially at the skill positions like wide receiver. Running back, we should be fine. And that's another issue too, man. Why is Ben Hall not getting the ball more? Why is Khalil Mullins not getting the ball more? They look
Mhm.
better to me.
Yeah.
I will say Donovan Edwards looked better than last week, but he's still
Sure.
having the same issues. They even brought it up in the broadcast. No patience, no vision. Like, why is the coaching staff forcing square pegs into round holes? This is a concern.
Yeah, I don't understand it, and I don't. And Ben Hall did look good, and he did look better than the others. A couple of the reasons that maybe Michigan started to find himself towards the end, find themselves. Texas was starting to put in backups. They were starting to play bend don't break. They were still doing some man, but they were playing bend don't break, and like they didn't
Right.
have their top guys in towards the end. So then Michigan start we were talking about this behind over text and before the show, and I was like, I'm kind of pissed they did that because now Sharon Moore has an argument to keep things as is. He has an
No,
argument. No, he has an argument. I
I
don't
hear you, but
agree.
no.
I
Yeah.
don't agree. I want them to change a lot of stuff. But now he could go into the presser and say, hey, look at that last drive. That last drive was something, huh? And I wanted Texas to just stomp them the whole game so that there had to be, because I agree with you if when you say about the Sharon Moore on the hot seat, I agree with you if they do not make changes and it's still the same at Arkansas State and it's still the same at when we play USC. If Sharon Moore and Kirk Campbell make the changes right now, while Michigan still has the 9-game, a pretty full season ahead still, then okay. If they don't, if this stays as it is, and then another stomp happens against USC, I'm calling for everybody's head.
I think we're in for another stomping from USC. I'm going to let you know right now. I'll get into why. I'll get into why when we get into our conclusions and final thoughts.
Okay.
But let's give a shout out here to Elijah. Can we agree this week that the play calling wide receivers were the number one issue on the team? This team lacks explosiveness, no deep balls. Kirk knows his players. Okay, I agree with you on play calling. I would argue I would put the offensive line above wide receivers, but don't get me wrong, wide receivers are a nice third. Okay, like the offensive line's an issue. Like they are getting worked. They are not creating lanes. Like, look, it's going to be hard to duplicate what we had the last 3 years, right? But it needs to be better than this. Like, this is not acceptable by any means. Yes, more time to gel will be better. Texas is a good team. We know this. Again, a national championship contender. Yes. But this offensive line, there's a lot of issues. And I'm going to tell you what I saw to Evan Link. We have a problem at right tackle, dude. That is an open door. He was getting his ass kicked. And look, he's a redshirt freshman. It's all love, dude. Like, I want you to play great, but like, it is what it is. Okay. Like, it is what it is. Like, you were just getting work today. And, we just have some serious red flags on offense, and play calling is number one right now. I don't know what the hell I don't know what they think our philosophy is. They don't even know. They have no idea. They're trying to figure it out in the game. Not good, man. We are not prepared. Early signs, early indicators, Sharon's in over his head. That's just what it is right now.
Yeah. We got one more super chat.
Which makes me question the coaching staff that was his, and I agree. And I said the same thing. It seemed like we were driving the ball downfield more. Now, maybe Davis Warren was in an F it mentality, which I kind of think he was. He was kind of like, F it, we're going for it. We got nothing to lose, which is probably how he needs to play. But then again, some of those interceptions he threw, what was that? Right? Like, yeah, one was tipped, but like, he's just, he has talent, but he's not ready at all. Okay, the kid's just not ready, and to put him in a game like this, you could say, well, that's football, man. This is college. This is the expanded Big Ten. This is the new era of college. Do you see the games we're seeing, the non-conference games we're looking at, or the regular season games these teams are facing? Like, have you guys seen USC's schedule? It's a gauntlet. They got Notre Dame in non-conference. They had LSU in non-conference. This is big boy football. And if we want to be a big boy and maintain our status as a big boy, because obviously we won a national title, right? We are 3-time Big Ten champions. We are. Well, to maintain that, you got to keep playing big boy football. Like, we have to reload. Now, again, like, I keep wanting to go to conclusions because, like, there's a reason why we're not. There's a big reason why this did not sustain into this year at this point, and we'll get into that. But all right, let's knock out the super chat, and then we'll get to Nick's, and then let's hit on the defense, and then we'll get to conclusions. So we get to these calls. Thank you, Juju and Nick, for holding on. Looking forward to hearing from you. Okay. So the Nick here, the $2 super chat, looked like 2020 Michigan to me. You know what's funny is I was on the message board just looking around, and one of the comments was, I can't remember the last time we looked this bad in a half, and then I responded in 2020. In 2020 we did.
Yeah.
Hulk era 2.0. Well, I'll tell you this, Elvis Nation.
Oh man,
I don't think this era will last too long. I don't expect the Sharon Moore era to last very long. I'll just say that. I think he's on a tryout basis. In my opinion, I think he's more a temp coach right now. And it's not simply because of the contract situation, which we can get into probably on Tuesday's show or another time, not today, but I don't imagine this era lasting too long if this is how the season's going to go. And I don't expect, we'll get to the bright side of things. I don't expect other things to stay the same either if this continues, but we'll get to those on the bright side of things.
Yeah. So I held a couple the super chat back for defense, and now we're gonna do defense. So we got Moose who's gonna start us off with defense with a fiver. Defense wasn't
Thank you,
bad
Moose.
actually. 28 runs for 84 yards for Texas before Wingo busted that 55 yarder. Passing gave up 253 touchdowns. Barn cooked once, Barry twice, Barry once. So before I let you go, one thing I did notice, TJ, I don't know if you had this in your notes, but I noticed that for whatever reason they were putting Jair Hill on Isaiah Bond, and I was confused about that because all run up to this week, I was almost positive that they were going to put Will Johnson up against Bond as like their best receiver, but maybe and team saw something else, but what kind of were your thoughts on the defense, which I would say was a notch better, but that's like saying a cooking fire is better than a dumpster fire, basically.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to go the rotation with Will Johnson, Jair Hill, and Isaiah Bond. I don't even know if it mattered at this point. Isaiah or Will Johnson played pretty well though. I feel, I feel like he held his own. Juju, I was about to say Juju just dropped out. Don't leave Juju. But yeah, like, I don't know, John. It's really just a mess, and Moose here he goes, well, our defense only gave up 84. Look, sure, but you can't give up the 55 yarder, right? And then not only that, let's look at the total. 389 yards, 0 sacks, guys. 0 sack. Now we said we had this is gonna be the best offensive line we play all year. True. 0 sacks. 143 yards rushing, 246 through the air. I'm sorry, that's not Michigan defense, dude. That's not Michigan defense. That's not the standard here. It's not acceptable. Like, it's just not. So, it just is what it is. Now, what's funny? I don't know if you know this, but in the AI chat, did you know YouTube's throwing an AI chat in here? It says a summary of the chat. It's pretty funny. It was the chat's questioning the coaching staff and the play. I don't know. It's just funny to see what the AI is generating here. But that's new to YouTube, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just honestly, I feel, and you guys tell me in the chat if you disagree. This is not Michigan football, and this is not acceptable. If you think I am wrong, let me know in the comments. But I don't think that me personally, it's not. There is a standard here. There is an expectation. Now, are we going to go 15-0 every year or 17? No, we're not. But we better be better than this shit. Okay, this is not it. Let's see. We got Elijah again of 499. Rest in peace, Smash Mouth Football. Skip a McDonald's bag. Time to throw Thanksgiving plate in the transfer portal, and we will talk about that. I promise. Thank you, Elijah. You're not wrong. There is truth to this statement. We're going to get to that. James Cooper, 33 throws to 23 runs is not University of Michigan football. Campbell out. Yeah, well, we have a serious problem when you are not one. We don't even have our RB1 situation. It's not settled. They're trying to. Man, they're trying to force Donovan Edwards, man, and I just don't think it's it. They need to use him as a weapon. I don't know why they're not. Michigan Go Blue 1234 499 super chat. I wish we would disguise more edge bushes. It's obvious when we edge bush. It's so predictable. Yeah, I was surprised at some of the lack of creativity on the blitzes. I was surprised at. Well, let's get into defense. So let's start. All right. So here's my points on defense. Look, we could not stop Texas on third down. Texas was 10 for 16 on third down. Listen, in the very beginning of the game, we had Texas in that first drive, right? They converted they were 3 for 3 on third downs, I think something like that. And I had in my keys of the game, they cannot convert third downs. They cannot, and we have to hold them to field goals. We didn't do any of that. If we could have got them off the field, that would have been fantastic. If we could have stopped them on those third downs, the first 2 downs, Michigan was doing pretty well. We just kept giving up those third down conversions. They were killers. And then what happens? Your defense is on the field. And then in the beginning of the game, what happened? Our offense could not sustain drives. Our defense got tired by the second quarter. Did you see that, John? We were getting gassed in this. That's not Michigan football. Like, that's not how we
at the
play.
end of Texas's first drive. I
Yeah,
saw
we
them
were
start to
tired.
get gassed early.
And then here's another thing I'm not used to seeing: missed tackles, gaps in the defense. That's not like, yeah, dude. So Wink Martindale, look, dude, I do think he's a solid coordinator. I know there's a bunch of concerns about him. Well, the reality is right now he's on watch notice. It's very questionable. This coaching staff right now is very questionable at Michigan. I don't think anyone should have. Well, I'm not going to tell anyone how to think. Think how you want to think, right? But for me, I'm simply going to say I don't have confidence in this coaching staff. They have to prove it to me otherwise. They've lost my trust. And the reason why they've lost my trust is because the way they handled the portal, the trust they had with our roster, and then what came out of camp. And then the confidence they had coming out of camp was it's gross, to be honest, to be quite frank. And I don't mean to be too blunt about it. Like, that's not my intent, but I'm just keeping it real with you guys. Like, guys, Sharon had so much confidence in his interviews, and what I'm seeing on the field, I don't know why.
I don't get it.
I don't know why.
Yeah, Davis. Yeah, and now I'm starting to think, well, if Davis had high 80s completion, it was like it must have been like 3-yard outs, like 5-yard dink and dunk, 80 plus completion. Because I saw him try to go deep, and only a couple of them hit, like the mid range ones, like with Colston Loveland, and a couple at the end. And maybe that's what they were seeing in practice all spring and fall. Maybe. We did see some of that in the spring game. We saw them do pretty well in the spring game, but they weren't going hard. Like they were going harder than Ohio State goes, but they weren't going like game level hard. And that's the difference, is now Davis Warren's dealing with a Texas team. And by the way, I don't think we've said yet, like, Texas is a very, very good team, and they might win the whole damn thing this year. So that does need to be said. I'm pissed too, but like it does need to be said. Like, they might win the whole thing, but the counter argument to that is Michigan just won the whole thing 8 months ago. So what does not compute.
Well, I mean,
should have been a better game at least.
And I'm going to be real too. Speaking on that, we won last year. Guess what? It's 2024, boys.
Yeah.
It's a new year. Like, I know we won last year. We gotta let that. I mean, we can appreciate it. We can love it. They're not taking it from us. They never will. That's our national title. But guess what? I'm not hanging my hat on it. I want another one. Okay. I want another one. Because guess what? If you don't get another one, that becomes the past. And I don't live in the past. I live in the present. I live in the now. And I want my teams to contend for Big Ten championships and national titles and playoffs. That's the standard, period. They know that. And they know that too. And Michigan knows that. So, and so what else did you have on defense, John? And let's get to our conclusions here, because I want to knock those out. I think I have something that I think I really want to share to our audience. And also I want to get to our callers here, Nick and Juju.
Honestly, I think you covered a lot of it really well. Steve, I think Steve continued to Steve nailed it with the 10 there. Continued to talk about the defensive coordinator. Why the hell did they have Graham at the end? He is and look, I pushed against people all off season that said he's like Don Brown, but it's looking at times I know that the system's different. I know that the overall concept is different, but like the amount that he blitzes, the amount that he comes after, Quinn Ewers was able to exploit that all game. He was able to find, and it wasn't just Isaiah Bond. He was able to go to the tight end. He was able to go to, when you blitz that heavy, you go to the tight end, and the tight end was going for 20, 30 yards down the field.
Yeah. Hey, John, do you have the StreamYard link in the description for people to call in? Because there's some people asking. I just put the StreamYard link in the chat if you guys want to call in. If not, it should be in the description for you guys to use. You guys can use that to call into the show. We are going to be taking calls here in a moment. But yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong, John. I mean, I don't understand. The gaps in this defense were wild. I haven't seen that since Don Brown. Now, I will say this. I'm not ready to call Wink Martindale Don Brown, because Don Brown did a little bit more interesting, guys on islands and things like that. But damn, what was like our defense? I didn't see the disguises and coverage. Here's the thing though. When we did pressure Quinn Ewers, I'll say this though. Quinn Ewers, that's the example of a veteran, experienced quarterback, composed, calm, sees the field. The game is slow. He knew what to do at the right time. Texas is in a great position to go on a great run this year. Their quarterback is ready. Quinn Ewers is ready. It'll be exciting to see how that goes for them. But at the end of the day, F those guys. So thank you, Steve, for your $9.99 super chat. We appreciate that. Day, $5 super chat. Did Jim blow up the program on the way out of U of M to the admin? That was awful. Well, you know what? Did he blow it up? Well, let me tell you I'll give you some real shit here. He didn't help a lot of things with the program in terms of the transition to the new era. He took a lot of the staff. Now, people are going to argue, well, he's going to the NFL. He's allowed to take his staff. You don't gut your program. He gutted our program, took our strength and conditioning coach, took a bunch of our key staff. Now, you're going to lose some staff, of course, but he took people that were in like the administration. Like, I think not Abigail. He tried to get Abigail. He tried to get our nutritionist, dude. He tried to yank our nutritionist. He took the other girl. I forgot her name. I think she did recruiting. What the hell do you need that in the NFL? Like, it's amazing the things he yanked. And then on top of that, he definitely didn't put listen, we won a natty. He got us there. So it is hats off. It is salute to Jim Harbaugh. Thank you. You did your job. You did your job. But the way he had our recruiting department structured, the lack of quarterback recruits that he got in 22 and 23, we're seeing those results now. The lack of N.I.L. push by Ward Manuel, and then Jim Harbaugh's reluctance to he was for N.I.L., but he was reluctant to be aggressive with donors, and he thought they should give him money. He shouldn't have to go out and always try to encourage donations. He was very reluctant in that area, very old school in his recruiting department approach, and we're seeing those effects now. And let's just keep it real. Sharon Moore is not Jim Harbaugh. You also, if you're going to do it your way, you better be special. And we're going to be real here. Jim Harbaugh is one of the best coaches in all of football in the world. So he can do that type of shit. Sharon Moore inherited that and had to fix things on the fly. He doesn't have a good quarterback. But again, it's on Sharon Moore to do something about it in the portal. That's on them. So yeah, let's just say Jim Harbaugh didn't put us in the greatest of positions, but we did win a natty. So it is what it is. I can't complain about that. Elijah again, Ernest Hausman missed so many tackles. He did. That was disappointing. Not only did Ernest Hausman miss a bunch of tackles, but Jay-Sean Barham, man, his pursuit angles were a little off. He was more reacting. He was more thinking than reacting. I saw with our linebacker play, and I'll be real with you. Brian Jean-Marie, we had this issue before when Brian Jean-Marie in 2020 was our coach in 2020 during that terrible season. Our linebackers played the same way. I'm seeing the same shit. So not good. Elijah again. Honestly, I thought our secondary played well. Our linebackers and zone drops were horrific. Yeah, I mean, exactly. On to the linebackers. Our linebackers are doing the same thing I saw in 2020. It's definitely a concern. John, are you keeping tally of where we are now with our super chats? Because we got a bunch of Tom Gambar. Apologies if am I mispronouncing that, but funny. No more COVID players. Oh, here we go. No more COVID players or Stallions, and you get your asses kicked at home. Ohio State, Bama, Georgia never get blown at home. So you don't think it's the fact that we led the NFL or that we led college football and drafted players? You don't think it's the fact that 18 players from that team last year on NFL rosters and 13 were drafted? You don't think because our entire coaching staff is now in the NFL? Mm-hmm. Is Kirby Smart still at Georgia? John, is Kirby still at Georgia?
I think last I checked, he's still there.
Did we make Nick Saban get a desk job? Thanks for your $5.
Sure he's a game day now.
$5, Tom. Enjoy your L, son. Nick, $2 super chat. Looks like a 4-win team making a ball. All right, easy, Nick. He's on the line, so we'll hear from Nick. But easy, Nick. 4 wins. Easy now. Baby D-Lo, Michigan defense isn't as good as advertised. Facts, truth spoken. No, they are not. They are not, and that's a concern. That's a concern. And then we have Michigan, another $4.99 for Michigan. Go Blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. You think Jack Tuttle starts with healthy? That's funny. I'm not going to rule it out, but not going to rule it out because right now, I mean, Davis Warren didn't play absolutely horrific, but I don't think he has what he needs around him to succeed. His offensive line must protect him. His wide receivers must make the job easier. They don't. But also, Davis Warren has to do better. So we can't take all the blame on everybody else but Davis Warren. Davis Warren has to get better at decision-making and his composure in the pocket. I started to see Davis Warren. I want him to have that carefree attitude he had at the end of that game. That and the coaching staff does need to put him in a position to succeed. He needs to roll out. He needs to be on the move. He needs to make his ability to be to run a weapon. Coaching staff has to do that, though. They also have to help him with that. I mean, there's blame to go around everywhere. I don't think it's one single individual or one single area. There's a lot of issues here. All right, John, let's get to our conclusions here so we can get to our callers because they're starting to line up here.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to I
Okay.
just want to mention that we have $83 down, and we only need 17 to go to unlock a second hour of the show.
Okay, 17 more to
So
go, and
fair.
we are on for another hour. Appreciate all you guys supporting and contributing to the channel. We appreciate that. So here are my conclusions, which are, second quarter of the game was over. We hit on that. I do not trust our coaching staff. We hit on that. We don't have a QB. Boys, we are in trouble. Okay, we are in trouble. We are not in a good spot. And the reason why we're in trouble is this. In the old Big Ten model, this wouldn't be as bad. But in the current expanded Big Ten model, when you have USC on the horizon, when you have Oregon on the horizon, and you have the most loaded OSU team in a while, you have some very tough opponents, and you also have a Big Ten that's getting better, not worse. Rutgers is getting better. We play Rutgers, I believe. We have some games that might have looked easier than they were before. I mean, do I think? Listen, right now I'm at 8-4. Just so you know, like currently looking at the schedule, I'm at 8-4. I do not. I just think USC and Oregon, although we'll see what Oregon does, but Ohio State's got our ass right now, just straight up. I know it sucks to say. I don't want to admit it either. I mean, not that I want to admit it. I'll admit it. I mean, I don't run from truth. Truth is truth, but like it sucks for it to be a potential reality. And then here's where I want to go with this. Welcome to the NIL era of college football. The era where Michigan no longer has pre-NIL players. You don't have your JJs and your Blakes and even your Will Johnsons, who he did get a deal, but that class was the last class where NIL wasn't in full effect because it came 6 months. That class only had 6 months of NIL, and plus things were not where they are now. We are now in a new era of college football officially. The NIL era is real. Texas is an NIL era team. The top teams in college football all play the game and they have a culture. So the argument that you can't buy players, and listen, there are teams who have terrible cultures. That's because they have terrible leaders, not because they buy players. You can buy players and have a good culture if you have good leaders. That's what matters. That's the difference, right? So we are now in that era. So let me bring some positivity if there is any. What is the light? Well, with like anything in life, if there's darkness, there's light. If there's light, there's shadow. There's always a duality in everything. So what we have here is, in my opinion, opportunity. And the opportunity is, and we talked about this in the off season, when you get punched in the mouth and you take your L's, what are you going to do about it? You're going to change. You're going to create change. Well, here's what I think is a high probability for Michigan. Our NIL game is going to get better. Just like when Ohio State lost to us 3 years in a row, they got real focused, real aggressive, real motivated. We are going to get real focused here real quick. And I already told you with Ward Manuel's interview about a week or two ago, the fact that he's talking about publicly the approach that our donors have philosophically about how there wasn't a culture at Michigan where donors want to pay players, but it's beginning to change. The fact that that's becoming public now, that Ward's even saying that, is crazy because Ward was a big resistor to NIL and paying players in the beginning of all this. So the fact that he's now in a comfortable space to say that publicly is good. Also, other positive change. Guess who hired Sharon Moore? Do you know who hired Sharon Moore, John?
Our favorite athletic director, Ward
That's
Manuel.
right, Ward Manuel. Well, guess what? If this doesn't work out, and Ward Manuel's contract's up in 2025, guys. So look for change there. I don't expect if this season goes how it potentially could, we don't want it to. I'd rather have a good season than like losing Ward and having the football team have a tough year. I don't want that either. But life is life, reality is reality. If that does seem to happen, I do not expect Ward to be extended at all. There's been some rumors behind the scene. Like, I don't know if anyone saw the interview with Sam. He's like, well, I'd like to, maybe it wasn't Sam, maybe it was the other interview he did. He goes, well, I'd like to be extended. There's a reason he's not. Okay. There are people at Michigan who are well aware that Michigan might need to go in a different direction. Okay. That's real. So we'll see how that goes. And then, so what can I say out of this? Look, I think Michigan's NIL efforts will get more aggressive. I do think the potential of a new AD in the future is a thing. And I do not expect Sharon Moore and co to have the longest leash, although it's too early to call. I don't have any insider intel on that by any means, or, nothing's been confirmed on that, but I cannot imagine if the season goes, if it's like this, if we have more games like this consistently and against inferior opponents. When I mean inferior, I don't mean like Texas level. I mean like Maryland level or Minnesota. I mean, don't be wrong. We're going to beat I think we'll beat Minnesota. We'll beat Maryland, shit like that. But like, my point is, like, if we have a lot of games with poor
Maybe.
performances, the leashes of these coaches it's going to get hot quick. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you lose, you adapt. Okay. There's your positivity. No way Michigan is going to lose and just accept it. Not going to happen. There will be change. Michigan is too proud for that shit. I think they just needed some humility, and they are getting it on national TV today. So that's what I have on that, John. We got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of issues of concern, and I'm sure our callers want to get to it.
Yeah, and we've got a bunch more super chats, so I'll keep my conclusion brief. Everybody's saying, "Oh, well, you guys all wanted Sharon Moore." Yeah, you know why? Because we were at a point in the cycle where Jim Harbaugh left us, took our coaches, and what the hell were we supposed to do? Hire somebody externally with short notice, have a complete wholesale culture redo, and then you have a completely new system, a completely new everything. At that time, I stand by saying that made sense at the time. I didn't know that Harbaugh was going to take as many people as he did when I called, but I still said, okay, let's roll with it. Let's see what happens. And I still stand by the way, that if changes are made and Michigan beats USC, I stand by. I'll lay off. But if this continues, and I'm thinking right now that Michigan is going to get their ass kicked by USC if we saw what we saw today. Maybe not quite that extent, but USC has a defense now, folks. They're not just offense; they have a defense. So I think look, we've given all of our takes on the specifics. I think high level, you really got to look at a hard look at the mirror at quarterback, at line, right tackle, even at center. I still say Crippen's better. At wide receiver, at running back. I think the wrong people are in a lot of those spots on offense. And even in defense, I'm questioning some of what's happening on defense as we talked about. So all I'm saying is USC post-game show, if this is the same thing, I'm doing a fire war. I'm doing a fire everybody, like either graphic or banner or something, and there's going to be hellfire back there, and it's going to say fire everybody. Okay, right now it says post game live. It's about to say fire everybody. One last thing, and then we'll get to super chats. We have one. We're giving our Leaders and Best Award for the second straight week in a row to the kicker. Dominic Spada has an NFL, and he's gotten us a lot of the points that we've generated so far this season. He is really good. Congratulations, you got a kicker out of the portal. You should have gotten a quarterback out of the portal. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that kicker that they got out of the portal, phone calls were made. Anyways, Elijah, at least we're kicker you. We are, in fact, kicker you. We can be proud of that, damn it. Tom Bouchard, good to see Marshall returning kicks. I mean, put your best players on the field and stop forcing squares into round holes. Marshall should get more playing time. I don't know what they're doing. I really don't know what they're doing. Jobu, maybe Stallions was more important than we thought. I mean, if he was more important than we thought, then what was Alabama's excuse? What was Ohio State's excuse? What about Washington? What'd that Joe Moore award-winning line do against? Oh, wait, Stallions wasn't there. Did they have time to change their signs? Come on, guys. Let's do better. $2, Brian Legray. Legree, my bad. This is 2017 all over again. Warren is O'Corn 2.0. We'll see. It's week 2. We'll come to conclusions after the USC game, maybe, even though that might be too early too, but I'm sure we'll all be feeling it then. McKellen Morris. Coach Moore hired the wrong defensive offensive coordinators. Not getting the QB in the portal was a huge miss. I mean, again, you're right, Morris. This shows his decision-making abilities, and this is a problem. My biggest concern, my biggest red flag right now is I am not sure Sharon Moore knows what he sees. And that's a problem. You need a leader who has the ability to discern and understands where his program is at. And they really thought we were just going to transition right into what we were going to leave. We were going to start right back up where we left off. They really believed that. And what's crazy is they saw that in camp and believed it, how? I don't know. I wasn't there, and we don't get practice. We don't get footage in camp. We only get things that leak from camp. So very interesting. And then Elijah with the $5 super chat. I hope Ward Manuel has his face planted in the TV today. Time to get 15 to 20 million by December. Well, I will say the goal is to get to 15 million by December. Currently, they're at 12.5 million. Their goal has been since about June or July to get to 15 million. Next year, we lose a lot. So we lose a lot. We're going to lose a lot of players with the draft, like Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. That's a lot of money coming out the books that donors will then hopefully, as long as the coaches do a good job, allocate that money to new players. And on top of that, 2025 revenue sharing begins. We will see what the boys will do. And John has this here. Second hour has been unlocked, $95 for a third hour. So thank you, everybody, for contributing to the show. We appreciate all of you, honestly. We know this is a tough game for all of us. We all went through it. I'm sure, Moose DM'd me. He's like, I'm turning this shit off. I don't even know if he did because I don't know if he can turn it off. But I hear you, Moose. It was a tough one. Let's get to our first caller. Juju called in first. Are we down to get to our first caller?
He did.
Juju,
let's go to
Juju. Let me know the deal, dog.
Man, what's good? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Look, man, look. Hold on. Before I start, let me take another sip of this Henny.
There it is. Can you send some over to Virginia real quick?
Yeah. I got you, man. This is the juice special. So, boys, man, we making out the hood with this kicker, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kicker is a dog, bro. Holy
legit.
Shit. Whew. Yeah, everything else just throw it in the dumpster. Like, I ain't really got much to say. Just throw it in the fucking garbage. We were lied to. Everybody in the chat, I might be a little bit intoxicated. I'm not going to get that emotional, but just want to let everyone know we were lied to. But what I need everyone to do, in the 2010s, bro, we suffered the most heartbreak. Most. Like, trust. They can't kick us. They can't kick us, bro. Like, we been through it all. You feel me? So, yeah, you can go ahead and chalk all this. I'm not very optimistic anymore.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, you guys covered all.
Let me ask you one. Before you go? Let me ask you one question, Juju.
Yeah.
How much of this do you think was the Michigan coaching failure? How much of this do you think was Texas potentially being a national championship team this year?
Great question.
Oh, I love that. I'm glad you reminded me because I have alcohol brain right now. I have so much I want to get to, but I'm gonna be all over the place. But Texas reminds me of us last year, just more explosive. That offensive line. My God, that offensive line is the real fucking deal. Now, Sark, I gotta give him his credit. Where's due? That boy was when Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant were in the game. They were spreading it out. Like, we're not even gonna go inside. We're not even gonna bother you two. And then when they came out of the game, that's when they attacked the middle. It was just a master game plan. I don't think Texas' defense is really that good. I think we're actually that ass. Like, I actually do think we're that ass. Shout out to them though. They played tough. Kirk Campbell, my boy, man, I trusted you, bro. It's looking just these decisions, like what y'all touched on, the decision making has just been. I'm a little bit hurt by that. The back of my head, just like you, TJ, I knew we were probably going to drop this game is early, even if we had everything hitting on all cylinders. Asking an inexperienced offense to go out and beat a team that is very experienced, very deep, is very hard in week 2. Do I think the season automatically chalk? Like, I mean, no, but if we don't change like figure out our personnel, we are fucked. Like, I'm talking 6-6, 7-5 season. So everybody can get the trolls off. Nah, they probably are in the chat. They waiting for us to crumble. You ain't getting me to crumble, bitch. I ain't crumbling. I'm in the paint with it all day. I don't give a. I got time today. I got time all weekend. Anybody want to talk? I got time all weekend. Ohio State still sucks. It's still horns down. Fuck you, bitches. And I'll get you guys comments on that.
Let them know. Yeah, no, you're right, man. I mean, I think we're all in the same place here. I mean, it's a freaking mess. It's a mess. There's not a lot of bright spots. That's the worst part. There's not a lot of bright spots. What is the future outlook? Like, I had people on social media hitting me up. And if you want to follow me, give me a follow at TJ_Ronin. But
nice PR, nice PR.
Let's throw, and they're like, yo, let's throw Jaden Davis out there. And I'm like, all right, One, he's a true freshman. We don't want to break
Yeah.
this kid's,
bro, he's like 190 pounds, bro. We gotta leave him alone.
Like, he's not like, this isn't the game to put him in. Like, let's wait a little further in the year, and then if you want to give him some run, give him some run. But it's not week 2 against Texas while they're literally pounding our ass right now. This is not the game for him.
And also and also Davis Warren was the one who practiced with the ones all week. So why would you? How on earth would you put Jaden Davis in when Davis Warren's getting all the practice reps?
Right. And the thing about too, when you have a young really any quarterback, but when you have a young quarterback, I mean, dude, their psyche is fragile. Like, it's like a goalie in hockey, right? Like, you do not put them in situations to fail because they can lose their confidence. And if you lose your confidence, just like a golfer, you're fucked. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. You could be great. Okay. But if you lose your mental edge, which a lot of these players had because they were the man their entire lives through high school and all that, if they lose that confidence and start doubting themselves, they fail as players, not because they're not good enough or talented enough. It's because literally it's just meant. That's why, like, you have players who are like physical freaks, but they don't translate to the field because mentally they're not there. The great ones are there physically, athletically, and mentally. So like, you do not want to affect a young player's mentals. So yeah, Jaden Davis, we'll see later in the year, maybe around week 6, week 7, week 8, maybe not now.
Yeah, and man, bro, it's not looking like we got a lot of depth either. The inside was tested. I love Inoue. I know what that is. Didn't see too much of Trey Pierce, I don't think, but that depth was tested. They did look gassed, quick as fuck. That speed of Texas is ridiculous, bro. It really is. They were Sark is the real deal, bro. I'll give them that. If we had last year's team, I think it's way better of a game, but that was just a fucking shit show. I mean, I'm talking, bro. I was trashed in the first quarter. I was like, man, fuck this game. Like once we got down 14-3, I knew it was chalked. I was like, yeah, well, we're not the team to come back from that. Like, when you put Alex fucking Orji in the game,
dude,
bro,
second quarter,
we said it. Yeah, on Thursday, I said it. I was like, the rotations of these quarterbacks is just. I'm a firm believer, bro. When you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. You ain't got him. Like, dude, in offensive line, bro. Man, shout out to Evan Link, bro. He got his ass kicked, bro. Regroup. Yeah. Oh my God, there's so much wrong. Jair Hill, my boy. Whoo, my boy. We were lied to. I'm just gonna go and post everywhere. We were fucking lied to. Like, Jair Hill was getting his ass handed to him out there, bro.
He was
lost. He was lost.
Yeah, Bond. And why are you putting him against Bond? Everybody knows how good Bond is. Why are you doing that?
And at one point, he was matched up on a tight end. Then he didn't follow him in the first touchdown of the game. Like, bro, what are we doing? Yo, Wink, when you have Mason Graham split out as an edge, I mean, Lord have mercy. I don't know. It's looking bad. I'm questioning Sharon Moore. I'm questioning the whole coaching staff.
Juju, I'm gonna ask you. Just because we got like 6 other callers in the super chat. Let's respond to this super chat, and then I'm gonna give you your final thought. Tom with the 5. All title teams lose players to the draft, buddy. Nice excuse. This is another probably Ohio guy or something.
Let him go.
Again, following Natties. Tell me when OSU, Georgia, or Bama got boat raced at home, and then some crying emojis.
Yeah, so like I said, did their head coach go to the NFL? No. They fucking didn't. Did they lose their entire fucking coaching staff to the NFL? Yeah. No. They didn't.
Every dog.
They almost break the NFL record for most players drafted. Well, Georgia did. Okay, but guess what? Kirby Smart was still there. They also have a fucking NIL factory. The teams you are talking about, OSU, Georgia, Bama are some of the top NIL teams in the game. And we, unfortunately, and this is a big problem we have, did not recruit quarterbacks in 22 and 23 who could fill this position. That is on us. That's an us problem, no question. But that's just the reality of the situation, Tom. And here's some more reality. Once Michigan decides to kick it into high gear, which I feel they will eventually, not too distant future, your ass is grass, big dog. So anyway, all right, get us Juju. Get us your final thoughts. We're going to get to Nick because I know Nick's got a lot to say.
Final thought?
Yeah.
Shit. 8-4 probably.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
It's looking pretty bad. I'll have more thoughts probably next Thursday when I'm not intoxicated as hell and I can actually break it down. The film.
Fair enough, dog. Fair enough. Well, enjoy your Henny, dog, and have a good night. I don't know if you're a Lions fan or not, but we got the Lions tomorrow, so there's something to look forward to.
Nah, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm a Saints fan, so I'm fucked either way.
Shit.
Yeah, this
That's rough.
Tenny's
It's
gonna
always
be good.
fantasy
We're good.
football, bro.
Hell yeah.
Fantasy football, dog. I don't know if you're into that, but that's always the way when your team ain't good. But
yeah, I'm in the
all right,
league right
Juju.
now.
All right, dog. We'll have a good
Blue,
one,
yo.
man. Go blue. Go blue.
Go blue.
I love Juju, dude. He's always coming through.
All right, and he gives
Nick.
the real. He always gives the real.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, let us get to the super chat real quick. Elijah, unpopular opinion, Tyler Morris is the most overrated wide receiver in the room. He is mid. Did y'all see that weak little slow juke by the side? I don't know if this is unpopular or not. I mean, what wide receiver? Well, I mean, listen, I don't know if he's the most overrated. I mean, all right, I'll give you an unpopular opinion. You want an unpopular opinion? I'm probably gonna get some heat for this. Samaj Morgan's overrated, dog. Samaj Morgan's overrated. Now, he talks that talk, and I know damn well if he heard this, he'd probably bark at me real quick. But what are you doing, dog? And then that touchdown you got at the end of the game, hey, act like you've been there before because we're getting our fucking ass kicked, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you got passion. I know you want it, and I do believe you play with fire.
There's a lot of that.
But like,
there's
I'm
a lot of that.
I'm gonna be real, bro. There's not enough consistency with that, and I'm sure that's a very unpopular opinion. I don't know, but I say it how I feel, so it is what it is. But there's an unpopular opinion. I mean, listen, our wide receivers as a whole, I think we'd all agree. Forget the individual call outs. The wide receivers as a whole need to step up. It's just not it. They're not getting separation. They're not doing their job, right? Like everyone's got to play their role. And then if everyone plays their role, then we can be a team, a unit. We're not. So, but all right, Nick, what you got for us, my friend?
Oh, dude, I got so much. I got so much. I'll try to
we got to keep it brief because we got like 6 callers. So
I'm gonna get through it really quick.
Okay.
I think 4 is optimistic as fuck. That's me because and I'm not going off of faith there or talent or anything. I'm going off of what did anybody see during the game today that gives you confidence that this is a better than 500 football team.
Okay, well, I'll respond to that. So my response would be, we just went against a national championship contender, and the other 8 teams we're going to beat, that's why I'm 8-4 right now, are not that. Okay, now Oregon, national championship contender. USC, national championship contender. Obviously, Ohio State is a national championship contender. Those 4 teams are more talented than we are right now. Now, don't be wrong, we are talented, but the problem is we are talented. Okay, we do have some issues like quarterback and wide receiver right now. And even, the offensive line's a mess too. But the problem is our coach, we don't got Lincoln Riley. We don't got Dan Lanning. Fuck Ryan Day, but they buy their players anyways. So, at the end of the day, fuck it. Ryan Day's better than Sherrone Moore right now. Like, I'll fucking say it. What the fuck is
Ohio State's a top 5 team. I don't think they're a national contender. They don't have a good quarterback. Contender. Will Howard sucks.
I agree. I'm not big on Will Howard.
I'll take Quinn Ewers over Will Howard. I'll take Miller Moss over Howard. I'll take Carson Beck. Those teams have real quarterbacks. Will Howard blows. So I think they're a top 5 team. I don't think they're a championship contender.
They had Kyle McCord, they'd be in a better position. They just don't know it, or will they accept it? But anyways, yeah, Will Howard's
McCord couldn't touch Quinn Ewers' jockstrap. But anyway, so
I'm talking about Will Howard, man. Watch it now.
Oh yeah, okay.
You're good.
Yeah, so first, I think we got to get Kendrick Bell way more involved. I don't know why we don't target him more. And even our coaching staff said they believe he's our best deep threat. So far, Tyler Morris looks like trash. He's a huge disappointment, my opinion. And then let's just call this what it really was. Complete bottoming out disaster. If there was ever a way to lose all your momentum from 3 years of dominance in 2 games, this is exactly what it would look like. That was a disgrace. And then the other thing, I actually disagree with you guys that we needed a QB in the portal. I think this whole situation's much worse. No, I think Davis Warren was the guy this whole time. I'm not saying he's JJ, but he's shown flashes in the past multiple times. Yeah, and he would have been highly rated recruited, of course, if he didn't get cancer and his senior season wasn't canceled by COVID. But the reason why I think this is so much worse, is I think the coaching staff completely fucked up his development. I think he is the guy. I think he was the guy. He's shown flashes. Some of the throws he made today were not mistakes. And bringing in Alex Orji completely disrupted his rhythm. Now, he has a long way to go. I'm not saying he's perfect by any means. But I think the coaches sabotaged Davis Warren's development. That's what I think happened.
I think it's early to say that. I mean, well, how so? Like, let's look at
Because they did this
timeline.
Alex Orgy bullshit. We got lied to Alex, so we clearly got lied about Alex Orgy, right. And apparently Ferris is wrong because Alex Orgy cannot complete a downfield pass. Apparently, so nothing against Ferris. I'm just saying in general. But if you look at this with what they did with Alex Orgy, it's made me question Sharon more seriously to this point. And by the way, I hope they don't sign him to a long-term contract right now. Keep him on this like short-term, make him prove it.
I agree.
Okay, we can't have another Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
Okay, a guy who's never been a head coach before. We cannot have another situation like that with the football program when it's bringing in that much money. But the Alex Orgy experiment is a disaster. I think because of it, I'm actually questioning this. There is a possibility. I'm not saying this is for sure, but Sharon Moore, what he's shown makes something pop into my head that he has potentially threatened Michigan's culture of meritocracy at the most important position with what he did with QB. That's what I think could have happened.
Well, here's the thing, though. All right, Nick, let me just push back a little bit. I mean, Davis Warren did get the start, didn't he?
He did get the start, but the offensive line is ass right now. They're not getting the ball to the right wide receivers. Colston Loveland fumbles today. That's when I knew the game was over. As soon as he fumbled, I was like, we're fucked. Like, this is it. When your best offensive weapon, a first-round tight end supposedly, starts fumbling, it's over. Those guys are not mentally prepared. You're not locked in like that. That is just ridiculous. So, and again, yes, did Davis Warren get the start? Yes, he did, and he didn't play well. But that's what I'm actually saying. Again, I'm not saying he's a finished product. I'm saying he's easily a capable quarterback. Remember what I said last week? I thought he was much more athletic than what people were giving him credit for. You started to see that when he was rolling out of the pocket and some of the throws he made. I'm not saying he's a finished product. I think the coaches sabotaged the kid's development because we've seen these flashes years ago.
I don't know, man. I feel like he had a fair. Listen. I'll push back. All right, listen. I don't trust our coaching staff, and I have a lot of concerns like you. But I don't know if I fully agree with you here, and I'll tell you why I don't. This was a quarterback battle in the beginning, so they're going to split reps in the beginning, and then at the end of the day, Davis Warren won, and they gave him the start. Now, where I will agree with you is this putting Orgy in on second down shit and making it third and long. What the fuck are you doing? And then in second quarter today, when we're driving the ball, and it's like what was the score, John? 13-3 or 10? I don't even know what it was, but it was close. The game was still close, right? We're driving the ball. We're in their territory. And then he freaking puts Alex Orgy in, and then they can't get the play off. They got to call a timeout. And then what do? The most predictable shit ever. Run the ball with Orgy. Why? Why is this a weapon?
Alex Orgy.
The one time something was successful was, like I said at the beginning of the show, the one time something with Orgy was successful, when was it, Nick?
I don't even remember. I don't.
The one play was a pass to Donovan Edwards for a touchdown in the first game. Why was that successful? Because they didn't run Alex Orgy like everyone predicting them to run Alex Orgy.
Exactly. That's how you should use them.
But but Joel Klatt said it. How is a kid supposed to develop or get any rhythm when he's not getting all the snaps? This was a 50-50 split in camp, and it never should have been. There's no way.
Yes, it should. You're going to have a QB competition. You can't I don't think
Alex
they knew.
Orgy can't throw. Like, this is Joe Milton 2.0 with a different athlete, a freak. He has freakish traits, but he's not consistent, and he can't move the chains. And we've heard traces of that earlier.
Yeah, but the upside was so great. They wanted to give him an opportunity. Like, there are kids, there are people. Hello, Jalen Milroe. There are people who do develop an ability to become more accurate. Like, you have to give them the opportunity. And look, there was enough reps, Nick. Listen, I'll tell you this. If Davis Warren got all the first team reps, I don't know if shit changes. Because here's why. But here's why, Nick. And you hit on it already. How's the offensive line looking? How's the wide? Like, he doesn't have a supporting cast to even have him succeed. And I've said this, and you might agree here. For Davis Ward to succeed, that offensive line has to protect him. They're not. He needs a running game. Where is it? Our wide receivers need to get separation. They're not. Like, we are not doing anything to give the best environment for Alex. Like, it is the complete opposite of what JJ has in Minnesota.
I think this Davis Warren thing is just experience. I think if the coaching staff would have took this more seriously, we're already questioning. You already said you don't think the coaches understand what they have. So why should we have faith at all?
Why did they not get one portal quarterback?
Why should I have any faith at all that Alex Orji should have ever been in a QB competition? If because there's a baseline though. I think to even get into a quarterback competition. I don't think he ever cleared that bar. That's because I don't think these clowns know what they're seeing.
I agree with that. But you know what I think, though? Jim Harbaugh started the Alex Orji development, and that's why you started seeing Alex Orji being placed in the games, the big games, the Ohio State games, the Alabama. Like, he was already on a developmental path. They had to give him the offseason to potentially take the reins. Like, they were hoping for a Jalen Milroe result. It didn't happen. And now they're all... Go on.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying I think you saw flashes from Davis Warren in the past where a competent football coach would have been like, let's take a closer look at this and see what we got with this kid. And I find it hard to believe that they did that. Now, I know Davis Warren has had some injuries and whatnot, but they did this same fucking thing with Joe Milton, a dude who's a freak. He's not the same athlete that Alex Orji is, but they did the same thing. They saw the raw tools, the ceiling and everything. They put their eggs in one basket, and look how that turned out.
Well, all right, Nick. Well, we appreciate the call. I'll end it here. Listen, the most dangerous thing, but also one of the best things is potential. And that's what they saw in Alex Orji. Unfortunately, he's not realizing it. But again, Nick, I appreciate your call. We'll talk more. It's an interesting thought, and it's something I'm sure we'll debate more going into the season. We appreciate you, though, Nick. Have a good rest of your Saturday, man.
Thanks, guys.
And go blue, my friend.
Go blue, Nick.
Yeah, dude.
It's an interesting... no, you go for it, and then we got a shitload of super chats.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go next. Morris here goes, Alex Orji is going to the portal. Imagine being hyped throughout camp and then put in position to be little used, more lacks leadership. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't want to say he lacks leadership because the sample size is too small, but what he does appear to lack is the ability to see where his team is. He has no feel for the reality of a situation, it looks like. But again, sample size is so small. He did so great in the Penn State game, but again, in terms of his roster, it looks like he just misjudged the shit out of it. So we'll see there. We got another one here. Maurice Brabham. Do you think Will Graham will shut it down after Oregon? Interesting. No, I don't. What I do think, though, is if this continues, we won't see them in bowl games. You won't see them in bowl games, but I do think they'll play out the year. And the reason you'll see them play out the year is because it's very frowned upon in the NFL to stop playing mid-season. Now, if any of these kids get a small injury, yeah, they're shutting it down. They're shutting it down real quick. But if they don't have a small injury, and when I mean small injury, I mean like a tweak, they will shut it down. But if they don't, NFL teams will frown on that shit. They will definitely not be in bowl games, though. There's no way they're not playing in bowl games, especially if it's not a playoff. And then we have another one from Elijah here. I don't know, bro. At least Samaj is making plays. Howard Morris is not supposed to at all. TJ, please go try out for wide receiver. You too, John. Shit.
You don't want me.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm quite qualified, but I hear you though. We definitely listen. The wide receiver and quarterback problem at Michigan is because Michigan hasn't had a very strong reluctance to getting in the game for NIL. Those are some of the most expensive positions. They were unwilling to play ball. And when you're unwilling to play ball for 2 years, this is your result. Michigan's taking their own medicine right now. And I'll be honest with you, in the back, I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real right here. There's part of me that's a little happy about it because I want change in Michigan. I want what's best for Michigan. And if they want to be stubborn about it, then you know what? We're all going to have to suffer together because that's just the reality of it. We're fans of the program. We want it to be great. We want it to succeed. We want them to always be at the top of the mountain, but sometimes you have to learn and sometimes you have to lose to learn. And I think we're going to go through a little bit of that. So, it is what it is. It's just natural progression of things sometimes. And, it's where we are. Another super chat here from Blue Wolverine, $4.99. Thank you, Blue Wolverine. Throw the Blue Wolverine in the emoji in the chats, guys. That's one of our very good friends here. Say hi to Micah. Hello, Micah. Go Blue. Hey, everyone. We have a kicker. Go Blue. We do have a kicker. I'm a proud dad of that kicker. That kicker makes me proud. I'm definitely I'm looking for a very good picture of Zavada, and then I got a little trick up my sleeve with that. John giving us an update here. 32 down, 68 to go for a third hour. Appreciate everyone's generosity, and we do appreciate everyone's generosity. Thank you guys. You guys I'll tell you right now, you guys are making this a lot more tolerable for us because we were going through it like you, and it was a bitch, dude. Elijah here. Last week I said 3rd and 8 was scary, was moving forward. Now it's 3rd and 4. The team has got to do more on 1st and 2nd down. I mean, it's just the reality of it. They got to put us in better positions to make convertible 3rd downs. And they got in and then when it's 3rd and 2, don't give the damn ball to Alex Orji. Like, give it to Khalil Mullins, okay? Give it to Khalil Mullins, or have a quick out for a Colson Loveland, or maybe Samaj Morgan. We'll see. I mean, just like get creative, please. Maybe some play action. How about some play action? I didn't really see too much of that today either. Matthew Miller. Fuck Matt. I'm just kidding. So our friend Matt Miller, who is the host of the Texas Longhorns live show, probably dancing in Champagne right now, thinking about the beautiful days of college football playoffs. I know what that's like. Hook 'em,
He's seeing that natty. He's seeing that natty trophy. That's what he's seeing.
I'm not gonna finish reading this. Thanks for your $10, motherfuckers. Thanks for $10, Matt. Son of a bitch. You know what, man? I got something for you, dog. Okay, how about this? You know what, dude? You may have got the dub today, bro. But as you know, horns down, mother.
Horns down.
Take that, bro. Take that. Yeah. So, anyways, back to our fellow Michigan fans who matter.
Yes.
Not Matt who doesn't matter. Elijah Bowman here. It doesn't change. The wide receivers are trash. I don't just. We are on the same page. Our wide receivers need to be upgraded. They're not it. They're not it. And we agree. Like we look at Texas. I want that. We look at Ohio State. We're probably not going to get that. They are wide receiver U, and they get the top of the top of the top. But we need to do better, and it should be better. And it's not like top wide receivers don't have interest in us. They do. We don't play ball. And another thing, John, I didn't touch on that, and I don't want to scare anybody, but it should be. But we also wouldn't be doing our job if we don't touch on this, John.
Yep.
We need to pay attention to our recruiting class because we're about to be negative recruited to hell. Okay. Like Brady Hart, you better lock him the fuck up because he is the future of the program. Okay. And then we got another one here. What do you got for us, John? If you want emojis. All right, here we go. John, you read it.
Yeah. So we look, you might be seeing in chat people doing emojis. You might be seeing badges, green names. If you want that, you want priority on comments, and we'll respond to you first, all kinds of good stuff. Consider becoming a YouTube member here at the Michigan channel. As you can see, all of these people, all of them at the bottom here are either paying members. Maybe some of them got gifted because you can also gift memberships. If you get a membership or you gift memberships, that counts towards the 3rd hour, which we are now at this point because there's a couple more super chats. We're 64 down and 36 to go for a 3rd hour of this show.
Thank you, everybody, and I do mean that. Like, it does mean a lot to us. And I also want it to our callers on the line. Thank you guys for holding. We're going to get to. We're going to get there. So we got to give respect to our super chatters here.
Absolutely.
We appreciate them. So James Cooper here. Everyone's saying Orji shouldn't start. Would have benched Milroe all last year. Think how stupid that sounds in hindsight. Can he have a drive, for fuck's sake? You know what? They did bench Jalen Milroe, and then they realized, well, maybe we should give him a shot. Now, I will say this though, James. Jalen Milroe was further along than Alex Orji. I think if we had a level of Alex Orji that Jalen Milroe was against Texas, we'd be in a far better position. As a team, as an overall outlook, we may have lost, but the game would have been far more competitive. Listen, here's some more reality, James, and to all of our viewers. Listen, if Davis Warren doesn't cut it, someone's going to play ball. Someone's going to play quarterback. Maybe it's Jack Tuttle, but hopefully, listen, I'm down. Give Alex Orji the damn ball. Give him a half. Let's see what he can do with it. But I mean, also at the end of the day, too, they're going to try and save the season because it's not over. It's only week 2. They're going to try and put the team in the best position to win. And also, James, we'll see if the coaching staff can make the right decisions because now they really need to adjust, and it better be in a meritocracy. Like, forget this. We owe things. No, we don't owe anything to anybody. We got to get dubs now. K Watts, hate to say it, Sharon might
real quick. TJ, real quick. I just have a question. So I know that you had a little bit of inside intel in the behind the scenes, and there was some smoke for like a week or two before Jack Tuttle got injured that he was being looked at for QB1. And I'm wondering if that might, now I'm starting to wonder if that might have been the plan. And this kind of Davis Warren, Alex Orji thing is like they're just making it work, because it just, none of this makes any sense to me whatsoever. And I feel like I can't believe that Sharon Moore and Kurt Campbell saw this productivity and they said this is fine and didn't go out for the portal. So I'm wondering if Jack Tuttle was what they were looking. I don't know. Now I'm starting to think it might have been Jack
let's
Tuttle.
Say that's true. All right, let's say that's true, John. Jack Tuttle's not the fucking answer, bro. Jack Tuttle has 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, a 60% completion percentage. He's not the answer. Jack Tuttle is simply experienced. And when I mean experience, he's 7 years into college.
He's a depth guy. Yeah.
He doesn't even have a lot of starts. Like, if Jack Tuttle's your answer, and then what we have here, like, we have a problem. Like, our coaching staff really has no idea what they're looking at. And that is a problem. Okay. Like, my trust for this is out the window. I am at 0. They have to earn it back now. This coaching staff has to earn my trust back. They've lost it all. Like, this is a mess, and it's not optimistic by any means. Hate to say it, Sharon Moore might need to call plays again. We'll see. He might take over, but I promise you this, he's in on the game plan now. It's not like Kirk Campbell's in the lab all by himself creating this. Sharon Moore's approving this. Sharon Moore's going over it with Kirk Campbell. He has the offensive line. His hand is in the cookie jar. You know, like, we just have a serious talent issue right now. And it's not even just talent either. We have a schematic issue right now. They don't even know how to use these guys. That's another thing too, John. They're not even putting these kids in the best position to succeed. Why is Donovan Edwards being used the way he is? Why is Alex Orji being used the way he is? Why is Colston Loveland not split out wide more? Like, why is Jordan Marshall not getting run? What about Ben Hall? He looked pretty good. Khalil Mullins looked better than Donovan Edwards. Why are they doing what they're doing? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's crazy to me. Elijah here with the $4.99. We appreciate you again, Elijah. You coming through. Thank you very much. Facts, TJ. I'm happy too. I'm sick. I want the season to be a wake up call. It will be. This is not acceptable. No one will find this. There's going to be some donors. There's going to be some regents. There's going to be people are going to get embarrassed like we are. Like, it's I don't want to say, and I'm not embarrassed, but I'm pissed. But if this continues, it will get embarrassing, right? Like, that's the issue, right? Like, this will become an issue. Fucking Ohio State's feeling, well, they're on cloud 1,000 right now, bro. They're like, oh, they're laughing it up. Well, you know, just remind them 3-time Big Ten champions, and we own the all-time win record on their ass. So, and not only an all-time wins, but all-time record, or I'm sorry, rival record. So, and we taught you how to dot the I, you sons of bitches. But okay, 64 down, 36 to go for hour 3. John just hit on that. I'm sure we're getting closer. Elijah again. Was that Klein first catch? Was that his first catch in the last drive? I think so. Let's see. I mean, I'm looking at the stats here. Let's see, Marlon Klein, because he didn't get one. Yeah, that was his only catch, his first catch. Yeah, that's the first. That's the thing too, right? We heard a lot about Marlon Klein, but they're not putting these dudes in good positions, man. Like, I don't know. I don't get me wrong. Players got to step up, and it does matter. But like, I'm just very questionable about this, the way we're using and utilizing everybody. Elijah Bowman again, $1.99. Thank you, Elijah Bowman, for coming through. Doesn't matter who our QB is. These wide receivers are trash. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully someone can step up. We'll see. All right, John, let's get to our next caller. It is Drufus. What's up, Drufus? Are you there, my friend? Are you muted? Uh-oh. All right, I may put you back in the line. Wait, let me try the other one.
There's two Drufuses.
Hey, Drufus, you there? Uh-oh. All right, he's going to get one more try. Drufus, you there, my friend? I'll put you back in line. You can maybe try and figure it out. All right, my friend. All right, let's go to Michigan, man. What's up?
Hey, yo, what's going on, man? I got a couple things to say. First of all, I don't know if you peeped this, but when they showed the camera at the sideline, Sharon Moore's body language was terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. He looked like a guy that was just taking deep breaths, no energy, looked like he was in over his head. It was awful. No fire.
I saw it.
Not even talking. Just kind of rolling his eyes, deep breaths. Awful.
Yeah, he looked like he didn't have control of the game, and that is a problem. he looked like he didn't have answers. He looked a little like, the game looked too big, That's just what
100%.
it is. Yeah.
And here's my thing about the offense, okay? The O-line didn't play great. I don't think they played terrible either. I think the problem is, one, the scheme. Two, Davis Warren's terrible. All the people saying Davis Warren has some potential this time. Yeah, he can throw a nice ball, and he threw some nice balls in garbage time. But guess what? He out there looking like John O'Corn. He locks onto his first read every single time. The defense is just watching his eyes. He's looking at the same receiver from the snap all the way to when he throws the ball. And there were some openings. For example, I think Morgan got open on a deep cross. He overthrew him by like 10 yards. The picks he threw were all just terrible decisions. The pick into the one pick that he's trying to throw to Colston was triple coverage. They're just locking down on Colston because they know that's where he wants to go, and they know, okay, that's going to be his first read. We're watching his eyes. He's terrible. He's awful. He's not good at all. And I'm sorry, I want to see Orgy. I want to see Orgy for a drive. I don't care. I just got to see it.
Yeah, I hear
because
you.
if we're just gonna run the ball into stack boxes and rely on a quarterback that makes terrible decisions and gives the team 3 chances with picks, I need to see a change.
Yeah. Hey, let me just say, Drufus, just stay on the line. We'll get to you next, man. Okay. So sorry about not being able to get to you earlier. But no, I think you bring up some valid points that a lot of Michigan fans are thinking. Like, I agree. Let it if this continues, give Alex Orji the ball. Let's see what he can do with it. Maybe he's a gamer. You know what I mean? So if he's a gamer, we'll find out. If he's not, then we keep it moving. It's not like the end result is any different than what it's going to be anyways. Like, Michigan really needs, like, here's one thing we can confirm. They have not figured all camp. They didn't figure out the quarterback situation because they still don't know. They still have no idea who's quarterback. They don't even know who RB1. See, that's another thing too, John. They don't even know who RB1 is.
Like, you know what's crazy about that though?
What up?
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that though is I bet you a huge portion of that is Edwards is a champion. He's been here 4 years. We have to give him the rock. We have to. I guarantee you that's part of the thinking there. I promise you that's part of the thinking because he should not have gotten the amount of carries he got to start this game in that first half. And yeah, as bad as the defense was in spots, I put 80% of this game on the offense because you spotted them 10 points in the first half. You spotted them with the pick and the fumble.
100%. The defense actually played really well the first quarter and a half. Really well. You know, they did give up some big third down plays, which was unfortunate. And that's what we need. We needed to stop them. We needed to build momentum. Like, if they could have shut them down from the beginning, Texas could have lost confidence. It's very possible with our defense. Our defense was not the biggest issue at all. It is 100% the coaching staff and the offense. The defense has its issues. But listen, when the defense is on the field as much as they are, and they're getting gassed in the second quarter, they're going to be bad the rest of the game. It's going to happen, right? And what's unfortunate, too, is the more tape that's now on our defense, teams are going to learn how to expose this Wink Martindale thing. Because, like, it doesn't appear to me that Wink Martindale's using the same coverage disguises that Jesse Minter or Mike McDonald used, which is interesting to me.
No, he's not at all.
Lamar Morgan was an understudy to Jesse Minter. So, like, I'm very surprised to not see some more it transfer as well as it, or I thought it would transfer better, and it just appears not to be. I don't know, man. It's very concerning, and I think we all feel that way. Like, we know here's what we know. Something's not right. It don't look right. It doesn't feel right.
100%.
Something's off.
And here's the couple problems I have with the defense. They kept getting, and this is a lack of adjustment. They kept getting cooked on the RB in the flat. They kept getting cooked on that. There was no one in that area every single time. The RB would line up, right? Snap the ball, the RB would just roll out into the flat, and there was just no one over there. That happened way too many times for you not to adjust to it. Way too many times. And again, the biggest issue is the offense. The Alex Orji thing to me is coaching malpractice.
Yep.
You are putting this guy in there for what? To be the most predictable play call. I can't remember. I'm trying to think of another play call I've watched in the last decade as as predictable as this. Everyone, I mean, mama and a grandma knows what's about to happen when he comes in to hike the ball. Everybody knows. If you watch that defense, they're just keying in. Everyone's coming down the line. They know what's about to happen. You're in their territory. It's 3rd and 2, and you decide to put Alex Orji in to try to run the ball. Why not continue with the setup you had that got you down there?
Yeah, I mean, I know he completely killed the drive. I know, and not only that, Warren was moving the offense down the field. He killed momentum. He killed an opportunity for 7. Like, it's disgusting, and like, it is so predictable what Orji's going to do. Then they are loading the box, they're crouching the line of scrimmage, and they run it. Oh, he's a weapon.
Yeah, and the safeties are coming down. Exactly. Yeah. It's so stupid. I would rather. I'm gonna end it on this, man. I need next week. I need to see Alex Orji get a quarter. I need to see it because my thing is, if you're gonna have a quarterback back there who is not a threat with his legs and is just gonna give the team opportunities by turning the ball over, and the best he can do is a couple short routes.
Oh yeah, man, we lose.
What I need. I'm here. I need to see the Alex Orji next week. Because if they don't replace this quarterback, they won't put a pin in the season, bro. I'm telling you right now.
They will.
Okay, well, it's 2017. You're right. Oh, we about 2017, guys. I hope you're excited. Yeah, that's what it's about to be.
It's Davis Warren, guys.
Yeah,
I hate to tell you.
They're right.
Oh my, this is O'Corn. Hey, you know.
Go on.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say this is so similar to O'Corn. It's crazy. I'm gonna give you an example. He does just enough, makes a play or two to stay the starter, but then most of the game he's locking onto his first read. He's throwing pace. He's fumbling. He's fumbling the ball like John O'Corn. It is, man. I can't do it.
Yeah, well, look, here's the deal. I think they're going to ride with Davis Warren until the USC game, and then after the USC game, you may start seeing a different quarterback used. Whether it be Alex Orji is going to get his opportunity because they don't have any answers, or they go with reliable who's not reliable, Jack Tuttle. You know,
if he's even healthy, is he even healthy?
Yeah, he's from what I've heard, he's healthier now. I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, look, guys, he's not the answer. I'm sorry. He's not the answer.
Screw it, man. Give me Alex Orji, bro. Give me Alex Orji. Have him actually throw the ball and let him drop back and do something with his legs, man. Let's just do it.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, Michigan, man. Appreciate you calling in. We're gonna get to these super chats here and then get to our next callers. But we hear you, dude. You're not wrong. All right, see you later. Go Blue. And then all right, so to our super chats. Let's see.
We got Elisha. Start.
No, we already saw that. We got to this
one. Okay.
Yeah, we're right here with Josephine Tracy. Okay. Harbaugh eventually got it done with the recruiting classes ranked 16, 18. Very clever, well scouted, but not 4 and 5 stars. Not impatient, but well, here's the thing, right? Michigan was finding gems, and they were also getting the 5 stars at unique positions like JJ McCarthy, Donovan Edwards, even though I know he's not being the guy now, but he was big for us in those playoff games and Ohio State games, right? Especially when Blake Corum got injured. You know, and then your Will Johnsons, who was also a top 12 recruit. So they were selectively getting these top players who are getting $500,000, $800,000, $1 million. Well, Michigan's not playing ball like that. They're not highest bidder. They are paying players. They do have a top 15 NIL program, but they do not have a top 10 NIL budget. So that's the issue. And Michigan also needs to realize, man, it's this transformation over transactional shit that is dead. I think they know that. They barely even tout that anymore. That was a terrible marketing campaign, by the way. And then, you know, because you got Baylor wearing shirts, we pay players. You know, but then you got Michigan being like transactional or transformation over, like, shut up. Okay. Like, that's cute. It sounds good, but that's not reality. It's not the market. You must evolve with the market. If
got
business 101. I went to school for business. John is in business. Like,
yep.
Listen, you evolve with the market or you die, period. That's reality. You know, you ask Blockbuster Video how that went. You know what I mean? Like, you will die if you do not evolve with the market. So, you know, Michigan needs to get their shit together. real quick. They are getting better. They are improving. But like this 16, 18 recruiting class stuff, that's not cutting anymore. That's not cutting it. No one's going to be able to. How's Clemson doing? Right? Clemson's actually recruiting at top 10 level, but they don't do transfer portal. Well, they better evolve, or they're going to be blockbuster.
Better do it quick.
Or they're going to be blockbuster video real quick. You know what I mean? So yeah, Michigan's got work to do. Elijah Bowman again. Thank you, Elijah. Thank you. We appreciate you. You are going to get us to a third hour. You and everyone else contributing. Thank you, everybody who's contributed through super chats. Also, thank you, everybody watching. We appreciate you. Please subscribe to the channel. We are trying to grow this channel. We greatly appreciate everyone watching. If you're unsubscribed, please subscribe. And if you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button so we can get this in the algorithm and get our, get our reach even further. But Elijah here goes, even Donovan Edwards' best run made me mad. Bro had a touchdown, but let the ankle tab bring him down on that inside zone. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was tough. It was tough. I mean, the guy got him. He clipped him, in the right spot. But I mean, Donovan actually was doing okay in the beginning, but again, it faded. And then even the announcers talked about how like he needs to be more patient. He doesn't see his holes open up. And we all know it. We all see it too, but the coaching staff.
Blake Corum, that's a touchdown.
Yep. It might be for Ben Hall. It might be for Jordan Marshall, but we don't know because they don't want to play those guys.
They don't want to play it.
I know why. I mean, I do know why. Because here's why. Last year, and we all know this, Donovan Edwards had to take a back seat to Blake Corum. And it was really hard on Donovan Edwards. Now, Donovan Edwards has gone through a lot. He went through a lot of personal development and personal growth and reflection. And I am happy to hear all of that. Like that is, I think every individual needs to go through those phases. I've gone through similar phases myself. And like, that's great. But at the end of the day, I know they promised him to be the lead guy this year. They said it's going to be his team to build around and all that stuff. But like at the end of the day, if he's not cutting it, well, one, they need to put him in a position to succeed because they're not. They like I keep talking, please split him out. He can catch the ball. He can run. He's a mismatch against linebackers. Please use him better. I don't know why they're not. They need to do better with Donovan Edwards. It's not that he should be off the field. It's that they need to use him better. And then we got Morris here. There is a reason why Harbaugh didn't take Moore with him. He made sure Minter went with him. Well, I wouldn't say that's accurate. I mean, the reality is Sharon Moore was going to be head coach in waiting. Sharon Moore was going to be head coach in waiting even before all the NCAA shit dropped. Jim Harbaugh was going to work it in his contract where Sharon Moore was head coach in waiting. But from my understanding, the plan was in about 2 to 3 years. Well, he got a head start. It's now. So
isn't that why Gaddis left? Because when there was a question about him because when Jim Harbaugh was talking to the Broncos, Vikings, or Broncos, the Broncos, and then Gaddis left.
Okay, no, the reason why he left is because when Harbaugh was talking to the Broncos and it was getting more, actually, I think it might have been Minnesota, bro. I think it was the Minnesota one where we thought Jim Harbaugh was good as gone. He was gone. He went to the meeting. He even told everybody at Michigan he's out of there. And then he came back. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll never do this again." Liar.
That was it. It was. I wasn't sure if it was the Vikings or the Broncos, but it was one of those. Yeah.
So here's what happened. Josh Gaddis went to Ward Manuel and said, "Hey, I'm interested in the job." And Ward Manuel said, "Thanks, but no thanks." So then Josh Gaddis was like, "Okay, I'm not appreciated. F you guys," and went to Miami and then got fired like a year later. So yeah, that's how that went down. But no, the one who got real salty is Mike Hart. Mike Hart got pissed as fuck because Sharon Moore was the chosen one and not Mike Hart. Mike Hart was very unhappy with that. So if anyone wants to know, there's actually a little more that actually I don't know. Apparently there's more to that story that I don't know all the details on, but I do know Mike Hart was very frustrated to not get the role that Sharon Moore got. On to the next one. Cody Mumford, we gotta be we gotta stay there.
Let's go.
All right, third hour. We did it. You guys did it.
We did it.
Thank you. We appreciate you guys. The team looked unprepared and overmatched. If Michigan doesn't improve this season and hits the portal this offseason and gets some talent on the offense, I expect the high school kids in 26 class not to take us seriously. Okay, is it a concern? Of course it's a concern, but here's the reality of recruiting. Wins don't matter. Money does. So you can ask Missouri how that's going. You can ask other schools like Auburn how that's going. If you come competitive, you can get whoever you want. Okay. If you become competitive, money talks in this game now. The recruiting era is different. Winning national titles doesn't mean anything. Winning doesn't mean the amount it matters is far less than it used to be. I'm not going to say it means nothing because that's not true. There's obviously value to it. There's obviously a value to it. But what is that value? It used to be more. It's far less now. Now you have to be competitive in terms of the NIL strategies and approaches you take with these kids. It's just where it is. So if Michigan can up its game to a more aggressive manner, here's what I'm glad about. They've made no conclusions on the revenue sharing model. Now there's been some smoke or some rumors or some speculation of where it's heading. I firmly believe, I believe now, if I'm wrong, and I'll let you guys know if I'm wrong, but like, I firmly believe that if this season, it continues on this trend, that revenue structure is going to be adjusted heavy to give the Michigan team far more than what's currently being rumored at the moment, which is only $7 million of the $23.5 million to the to the football team, which is insane because the football team and the basketball team creates all the revenue for all the sports teams. Anyways, those sport teams do not exist without the football and basketball team. The more money should go to those teams. I do respect the non-revenues and I do respect Olympic sports, but I also understand you take care of what matters in terms of revenue, and that should take priority, because without the football team being in the Big Ten and getting this TV contract, the basketball team and all that, those sports don't exist at all. Michigan has a lot of sports, unlike some other universities who will be cutting their sports to create larger margins in their budget for NIL. Michigan doesn't do that, and that is thanks to the football team, and they need to pay a little more respect to that, in my opinion. Cody has unlocked a third hour. We're going the distance, boys. Let's get it. Yo, this is far better dialogue than anything on TV. Just subscribed. Thank you, Dave. We are here for it. We have been bringing the heat all since spring. I've been around since January, but I joined full-time in April. We have done nothing but give our best here, and we appreciate everyone subscribing, joining the community. It does mean a lot to us. We're trying to take this to the
real. We keep it real, and we try to give you intel, and we try to give you both inside and outside intel on what's going on.
Look, I love Michigan, like with everything. Like, it matters to me. Like, I freaking get emotional every game. Like, I'm fired up like the rest of you guys. Like, I love this team, but I will remain objective. I will look at it analytically and critically, but I will also be honest too. And if I'm wrong, I'll own it. Period.
Yep.
That's them the rules. Okay. If I call something out and I'm wrong, then I take my L's. But I try to be as accurate as I can be, which is why I predicted Texas to beat Michigan. Some people weren't too happy with that, but I just try to give you guys my most honest takes I possibly can.
Yeah.
We have Jackson Johnson, a very good friend of the program. Michigan at the Voice of College Football is getting closer to 8,000 subs. We appreciate all of you for joining the channel and the community. We appreciate it. It's only up for here, and Michigan will get better. I promise. They will. They will not listen. We are leaders in best. Hey, sometimes you get hit in the mouth. It is what it is. That's life. Jeremy Church here. Jeremy Church has become a YouTube member. Thank you, Jeremy, for joining the community. John, do you know what level he joined at?
Those who stay will be champions.
Thank you, my friend. You are a champion. We appreciate that. Elijah here coming through again. Elijah's like, fuck it, take my money. Imagine if they allowed open practice. I know. I wish they would. Michigan insiders would have gotten tired of seeing all those 3-yard hitches and third. That is the thing. And Drewfish, you are next, my friend. I know you've been trying to get on here. You are next. That is the thing that I wish Michigan did a little more of. Now, I don't need every practice open to the public, of course, but I do wish they did a practice here and there that is open to the public. Some schools do that. Some schools. Michigan doesn't allow anyone outside of those close to the program in their practice. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's like donors and there's, of course, those in the know who get access, but like, they don't allow reporters and journalists to view practice. Very interesting. I mean, it's just an approach they take. I will say this, Michigan's been opening up. If you guys have noticed, the Michigan Athletic YouTube channel is now doing full interviews that are 20 minutes plus, which are wonderful. They used to have a rule where they would only do 5-minute snippets, which was bullshit.
Yeah, it's more open now.
It's more open, and I do appreciate that. I just wish we can get some practice access, but baby steps. Cody again, why $5 super chat? Thank you. Why do we have to get beat down to get more money? Okay, this is a great super chat. I want to touch on this, John. Does the athletic department not like the multi-millions of dollars the last 3 seasons? Wild. Well, because here's why. When you are great or you have everything, you don't realize what you have. You take it for granted. And I'll give you an example, a life example that maybe people will appreciate, maybe people will not. There's a reason why people, there's a reason why men or even women will cheat on a significant other who is really good to them. And it's because they don't realize what they have. And I know that's a little extreme. I might be going a little aggressive here, but what I mean by that is we think we are the greatest. So why do we need to do more? We are not appreciating the position we are in. So by doing that, we are not doing what we need to do to maintain what we have. Okay. Because we are fat, happy, and lazy, right? When you're fat, happy, and lazy, you do not do the things like the people at the bottom of the mountain. Ohio State has lost 3 years in a row. What has happened? Motivation, focus, all in from donors to a minute. Dude, they hired Texas A&M's athletic director. They have fully adopted the new NIL era, right? So what happens is you do not appreciate what you have. You take it for granted. And when you take it for granted, this is why champions fall. Because you stop working as hard. You stop. You think because I got here, like you see it right now. Sharon Moore truly believed he would just transition right into what we've been doing the last 3 years. You can tell with the way the quarterback situation is. They thought, we'll just keep developing.
Yeah, we don't need the portal. We just won the Natty. We don't need to go into the portal to get Kyle McCord. Fuck it. We won the Natty. We're good.
No. Why would I do that? Yeah, I got Alex Orji. I'll just develop him. We develop everyone else. Yeah. Okay. Well, guess what? You're not Jim Harbaugh. Ben Herbert's gone. It's just the reality of the situation. So, people just, so what's going to happen? So what's going to happen here, Cody? People are going to get motivated. This is going to piss people off, just like it's pissing all of you guys off, just like it's ticking me off. It's ticking John off. It doesn't make I want to enjoy my Saturdays. I don't want to get frustrated watching college football. And it's going to be the same way for other people. People are going to get motivated. When you do not succeed, you figure out how to succeed. You learn, you grow, you evolve, you keep pushing, right? Michigan will. They have to take their punch in the mouth. They got to get knocked down so they can get back up and figure it out. And they will. Michigan is not a quitter. We're not gonna go into some hole and give up. Michigan's gonna figure out what they got to do next. Listen, the donors are not gonna accept Stephen Ross. Okay. And then again, so there's a philosophical issue at Michigan. There's been a philosophical issue at Michigan, not only in the regents who have finally accepted NIL. That took 2+ years. Thank you, Santa Ono, for being as aggressive as you were with that. As well as some others like Jared Wagner and others. Thank you for doing Champion Circle. There are people who wanted to be more evolved in Michigan's approach, but there was a group of people at Michigan who did not. We had people in administrative positions who said it is immoral to pay players. Okay. They believe that. Well, as we would argue here, it is immoral to not pay players because they deserve to be paid what they're worth. Okay. So no one should ever do work and not be paid for their labor. Yes, they are students, but they also have a job. They play football. They are making millions of dollars for the university. Okay. They're making millions and billions for companies and corporations and, these TV networks and all that crap. Right. So they deserve their cut too. So Michigan just needs to get involved, and the donors have not. They have been reluctant. Ward Manuel, I spoke on this earlier. Ward Manuel said our donors have been, there's a belief system amongst the donors that they don't need to pay for players. Well, guess what? Because we're winning. And when you're winning, you think you don't need to do it. Well, when you don't win and you see the teams who are winning and you see what they're doing, just like anything in business, right? You look at what succeeds or anything in life. What are they doing to succeed? You mimic it, you make it your own, and then you become top dog. And Michigan's going to go through that evolution process right now. I guarantee that. So that's where we are.
And letting players go to fucking Auburn isn't the move, by the way.
Yeah, like Nate Marshall. Yeah, so we just lost. So for those who don't know or don't follow recruiting, maybe you do. Maybe you're not as tapped into it because it's a turnoff. I understand. Nate Marshall, we lost our top recruit to Auburn. Nate Marshall, who was a top 50 player, defensive end. Listen, Notre Dame just lost Deuce Knight to Auburn, who was their quarterback. Auburn's adapted and evolved, and that's what you got to do. You got to adapt and you got to evolve. Our next super chat here by Elijah, again, $4.99. We are going to see if Michigan cares about football this offseason. That is a very true statement. We're going to see how serious we are about it. That is just like I said, we're going to learn a lot about Michigan in this Texas game. I said that coming into the week. We are going to learn a lot about Michigan this offseason. We're going to learn about how they do their approach in the portal. We're going to learn about how they do their coaching, if they make any coaching changes. They're going to learn about how their recruiting upticks. We are going to learn a lot. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to see it, though. I do believe in Michigan. I do. 22 down, for a fourth hour. 78 to go for a fourth hour. Let's see if we can get there. Nick, $1.99. What was Orgy's high school completion percentage again? I believe it was 52%. And if it wasn't 52%, it was like 51 or 50. It was very low 50s. So that's where we were. But that is all of our super chats at the moment. So let's get to our next call. Thank you.
Before we do that, before we do that, now's my time where I'm going to exit. After doing almost 2 hours with standing in the paint, I got to go to a concert, which I can't miss. So thank you, everybody, for everything you've done. TJ's going to take it from here, and I've never seen, like, let's see if we can get to a fourth hour with because TJ's
we've got to do it,
willing to keep rolling. So go Blue, everybody, and I will see you Tuesday night for Michigan Wolverines live, as we do every Tuesday at 8. And over to you, TJ.
All right, thank you, John. Have a good concert, man.
Thanks.
All right, Doofus, what's up, my friend?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Right on, man. I'm suffering a loss, mourning. I'm a little pissed off.
Yeah.
I heard you talking earlier about coaching and everything. I think a lot of this could have been avoided if he would have just remembered who we were from last year. You know, you get a 3rd and 3, you get a first down run play for 6 yards out of Donovan. You back it up with another one from Donovan, and you're 3 yards from a first down, and you throw the fucking ball. And I think if they would have just fucking remembered who they were at home. They're the defending national champions, and we were badass because we ran the ball. Line up and show your home crowd that we can still run without all those linemen. And then you get it again, another 3rd and 2. And instead of this time, you don't throw the ball, you run the ball. The only problem is you bring Orgy in the fucking game.
Yep.
You know, I think that Texas was going to beat us today because they're better. You had a guy earlier. I don't know if it was this show. I've been watching a lot of college football shit, but I heard a guy say something along the lines of Texas this year is what we were last year.
Right. And
I that being said, I just don't know that we were going to beat them today. I think that they were prepared for us, and it's not that we weren't prepared. It's that we're not as good as they are. They're better than us. What made it worse for me is Dave Swarn's going to throw the ball and save us. Get the fuck out of here. Really? Line up and be Michigan men, and run the ball. And if you don't get it, we'll punt the ball and we'll move on. And then, dude, our receiver position is weak. We are so weak.
Yeah, we're hurting.
Every time Colston Loveland caught a ball, there was 2-3 white jerseys around him. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do, man. As far as the rest of the season goes, I really believe that if they would do 2 things, we'll be just fine and we'll win 10 games. Run the fucking ball like you did last year. Even if you don't get the first down on 3rd and 3 and you run it anyway, run the ball. And 2, stop blitzing. Stop blitzing. If the front 4 don't get home, then live with it. Stop blitzing, because Texas chewed us up today. Quinn Ewers looked like a goddamn Heisman winner.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers looked like an experienced quarterback who, if you could turn me down, Truth, because I'm getting some feedback. But Quinn Ewers looked like a very experienced quarterback, and I think it is a true statement to say that Texas is where we were last year. They are a team that got their loss in the playoffs. They are a team that is on a mission. They have a bunch of offensive linemen returning. They have a bunch of players who got that taste of loss in their mouth, and they were just strictly on a mission. That's just where they are. And then when you have a quarterback who's Quinn Ewers, who was our JJ, right? Now, don't get me wrong, I would argue Quinn Ewers might have a little more arm talent, but JJ was the experienced quarterback who took his loss, right? So that's what you have with that situation. And to your point about running the ball, Drufus, who's our running back one right now? Is it Donovan Edwards?
I mean, fucking today it was Benjamin Hall. Shit.
Right.
I mean,
that's my point. We don't even know. That's
what
the coaching staff has put us in a position where we don't even know who our quarterback truly is. And maybe they're going to go with Davis Warren, right? But then in terms of running back, who is RB1? If someone can please tell me who it is, because I don't think the coaching staff knows.
Now, well, so I think that as of right this moment, it's got to be Khalil, right? But my question to you is, how much of this year now will turn into a Sharon Moore's just got to get his guys in place type situation? Because right now these are all Harbaugh's guys, right? Kind of. And, I don't want that to be some kind of an excuse that the media uses.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, man, I think they just need to line up and play football like they did last year. And if it's a success, it is. And if it's not, it's not. But we have to live and die with who we are. We can't come 5 wide, bro. Really? 5 wide. Come on.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know. This Michigan team today, God, it was such a gut punch. They were so hard to watch today, man.
Yes.
And first off, go blue. Last off, go blue. Always fuck Texas.
That's right. And Ohio. Fuck Ohio. Yeah, no, I hear you, Drufus. Look, here's the thing, though, man. I'll say this before you get out of here. Khalil Mullins went 6 attempts for 25 yards. He had 6 attempts today. Why? Why only 6? And then you want to talk about, well, why are we going 5 wide? I think, Drufus, to be honest with you, I don't think we can do what we used to do. I don't think this offensive line is built to take on 8-man boxes. I don't think they are. And I think you can see that with Evan Link. Evan Link was getting blown up all game. So what Michigan was trying to do, well, here's the thing too, though, Drufus, to be honest, we were coming from behind, so they need to throw the ball to play catch up. We're not going to run and burn the clock to try and play catch up. Now, if we had the lead, we might have seen more of that normal Michigan, power run game that we're used to. But I think because we were behind from Texas, Michigan wanted to, we got to play catch up. So to play catch up, you have to get a little more aggressive. There's no question in my mind. I know this. It's known. It's an open secret. Michigan wants to evolve the playbook to be more balanced. But there's going to be, look, at the end of the day, Drufus, here's some reality. We are trying to find ourselves. We're trying to find our identity. We're trying to find ourselves. We're trying to find our quarterback. We're trying to find our running back. We have none of it. None of it.
I agree. I agree. And I think that's why it's so important to remember who you were. If on a 3rd and 3, instead of bringing Alex Orji and running some weak-ass quarterback keeper that Texas has gotten 10 people prepared for.
Yep.
Get out there, get Davis under center, run that pistol, and hand it off to Khalil Mullins. And if we don't get it, let's just punt the ball. I mean, that was acceptable last year, right? I mean, I don't know, man.
We had confidence because we had confidence. We don't have confidence in our team. The coach, listen, it's to me, like, people are like, well, we need to see Alex Orji more. You know why you don't? Because they don't have confidence. That's what it is. They do not believe in Alex Orji. That is why they are afraid to put him in a position to make a pass. They have no confidence. What we were told in fall camp is bullshit. It's facts. Like, there's no doubt it's bullshit. It's just what it is. We are a team right now that just does not have an identity, does not have a quarterback truly figured out, although they're probably going to roll with Davis Warren. And we don't have a running back figured out. And it's just where we are, Drufus. But I want to get your last thoughts before I move on to our next caller. But again, Drufus, thanks for calling in. But let's know your last thoughts.
My last thoughts are, I'm in a rough couple of next months, man. I live in an area of this great nation of ours, surrounded by Sooners and Longhorns. So it's going to be tough. Be praying for me. Go blue.
Good luck,
from Oklahoma up to Ann Arbor. We love you, man.
Stay strong, Drufus. Go blue.
Later.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for calling in. Yeah, definitely, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody calling in, especially my boy Drufus. They're going through it. We got Morris here coming through with the $2 super chat. Hope this loss is a reality check. I do too, Morris, and I think it will be. I think it will be. I mean, well, I think it will be in the short term. Now, long term, I think it might take more. It might take more. I think a lot of people at Schimbacher Hall or even U of M as a whole are kind of in a position where, you know, they're like, oh, well, it's early. We'll figure it out. You know, we'll see though. I mean, I hope they're right. But I know what we all probably think. It seems off. It doesn't seem right. Something's off. And we know we can name a bunch of things of why it seems off, but it's not one problem. It seems to be a bunch of problems, and that's the real problem. Elijah Bowman here. Next year, do we start Jaden Davis and get him some weapons on the outside? 100%. That is that. There you go. This is a great. Thank you, Elijah. This is a great super chat to respond to because there's no doubt next year is Jaden Davis's year, unless they go heavy in the transfer portal and get a big boy. You get a big dog in the transfer portal. We could be talking about something a little different. But if they do not go big dog in the transfer portal, then I do fully expect it's Jaden Davis's time. And then we are going to be actually potentially in a very good era of quarterbacks with Jaden Davis and then Brady Hart. And for those who don't know who Brady Hart is what those in the industry and even Clemson themselves have labeled Trevor Lawrence Jr. He is legit. He is nice. He's a very good quarterback. Better arm, I would argue better arm than JJ at his age. Not as mobile as JJ, a little different, but extremely good quarterback. Just excellent quarterback for his age. Hopefully we can hang on to him. I think so. I think he's locked in. We'll see though. And then there's Trey Taylor, who was there at the game today, 2027 quarterback. We did an interview with Trey Taylor 2 weeks ago. He's been to Michigan over 20 times. He's an elite quarterback. 2027 is a long way to go, and Michigan's got a lot of shit to figure out. So hopefully that doesn't dissuade him. I know he loves Michigan. I know that. We got Rico here. TJ, do you actually believe Sharon should lead this team when he's starting an inferior running back in Don over Mullins? This is a feelings-based rotation. Yeah. I mean, this is a problem. It appears to me, and as I brought up from the beginning of the show, we have a coach who doesn't know what he's looking at. And that's a problem. He does not have a feel for the program. He doesn't have a feel for where the program is. They overestimated what they have. They were so confident. And like I just thinking about the interviews I saw at Sharon Morin and to not go into the portal and to really think you have an answer here. They definitely missed diagnose the reality of the situation in Michigan. And that is a problem. Your leader cannot, that is how, if we want to take it outside of sports, that's how you lose wars. Okay. That is how you lose battles. Okay. Like you cannot misdiagnose your troops, the opponent's troops, the reality of the situation. I know this is sports. This is just football and it's not that serious, but just to give context or to give an example of a relatable thing here, you cannot misdiagnose your own situation. And he has. And it's not good. That's a sign of not a good leader, which is unfortunate. It's early. It's week 2. We'll see, but he's lost my trust. So I do not trust our coaching staff. They have to earn that back. Right now, it's very questionable. Elijah again. Max Bredesen was lined up wide more than Loveland. Yeah, they're gonna do that, but Loveland, but it shouldn't be more than Loveland, right? Like they're gonna put Max Bredesen in different positions because that's his role. But like he is kind of a hybrid player. They're gonna move him around. But Colson Loveland needs, I don't know. Again, they're not putting the players in the most optimal position, and it's just crazy to me. And I think we all see it. We see it with Alex Georgie and Davis Warren, not optimal. We see it with Colson Loveland, not optimal. We see the way they're not using Cleo Mullins and they're using Donovan Edwards, not optimal. Like it's wild. It's wild to see because we've not seen this. We have not seen this in a long time, not since Brady Hoke days. The Don 444. If you thought this loss was bad, oh God, Don, when I was a kid, I believed in Santa Claus too, and I'd recommend you quit believing in fairy tales because it's not healthy. Okay, you are a grown man, sir, so it's time to grow up and stop believing in fairy tales. Let's get to our next caller and leave these trolls alone. Let me drop this banner here that John had up. Al, what is up, my friend? How are you doing? You are muted. Thank you.
How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
All right. First off, I just want to say thanks for all these shows that you do. I really appreciate them. I mean, you're probably the only person in my opinion, on YouTube that does like Michigan podcasts that is actually, straight up and honest about everything. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is my goal, to be, to give you guys my honest take on it and not sugarcoat anything and just keep it honest. So I appreciate you recognizing that.
Yeah, for sure. So the first point I'd like to get to was, okay, so Sharon Moore, I still have a little bit of faith in him, but my major problem is the rest of the coaching staff. I think they're all horrendous. I really do. So obviously there's a talent gap at quarterback, O-line, and receiver. But the problem, in my opinion, is we need Sharon Moore to be our O-line coach and the play caller. Like, I don't know. What did people see last year that made them think that Kirk Campbell would be a great play caller? He makes every play extremely hard. Like, whenever you're watching the game, you never, like, watch the game and say, oh, wow, like, that's easy 5 yards. Everything is we're getting attacked at the line, and Mullings probably falls forward for 5 yards. It's never just an easy play like Texas has. So that's my first point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. So to hit on that, the reason why Kirk Campbell earned the natural progression from quarterback coach to offensive coordinator is because, one, Sharon Moore, who was our offensive coordinator, was obviously promoted to head coach, so there was a vacancy. And then what Kirk Campbell did with JJ McCarthy. So the thing about Kirk Campbell is he is an elite quarterback developer. Like, his understanding of the quarterback position is advanced for even the college level, because he understands the mechanics and the small things that make people great, right? Like, what's the difference between hot and boiling, right? It's 1 degree. And the word is that Kirk Campbell is the guy who understands that. He understands the small details that separate things and really helps a quarterback understand the field, the offense. And he word is he's a fast riser, and they thought he was, and the reason why he got promoted is because they felt that he was ready for that next role. Now, obviously, 2 games into this, we're questioning if he really is, and I don't think it's wrong of you to again. I've said it. I don't have trust in this coaching staff. They got to earn it. But that was the thinking behind it. They thought he was ready for the next step. He is a very talented coaching mind. He's very good with the quarterback position, but it's to be determined on offensive coordinator.
Okay, then you see, like I said, I mean, I trust what you're telling me. I didn't know if that was all bullshit about him being like, a great QB mind. I really didn't know, because so far it seems like everything we hear is bullshit. So I didn't know if he really is a good QB mind or not. Well, I just don't like him at coordinator. That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, well, the thing I'd say is one thing I like to use to identify what is true and what's not true is getting the opinions of like recruits and other coaches. For example, when quarterback recruits talk to Kirk Campbell, Burks, call back, my friend, you're next. Burks just got off the line, but to the Kirk Campbell thing, there's a lot of recruits who talk about like how unique he is and what he talks about, and then Burks, stay on the line, my friend, and and then not only that, like what he did for JJ, like we cannot misunderstand, like the growth from JJ to year 2 to year 3 was real. JJ became a better quarterback. Now, I know his numbers weren't the most amazing, but again, like our boy Drufus just hit on, we were a power run team. We stuck to our identity, and JJ made plays when he was called on. That was the way our offense was structured. But JJ definitely became a better quarterback under Kirk Campbell, and it was a much better upgrade over Matt Weiss, who was the former quarterback coach, who was really just an X and O's guy, not really a developer or a recruiter. Kirk Campbell, by the way, is an excellent recruiter. I mean, he's just a dog on the recruiting trail. So that's another thing too. He's a very good recruiter, and that matters in college football. But in terms of X's and O, in terms of like scheming up offenses, so far it's not passing, the eye test at all.
For sure. And then I want to get to the defense. Okay, this is again what is making me think it's the coaches. There's no way every player on that defense just happened to get worse. Like, you had Barham, Hausman, they both did not really look that good. Our D line didn't look that great. Our corners didn't look that great. Like, it looks like everybody took a step back. And in my opinion, I feel like on offense and defense, each player is like doing their own thing. Like, it doesn't look like they're working as a team. Barham, with Wink's defense, it looks like he's taking Barham out of the play. Like, he just has Barham lining up over the center every play like that. You're not disguising anything, Obviously, he's either rushing or just dropping back. You're not really disguising anything, pretty much. There's only one play I'll give it to Wink that – I mean, no, look, I can't say Wink called the worst game in the world. but it is slightly a drop off, and our players are not. They don't look like a unit. Everyone looks like they're just playing separate. That's how I feel.
Yeah, no, I mean it's fair. I mean, look, Barham looks like he's taking the wrong pursuit angles on a lot of things. I mean, I don't know, like he's not diagnosing it well. He, like what's interesting is out of camp, and we even reported this, so like we'll take some blame here. They say he was a monster in camp, and he was, the best looking linebacker since Devin Bush, and I'm not seeing it. Like I'm not seeing it at all. I mean, don't be wrong though. I do think he's good, and I know Pro Football Focus had him rated as the #1 linebacker last year.
I mean, everybody did, to be fair.
Yeah, he's talented. He's obviously talented. It's just, I don't know, man. It's not clicking.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, everybody's so talented, but it's like everybody's working like on their own. The defense doesn't work together. Even with our zones, like there was a few good zones that Wink called, which a few. That's all I'm gonna give him. There's a few good ones, and I'm just like, why does nobody know where anybody else is? Like they only know where they are on the field. Like, and I have one hot take. I got to be honest. Kenneth Grant needs to step the fuck up. Because I'm sorry, like, I don't know what he did today. He didn't do much. For how good he is, I understand he's human, but my point is for how good he is, and I know the Texas O-line is great, he could be a little bit stronger. If you're watching him, like, he's not always double-teamed, okay? So in that situation, like, you want to be a first-round draft pick, you have to prove it. You can't just go off of names. That's why I feel like our whole team is just going off of their names.
Well, that's a concern, right? I mean, I think it's a concern that I'll say this: the boys are working. I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think what you're seeing though, Al, is when you start playing out of your role, you start doing more than you should. And what's happening is the defense, and I'm sure you saw it, the defense was gassed.
Yeah.
In the second quarter. In the second, like when have we seen that? I haven't seen that in like since 2020.
Yeah.
So like we haven't seen that in so long, right? So then you're gassed. You're not able to make the impact plays. And we saw what happened when they tried to put the backup defensive tackles in.
Oh my God.
It was like they parted the sea.
No, that was terrible.
So that's what's going on. I mean, these dudes are being, they're being asked to play more snaps. They're on the field longer. They're trying to cover. They're like, we had Mason Graham on the end.
Yeah,
they're trying to play roles. Like, dude, that's the thing is, so what happens is, and this is known, like when you don't do your role and you're trying to cover for others, you can't even do your job. Like it's bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad situation.
My thing with Kenneth Grant isn't being hard on him. It's because he's such an amazing player. It's just like, do a little bit more, please. Like, it's not about he's playing terrible. It's just you really are that good, And I mean, the whole D-line, they didn't do bad, but they didn't do great today either. Like you said, we didn't get one sack all game. I mean, I think maybe one, but it was like, it may have been a 1 yard gain. Maybe it wasn't even a sack with Mason Graham. Other than that, we didn't do anything, pretty much.
Yeah. No, we didn't get any sacks today.
Okay. Oh, so yeah. Okay, that didn't even count as a sack.
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure we got 0 sacks.
I know Mason Graham got him maybe, maybe it was 1 yard over, but close to.
Yeah, you know what? I remember what you're saying. Yeah, it was behind the line of scrimmage, but you know what? They're not crediting him.
Oh, maybe it was just a tackle for loss then, maybe. Possibly.
Yeah, they didn't credit him for the sack, but that was behind the line of scrimmage. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about because I thought the same thing when I was like, well, at least he got a sack. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's
so I will say, like a couple. Probably just 2 more quick points.
Go for it.
In terms of, this Michigan game, like, so many people ask me like, what did I think? How did I think it was going to go? And like I said, like, trusting Michigan, I'm like, okay, maybe they'll lose by 3 points or possibly they'll win by 3 points. But I'm crazy when it comes to Michigan football. I'll be honest. Like, I rewatched the Fresno State game probably 5-6 times already. Like, that's what I like to do. I like to just watch each position and see what's wrong. I mean, it was almost every position had a problem. That's when I knew, like, there's no way. Like everybody said, Texas is just better, but we have an actual problem. It's not like we're so great and Texas is just a little bit better. Like, we really have a problem, even against Fresno. Like, defense and offense, there were so many, like you said it too. You said, like, you haven't seen that many open gaps on defense that we've like had in 3 years. Like, that's what concerned me. And things over the middle. I don't know if it's us or the play calling. I really can't tell.
Well, I think it's the play calling for sure, but it's definitely us. I mean, it's so what I think it's a mixture of both. It's a combination of all here because one, the play calling's off,
Mhm.
and then it is us. And I think what you're seeing is you're seeing new starters, although even though Houseman was in this defense last year, you're just seeing a lack of and you're just seeing inexperience mixed with new coaching. Like it just appears to be um the team is not in sync and we can see it. I mean, it's not what we are used to seeing by any means, like there
For
was,
sure.
like, and players are missing assignments too. Like you can see that, like, for example, like Jair Hill, for example, that kid needs to wrap up. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what's going on there. Like, just
No.
please wrap up. Like, please, I'm asking you to wrap up. Like he seems like a good player, but he's just not wrapping up on tackles. And then you have another thing too, though, and this, listen, again, 0 sacks on Quinn Ewers. Well, guess what happens when you don't sack the quarterback? He's going to get comfortable. He's going to pick your defense apart. He's going to find the holes, And again, and one thing I'll say this too, I didn't see the same disguises defensively that I saw last year.
Oh, no, there's none. They weren't good disguises. I mean, if you play NCAA, you can figure out what he was trying to do. Like they're not, obviously you're not going to know the exact play he's doing, but they're not amazing disguises. Like you could tell who's either bluffing or going to actually rush. That's my issue with it. Cause like he's this mastermind defensive coordinator. And I don't know if you agree with this. I know the last caller said it. Would you have been comfortable leaving maybe blitzing every now and then, but leaving your front four to just try to get the job done? Or no? Or do you think that's way too much time for?
No, I mean, I think you can try it, but if you're not getting pressure, it's not going, it's then, it's not effective, right? So, I mean, like you can try it, to be honest, I'd have to watch the game again.
Yeah, me too.
Because I was obviously like everyone else, I was live, I was locked in.
Yeah.
You can't watch everything. I'm interested to see how many times they did try to rush for. I'm sure we'll see that in the advanced metrics, but
I just feel like that would have taken away the flats and those like little. I mean, he wasn't really beating us deep that much. Every now and then he did, but a lot of them were just like flats and like little 10 yards over the middle.
I think the biggest issue was we could have had momentum in the beginning of the game if we could have shut them down on third down, if we could have extended drives offensively. I think that really was the turning point. Like we were game.
Yeah,
the first quarter and a half. We were game.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened? Defense wore down. Offense stopped being able to drive. Sharon Moore kills momentum on the offensive drive.
Oh, with Orgy?
Yeah.
But you know what? I will. So let me tell you this. Me personally, I believe Orgy should just have a chance. Not what Sharon Moore's doing. I hate what he's doing. But I do think like everybody's saying, oh, he can't throw a forward pass. Okay, I will say, like, we all watched the spring game. He clearly could throw the ball. Like, how accurate is he going to be? I don't know, but it can't be much worse than Warren to at least try.
Right. He was 70% in the spring game.
That's what I'm saying. He's doing okay. Like, for everyone just because he threw that one ground ball last game doesn't mean he can't throw a pass.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Let me get your last point here. I'm gonna read some super chats and get to our next caller, who's Burks. Give us your last point here before we
my last point is they better figure out the running back situation, because Mullins is great and I love him, but he's not a real running back. If like he can get us those 5 yards running straight, but when we need someone to make a move, like he had that one little spin move he tried to do on the edge, we need a real running back that can make one cut and go. And it's not Edwards either, which I love him, but
it could be Ben Hall, though.
Benjamin Hall.
Yeah, it could be Ben Hall. Ben Hall looks like he could be that guy. It's gonna be interesting to see. I agree with that, Al. They really need to figure out RB1. They don't have it figured out. They need to put Donovan Edwards in a position to be successful. I don't think they're doing it.
No, not at all.
So,
he's still a great player.
A lot of work to do
on the field, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of freaking work to do, man. But
for sure, man.
again,
thank you very much
for calling in. Yeah, absolutely, man. Go blue. Don't be a stranger. All right.
Go blue. Bye.
Go blue. All right, let's give some love to our super chats. Elijah, my friend, $4.99. Fred Moore and Tyler Morris is another reason to worry about the wide receiver room because they were the two most hyped up. What? I mean, I'd argue Samaj Morgan was hyped up more than Fred Moore because the X position was actually a battle, and it appears Fred Moore hasn't won it. That's another one, another position where we do not have an answer. We have a lot of positions where we don't have an answer at quarterback. We don't have an answer at running back. Right tackle's a mess. Our X position's a mess. Kendrick Bell was playing that. I'd like to see Kendrick Bell play personally. Interesting. It is so interesting to see this team. I don't even know, I mean, I do know it's a mess. That's what I know. Thank you, Elijah, for your super chat. Another super chat from you, though, Elijah. Thank you. I'm starting to see a trend when Michigan speaks on players are excelling in camp. We should just wait and see. Like Orgy, well, I'll say this. We have definitely reached a point where we will wait and see. They have not earned our trust. We all, well, again, I'm not going to tell anyone how to think. You guys can make your own conclusions, your own decisions. Me personally, I'm in wait and see mode now for a lot of things. Talk is talk, man. Words are words. Actions are everything. So show me through action. Show me through results. Michigan's got to do a better job. I think, to be honest, they lost a lot of trust in the fan base today. I think the fan base lost a lot of trust in this coaching staff and the administration at Michigan, to be honest with you. So they got work to do to earn it back. I mean, not that they can't. They can. We are capable. We are Michigan. We can do anything we want if we work hard. They can do anything they want if they work hard at it. I mean, Michigan has all the resources in the world. Drufus, my guy, my friend, Mason Graham had a sack, wasn't recorded. I think that's true. I really do remember him he got Ewers behind the line of scrimmage. They're hating on my man, Mason Graham. They should fix that. Maybe it'll get adjusted in a day or two. Thank you for the super chat, Drufus. Elijah, again, Michigan's offense is like this on College Football 25. I wouldn't know. I'm Florida State's head coach, so I wouldn't even know. Michigan keeps winning in NCAA 25. The job never opens up, so I don't get to play them. Morris here again with the $2 hitter. Losing is one thing, but getting undressed at home. Yeah, and these are the types of losses, hard losses you have to take to create change. You have to look in the mirror and realize it's not good enough, and then you got to do better. Michigan's got to do better, and they will. I really believe it. It's just the problem is you're not going to change it overnight. You're not going to change it next week. These things take a year, an off season, to really get it on track. Before we need to get to a point where we see on the field, okay, it's in the right direction. And right now it doesn't look that way. And now hopefully at the end of the year, though, again, it's week 2. Hopefully at the end of the year, we start seeing that direction we're looking for, at least in certain areas. Like give me some hope here, because right now it's looking a little bleak. I don't trust the coaching staff isn't putting the players in good positions, and we have a lot of questions like I just ran down. So again, Morris, thank you for your $2 super chat. We appreciate it. Elijah, again, what is up? Ben Hall cutting brought me joy, and that's a player there I'd like to see more of. Ben Hall needs the ball more. Give him the rock, please. Burks, the Wolverine, who is a Packer. How are you doing? You've had a bad 24 hours, my friend. You got Jordan Love injury, and now you got this. What's going on, man?
Oh man, it's awful, man. I'm like, but you know something, man. You know something. When Michigan loses compared to the Packers, it hurts 100 times more. Because at least with NFL, man, you could start like crap in the beginning, but finish strong at the end. In college, you won't have that chance. You're gonna have to finish strong in the beginning and throughout, because you won't have a chance to go to playoffs. So that's the problem. And
yeah.
But hey, man, listen, I'm really pissed off just because. Listen, I'm always that fan who does not. Talk trash about the players. I'm never like, I'm always coaching, I give shit to the coaches. But what about the Michigan media, man? Like, I'm really pissed off with the Michigan media. I feel like they lied to us, like I'm like, as in like, I watch, Sam Webb, Isaiah Hole, these type of people. I'm not a big fan of, first of all, Isaiah Hole, man, he's too positive. This guy, he just writes articles of how Michigan's gonna, they're looking like the best ever, like all the time. 2019 too, I remember that season. We all said, oh, Michigan, was going to go into playoffs, because a lot of the people were back. And it was just a bad season, 2019. And this year too, it's just like, I don't know who to get. Like, now I feel like a clown because, I talked to people, Ohio State podcast and Penn State and all that. And I was like so confident 3 weeks ago that, we were going to beat Texas. But, listening to Isaiah Hole, Sam Webb, these type of people. I don't even like Sam Webb, to tell you the truth. And Isaiah Hole's a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but he's too positive. That's the problem. And it's like, dude, I don't know what to say. Like, now I feel like a clown, not a Wolverine, because like they were just talking about there's no problems, everything's looking good. Like, what's your take on that? Do you think like the media just didn't know shit, or what? Like, I don't know.
Here's my take on it, because we also had a lot of positive reports too. Like, I got to own the reality of that. And here's the reality, though. Sam's not at practice. Isaiah Hole's not at practice. They have sources in the building who are looking at practice, and those sources were feeding Michigan positive reports. Like I do have a guy that I reach out to, and he does give me accurate information a lot. And I know he has access. I was getting positive shit too, man. It's crazy. Like it just, and I've had Burks, you watch us. Like I was saying, it's very interesting this fall camp. The only negative thing we're getting out of camp is the right tackle position's inconsistent. That's it. And the X position. They didn't quite, Fred Moore was looking like the leader, but between the X position and the right tackle, those were the two areas of question. Everything else apparently looked good. Offensive line was playing well. It was going to be at an elite level. The quarterback play was strong. Both quarterbacks were improving in the pocket, accurate, and we're going through their progressions. Orgy was an improved passer. Davis Warren was at 87% the week leading into week 1. These are all things we heard. Everyone heard. Right. And then, of course, you're not at practice. So what you're told, you're going to, now don't get me wrong. I'm sure some of this is true. And I'm sure when you play against the same people every single day, you know their tendencies, you know the weak points, you know everything about them. You can maybe take advantage of things because you're familiar with them. Right. So I'm sure there's truth to some of this. But this is the problem about when you don't have access to camp, you're limited to who's telling you what. Now, in my opinion, I wonder if if they were just, I don't know. It's very interesting. To me, again, I have no trust in the coaching staff now. They have to prove it because I agree with you. The positivity coming out of fall camp was very high. I was even telling John, and people know who watch our show, I was like, I can't remember this much intel coming out of fall camp because Jim Harbaugh would never allow this. The amount of stuff that was coming out of camp, Jim Harbaugh, no. It was Fort Knox. You barely heard anything out of fall camp. You'd get a couple things here and there. You'd even get some on. That's the thing too. Like you'd even get, the wide receiver position's a concern. Or I remember CB2 is a concern. Like the cornerback opposite of Will Johnson's like you'd get these type of things, and they were actually accurate. This camp, none of that. The only thing accurate was right tackle. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. It's kind of like this is like, and that's the thing. That's how I made my prediction is off a lot of the Michigan, even your predictions too, and stuff like that. The stuff that you talk about, which I really like what you talk about. I made my prediction off 9-3. Now I don't even know if we're going to be 9-3, and now and here's the thing. I care about I don't apologize, but I will say if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And now my prediction is saying we'll be 10-2, 9-3. Now it feels like it's not going to happen. And one more thing too is what I'm really concerned was our Newsome, the O-line coach. He was the tight end coach, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand why the hell he is the O-line coach because he just he was just a grad assistant and he became a tight ends coach and then he gets promoted to O-line coach. I really thought that we should have went in, hired someone who had O-line experience because this guy has he played O-line, right? But why the hell is he that's the thing. They give me your take on that. Do you think that's a wrong move they did, hiring him as the O-line coach? He has no experience.
Well, all right. So that's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting question you bring up because here's the reality of that situation. Grant Newsome was the former tight ends coach. Obviously, we know Sharon Moore was the offensive line coach. So you would think because Sharon Moore takes the head coaching position, he's going to have his hands on the position. It's not going anywhere. And Sharon Moore has essentially confirmed that, through interviews. Grant Newsome is looked at as a fast riser, an extremely bright, gifted, hardworking coach. It was just the natural progression. Just like Sharon Moore went to offensive line, Grant Newsome went to offensive line. You would have thought under the wing of Sharon Moore, this would transition. See, what I think, Burks, is maybe it's not so much. Here's what I think. I think it's not maybe so much the coaching because obviously that hasn't changed. Sharon's still there. Grant Newsome knows this. He was the tight ends coach, right? So he knows how this works. He's seen practice. He's been involved. He was also a former offensive lineman in Michigan. He understands the ins and outs of this. I think it's the lack of talent. Also, the inexperience. An offensive line has to gel. There's a lack of starts on the offensive line. See, again, we had such a major opponent week 2. If we had Texas later in the year, I do think we put up a better fight. I don't think we win. But it's definitely a better game. Michigan they're in a process right now where they are trying to find themselves. They're trying to find answers at positions offensively. I mean, look, we're going through right now a center battle and a right tackle battle in week 2. This isn't necessarily coach problem. This is a talent problem. Now don't get me wrong. Miles Hin, Josh Preeb, Giovanni Ohadi, who had his mistakes today. These players are ready to take it. I'm not so, but see, again, with offensive line, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And all it takes is one player. And Evan Link was getting whooped today, man. All it takes is one player to blow the whole thing up, right? And then on top of that, then you got to get to then run blocking, which is a different animal where like your timing has to be right. You have to allow your running back you have to create holes for your running back. You have to get movement. Like there just appears to be a lack of unity, cohesion with the offensive line group. And it's because they're still trying to figure out who is starters. Like it's just not, they're not ready. The reality is and it's on the coaching staff. It's on the coaching staff. Why are they not ready? It's your job to get them ready. They're not.
Yeah,
I don't think Grant Newsom's a terrible coach, though. I don't.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm actually pretty shocked because, we had the best O-line. I thought these guys would, they learned from the best. They were Joe Moore Award ×2, literally. So I was actually really surprised how they're not ready now. And there was even some of these guys even played. Giovanni and even another guy too. I'm forgetting his name, but these guys actually had snaps, and I thought guys would be ready, but it's just unfortunate, and it just sucks because I don't like to be. I was really surprised. Like there was just too much positivity, and sometimes you're gonna have to be a little. Steve Dace from Michigan podcast.
Yes. Yeah, we're aware of Steve.
You guys know him? All right, yeah. No, this guy actually he has some controversy. They call him Mr. Negative, but honestly,
he's emotional. He's
emotional, yeah. And he does even talk to Mark Rogers.
Yes, they're friends. They are friends.
Yeah, they're friends. He's not a bad guy, but I will say this: he's passionate. Yeah, he's passionate, but he, what I do like about him is he doesn't go over positive. He does some right takes, but at the same time, he can be extremely, extremely negative. But yes. I guess that some of these guys, they cannot, Michigan fans, I feel like they like to be over positive, even a lot of them, like the fans that I know. And I think that now, we should understand that now Jim Harbaugh is gone. He took all our staff. All right. And I'm still kind of mad that he did it, honestly.
Me too.
I'm pretty pissed off, actually, to tell you the truth. Yeah, he won a national championship, but he didn't give a fuck about what the future is,
Dude, the way he stole Ben Herbert is wild.
Yeah,
making him the highest paid strength and conditioning coach. And Ben Herbert, just so you know, they thought he was going to stay. They didn't think it was possible what the Chargers did.
I don't understand. Yeah.
The way he took some of these people, he took administrative people who have nothing to do with pro ball. Like he tried to get Abigail O'Connor, our nutrition. It's just, listen, I love Jim Harbaugh. We owe Jim Harbaugh an appreciation. He brought us back to relevance. He got us a national title. He is a legend. But damn, the way he took some people was wild. He really did gut us a little bit. He really did. He
didn't gut us. He stabbed us. He basically almost decapitated us, basically halfway.
Well, not that far. Not that far, but it didn't help. Let's just put it that way. It didn't help. Don't get me wrong, though. Michigan made some good hires, and Michigan's evolved in some areas. But we are experiencing, and as I've said, Berks, we are in the NIL era. You got to play ball. You got to get top talent. You got to get guys. If you want to reload like Michigan wants to do, you have to get the top dogs. And to get top dogs, you got to start buying. You got to start being aggressive like everyone else. Is what it is. And Michigan's already doing it. They're just not doing it aggressively enough. And there's reasons behind that, which we could probably get into for another 20 minutes, but we won't go down those roads. But all right, Berg. So how about this? Give me your final thoughts. I'm going to read our next super chats and then get to our next callers. I know Garrison's waiting very patiently to hop on the lines here. So, and B-Dub, I see you. Mike, I see you. We'll get you guys. So appreciate you guys calling in, waiting on the lines for us. What's your last thoughts here, Berks?
Yeah, no, it's just go blue, and just remember that we were national championships last year. This season, if it's not the best season, keep in mind that we had some dark eras. Okay, I was a Michigan fan. I knew it in 2011. I remember I was like when I first knew about University of Michigan and their football. It's crazy because I lived in Upper Peninsula, Michigan, where there were Packers fans. I did not know about University of Michigan. It's crazy, I know, but 2011, and then 2012, 13, 14, like those 3 years, 2012, 13, 14 were just awful. So keep in mind that, if this is a bad year, if it is, keep in mind that we've had worse and we finally won a national title. We have a great history. So like, just don't get, really mad. Like, who's got it better than us? Nobody. We're a world-class university. We are a blue blood program. We have a good athletic program and everything. So just because we have one, bad season doesn't mean it's like the end all be all. So that's all I want to say to you guys and to you too, TJ.
No, absolutely, Bergs. I think you bring a great point. Look, even if this year isn't to our expectations, Michigan's not going anywhere, bro. Like, yeah, it may be, it may not be a playoff run here. I mean, hopefully it is. It's still early. It's week 2. We'll see. Maybe the boys can get it figured out. I hope.
Yep. And good luck with your Lions too. Hey, good luck with your Lions. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, hey, we might have, depending on Jordan Love here, we may have, the division might already be ours. We'll see, though. But, listen, I don't wish injury on nobody, Burks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you, dude. You're a pretty good guy.
I will say fantasy football has made me a savage, though. Like, if I got a running back who's a handcuff, I'll be honest. If a player gets hurt, I'm not sad about it. But that's fantasy football. It made me a savage, But to your point, though, Burks, Michigan will figure it out. And he's right. Anyone who's, listen, don't lose faith in the team or the university. Like, they'll get it together. It's just disappointing. Shit. That shouldn't happen either, by the way. But thank you, Burks, for your call. Appreciate you, man, calling in.
Of course.
Go Blue, and hopefully you enjoy the Lions Sunday night. It should be a good game.
Hell no, man. Ugliest colors, man. Hell no. Ugliest.
All right,
ugliest blue. Yeah, bye.
All right, man. Have a good one. All right, to our super chats, Elijah again coming through. Who was one player today that really shocked you? I mean, positive or negative, Elijah? I mean, I guess I'll give you a positive. Shit. I mean, Ben Hall was positive. Ben Hall was a positive. Our kicker's a positive. That's all I can really give you. I think the team needs to get it together. In terms of a negative, who shocked me? Ernest Hausman. I was so surprised to see how many broken tackles happened with Ernest Hausman. That was disappointing. I thought he could be better. I expected better. I really did expect Ernest Hausman. Listen, Ernest Hausman, I believe, I'm pretty sure, was all Big Ten freshman out of Nebraska. Number 3 transfer player coming out. Number 1 linebacker. Big time. Kid's very athletically gifted. I don't know, man. I'm seeing some Brian John Marie issues that I saw in 2020. I'm seeing them again, and I don't like it. We'll see, though. B-Dub, who's waiting in the chat, he said, yo, what's the link? Also, go Blue. Things will get better. They will, B-Dub. Looking forward to your phone call. But in the meantime, we're going to get a friend of mine who will be at some point joining us on the call-in show, the Buckeye, Garrison. What's up, bud? How you doing? You are on mute, my friend. You're on mute. Oh, I can't hear you. Hey, chat, let me know if it's a me thing or a him thing. Can you guys hear Garrison? Okay. If you want, you can try again, Garrison. I'll hold your spot in line. If you want to come in, come out, try your audio. I'll read this super chat here. Yeah, just try again. You'll get front to the line. Just go in and go out. Elijah here, Hausman, Barham, and Grant for another year. Grant's gone. He's going to the NFL. Hausman, yeah, I mean, listen, if Hausman plays this way, he's not going. I mean, he's likely going to return. Barham, I would argue, yeah, I mean, listen, they can't play this way and think they're going to go to the NFL. They will likely be back. And I do expect Michigan to do. Yeah, I think it was him too, guys. The dog. But yeah, no, I think that you will. I think, listen, unfortunately, the reality, if the team does not perform well, guys don't get good draft grades. So we'll see. It's too early to figure that out, though. Let's get to about week 9 or 10 before we start looking at players returning. But it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility that some of these dudes might be coming back. If we don't have the year we expect, or at least a strong year. So again, appreciate everyone's super chats. We are at, for example, wow. So we are 60. We are at, all right. So let's see. We are $37 away from a 4th hour, which we have never done on any call-in show. Currently, we're in hour 2. So I owe you guys another hour and a half here, and we ain't going nowhere. I'm not leaving, as my boy said in Wolf of Wall Street. We're here for it. So we're 37 away from another hour. If you guys want to get us here for it, we are going to be here for it, or I will at least. John left me high and dry. That's okay though. We're teammates. That's what we do. Garrison has joined the chat. All right. What is up, man? You there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What's up,
I'm not
buddy?
sure what happened there.
All good.
What I was asking you was, how are you feeling so far? Are you feeling better yet?
I mean, I feel better because the community is dope, and you know, I love talking to everybody, and you know, we're all going through it. I'm sure you could imagine. You're probably enjoying the hell out of it, though. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I hit the over on I took the over 42, so I want to appreciate you guys for getting that last touchdown there. You guys made me some money.
We did it for you, man.
So, but you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But so like, you know, I live in Michigan, so I'm around a lot of people, and I was talking to my buddy earlier, and we were going down the schedule, and we asked how many wins on the rest of the schedule do we think are for sure wins. So I wanted to ask that question to you, because for us, we both said, okay, it seems like a 7-win season.
Okay, well, let's go through it. I'll pull it up.
And then the Buckeye in me couldn't help but say this to him. I wouldn't bet on this. I wouldn't even say it's gonna happen. There's a world where this is a 5-win team.
Ooh,
there's a world where that happens.
Yeah, I'm not there. Okay, but let's go through it.
Me either.
All right, well, let's go through it with everybody. So we got Arkansas State next. I think we would imagine that's a dub. Would you agree?
I hope you guys exercise some demons on them. That's what you should want to do.
Yeah, I agree. They better be pissed off in that game. We better see them. You know, unfortunately for Arkansas State, we better take it out on them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So yeah, I would hope that is the case. They're just our next victim, hopefully. USC. I mean, I know what I think. What do you think?
I mean, I've had to take a full 180 on USC. I mean, I've been saying I think you guys are going to crush them.
Well, what's funny is, so we have a USC channel in our network, and with Tim and Matt Zemek, shout out to them. They work for Wolverines, or I'm sorry, Trojan Wire USA Today. So we did a show with them. They predicted Michigan to win. This was in April or May. They predicted Michigan to win. But I mean, I know you saw what I saw. Looks like USC can play some defense, so we might have a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem for not just us. That's a problem for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just, you know, all right, we'll say that's a loss.
And this isn't about wins and losses. I'm saying what wins do we know you guys are for sure going to win?
Okay. Well, all right. I'll take Arkansas State. I'll take Minnesota. I'll take Washington. I don't think Washington's very good. I'll take Illinois. I'll take Michigan State. I don't think they're ready. I think we're beating Indiana and we're beating Northwestern.
Okay, so when we went through it, we don't know if Michigan State's a for sure win.
Why? I mean, for sure is hard to call, right? But I think we get them.
Yeah,
you don't think so?
Man, not with that offense. I just can't. I can't watch that from. And don't get me wrong, I'm very happy about it. Everything that I've been saying for the last 4 months has been true, but I never thought the O-line would have the issues that it has today. And
I agree with that. I didn't see that coming either.
I thought that was the one position outside of tight end, of course, where I didn't think it was going to be as good as the last 3 years, but I don't think it was somewhere for a fan or even Michigan itself to be worried about.
Yeah, no, it's a far bigger issue than I didn't imagine this would be like this. I did not imagine we'd have a center right tackle issue plus a cohesion. I expected it to be better. I didn't expect it to be as good as last year, but I expected it to be way better than it is. It's a problem. But like, here's the thing though, like, dude, Michigan State is not Texas.
I'm not saying they're Texas.
No, I know, but like, I don't know. Michigan State hasn't earned my like. What do you think about Aiden Childs, Mr. 50%? What do you think about him?
I think he would start for you today.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe. I assume you guys have better.
Alex Orji can throw 50%.
In high school.
Yeah, he was a big time recruit out of high school. I don't disagree with you.
I don't know. Look, Alex Orji is not a D1 quarterback. Not by any. I don't
Maybe.
see it. And I reiterate what Devin Gardner said the other day. If he was good in practice and he was doing everything everyone said, and I've been listening to this whole time and what you've been saying about the coaches and trusting in them, then why can't he throw the ball? Why can't he play 2 plays in a row?
No, obviously not. The results speak for themselves. The coaches do not trust Alex Orji. If they trusted Alex Orji, we'd see far more than what he's done, especially through the air.
Yeah.
They have zero trust in Alex Orji. They bullshitted all of us, which is disgusting, to be honest with you. Like, why do that? What are you getting out of it? You're just making yourselves look bad. Like, it's more like they were hoping it's crazy. It's almost like they went into the season hoping he'd be good instead of like the reality of it. And it's like, damn, you guys really you guys went all in on this quarterback duo or even trio, Jack Tuttle, and you didn't get a portal quarterback. And we're going into the season with this shit. And then, like, you think this is even okay?
I have a question for you. At what point, as Sharon Moore, at what point do you give a call to Jaden Davis's parents and you say, listen, I know you wanted him to redshirt this year. That was part of getting him here.
Yeah.
It's time to put him on the field. At what point do you think they do that?
Well, let's look at the schedule again. Well, definitely not USC. I'd say probably about Illinois game, Washington, Illinois game. If it keeps trending the direction it's going, they'll have a real talk with them and be like, look, we want to put you in a position to develop now. We want you to be a part of the future. I mean, there's no question that Jaden Davis is looking to be QB1 next year. I think I know that's the plan. And this is, I can't even I don't even believe what I'm going to say, but like, word out of camp was he looked good. I don't know. Is it true? We'll find out. But, I don't believe anything out of camp now. So we'll see. So it's interesting. I mean, I'll say this though. I liked his tape. I think Jaden Davis is actually a good quarterback, but we'll find out, we'll all learn together. But I would say probably mid-October, if things keep trending the same way, if we do not have an answer at QB1, you might very well be right, Garrison, that Alex Orji is not a power 4 quarterback, right? He might be a group of 5 quarterback, right? He's not a power 4 quarterback.
I think you guys could use him as like a wide receiver tight end hybrid, man. Like,
I know
there's so many other things he could do.
Our coaching staff doesn't seem to know how to utilize its players and put them in the best position to succeed, which is a very big red flag for me. I am seeing a bunch of issues and misuses of players and a bunch of misidentification of talent or dude, I don't know. It's and then I don't know. Did you see Sharon Moore's interview that he did last week where they asked, are you going to use Alex Orji more? And he's like, yeah, with a big grin and a smile. And then he said something else. It's like, oh, what are we doing? You really believe what you're saying? Because 1, you're not doing it. And 2, I don't know. It's interesting, man. It's interesting to watch. I'm sure as an Ohio State Buckeye, you're loving it, but we're all kind of like, what is this shit, dude?
It's not. I'll tell you what. It's not even about me being a Buckeye, because I understand how easy it is to say, oh, you're only saying that because you're a Buckeye, you're biased and all of that. But I everything I say, I truly mean. I'm looking at it from honestly a football perspective, but not just a Buckeye.
Objectively, yeah.
Objectively. Thank you. There's no way I could see that you're having a whole new O-line. Only 2 of the guys haven't started, and I never knew you guys were going to start a freshman at right tackle. Never knew that was going to happen.
Redshirt freshman.
Redshirt freshman. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I've never been sold on your wide receivers. You didn't go in the portal and get one when you need a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, but
you did.
Yeah, dude.
You didn't go in the portal and get a quarterback.
Blows my mind. The wide receivers.
How
the hell CJ Charleston and Amarion Walker? Where's Amarion Walker? That's your solution? This is what I mean.
Dude.
You guys thought this was an answer? What are we dude? Listen, as much shit as I
You're right.
Now listen, I do wish you guys would just own. I wish you guys took the losses the last 2 years like Alabama took it. Listen, they won. It is what it is. I wish you guys had that approach. That's really my biggest issue with Buckeyes. Outside of that, I do appreciate you guys being well, we got to be fucking better. Donors, figure it out. New athletic director. Let's go. You guys got everyone on the same page. You guys are all in. You guys go get Chip Kelly. you guys are locked in. Like you guys have figured out your weaknesses. Now I do think, and this isn't a Buckeye call. When I have you and Bryce on, we'll talk about it more. But like,
Yeah, we'll do that.
I think you guys may have put a little too much blame on McCord, but whatever. He's balling at Syracuse. But anyways, the point being is
that's your guy, man. That's your guy.
Hey, when you have Alex Orji and Davis Warren, you know, McCord might be your guy. You know what I mean? But
no, I mean you've been on that for a long time now, saying that should go into the portal. And so I guess I was talking to my buddy earlier at the bar, and I said, you're telling me that there was a lot of talented quarterbacks last year in college football. You're telling me none of them, or not? I'm not going to say that they reached out to him, they didn't want to play there, but you didn't think to reach out to anybody that would leave like the quarterback at Toledo. If you know what I'm talking about. The really dynamic quarterback there. I can't think of his name.
No, but okay, I get where you're going though, and I got some answers for you here.
You didn't think to give him a call legally or illegally. If you're doing it legally, cool. Take the fine. I'm a Buckeye. I know we're dirtbags. And I live with it and I love it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that too, by the way. I'm not mad at nobody playing the game. Everyone's playing the game. That's that's the thing that pisses me off. Like like, oh, Michigan cheated. Bitch. Everyone is playing the game. Like NIL just became a free-for-all in February because of Tennessee. Prior to that, you could not give kids bags of money. Everybody was giving kids bags of money. Okay, like that's ridiculous. That this morality in college football. There hasn't been morality in college football since the freaking 40s or the 50s. Right. You know what I mean? The shit that was going on in the 60s. People started getting money in the 70s. We all know what happened with SMU. They weren't the only one playing that shit. Like,
for sure.
Crazy though. Crazy. Like college football is not clean. It's probably one of the most corrupt. You know, I don't want to say corrupt, but
it's a dirty game. It's a dirty game, man.
It's a dirty game. That's what it is. Corrupt's not the right word. It's just a dirty game. Like, you know, I'm sure you heard about what you guys did to shit. Who was that wide receiver you guys got that was supposed to get us on a visit? You guys.
Porter.
Yeah, Porter. Did you hear about what they did to make him not visit us?
Hey, man.
Wild, bro. Why? Like the shit.
But it's kind of like you tell the girl, hey, I'm either choosing you or her. He chose us. I mean,
right. Well, and they basically did what you do to a girl. It's like, look, if you go see him, it's done.
Right? It's a wrap. No scholarship. It's a wrap.
Take a scholarship and everything, bro. Hey, you know what? You guys got the job done. You're doing what you need to do. I'm not mad at you. You know, like,
yeah, man. I think I'm gonna get out of here.
Like, you know, I don't like you, but I do respect. There are things about it I respect. But
I'm gonna let the rest of the Michigan fans talk, and because it's your guys' page, and I expect things to get better for you guys. I mean, there's. I don't think it's the most insane talent. Like you talked about the talent earlier, the lack of talent, but there's talent there.
There's
so
talent. It's not
like me. I said to Bryce on our show. I said I wonder if El Hadi might be better at his position than Colson Loveland is. I think El Hadi has the talent to be a first round offensive lineman. But I mean, things have to come together. You know, it's a new team, and so we'll see what happens. But thanks, man. I appreciate you. Let me come up here.
Yeah, definitely, man. Always good to talk to you. I love talking that shit on social media. That's always fun. And looking forward to when you and Bryce hop on the call-in show, man. Good luck until you play. Well, actually, not good luck. Take the L's, but you probably
bro. Like I said, man, we just came off a very big rivalry game with Akron. We got to face the best school, the best team in the state of Michigan, Western Michigan, the Broncos. So I actually thought about going to the bars in Kalamazoo, but no, I'm gonna stay home.
Yeah. It's probably better because this way, when you take your L against Western, it won't be so hard, man. All right, buddy. We'll go blue, as you know. We'll talk. All right, peace out, man. Shout out to Garrison. He's a trooper. He is a Buckeye I do like. There's only so many. I can count on like maybe one, at most two hands, how many Buckeyes I do enjoy. So here's an update on where we are. We are definitely 3 hours. So we have an hour 20 left in the show. We are 36 away from a 4th hour. Hey, let's do the damn thing. We don't run from it. We like a bison. We go head on into the storm. Next up is Mike, and then BW after that. True Michigan fan, you are back. And then Cody Mumford, we'll get to you as well. What is up, Mike? Please unmute yourself, and we'll talk some ball. What's up?
What's up?
You tell me, man. What's going on?
I'm just hanging from the ceiling, bro. No,
right. You me both, dude.
So I was watching the postgame presser stuff, and man, Davis is such a good. It's so hard to hate on that kid because of the story and that. And I got to be honest. I mean, like, as bad as he is, I just think he was put in there's been so much time. You guys have talked through everything already, but I'm noticing so many things. Like I was talking it through with a buddy, and just, I mean, like Jason Barham, I don't even know that his best position would be middle linebacker, and the team. I mean, you put that kid on as an edge rusher with his size and speed, and like at this point, it seems like that may be. My bigger point is that I just feel like there's so many people out of place and players, and it's just it's like
Right.
not a team anymore. Like, it doesn't feel like the team. It just feels like a bunch of guys doing freelancing, and
Well,
I just
what it looks like, and I think what you're describing is a team that lacks unity, cohesion, and players being utilized to the best of their abilities. We have a team that looks patched together. That we don't have answers. Like we don't have, and we talked about this. Not to like repeat, but right tackle, X position, running back, quarterback. What are we doing?
yeah.
I don't know. Center. Is it
Oh,
is it Judice or is it Crippen? I don't think it's solidified yet. So I mean, it's just interesting that we are in this position, and then to top it off, they go into the season like this,
yeah.
and they go into it confidently. Whoa,
That's what blows my mind, dude. The
blows my mind,
positivity
dude.
coming into this. I mean, it's like a slap in the face. If I would have been cool if they were like, look, it's gonna be a development year. I would be like, all right, we won the natty, cool. But like we're thinking that we're gonna come into this and compete at least, and then we get our ass whooped like that at home. Like what
Yeah.
the
Yeah, no, exactly. And like it's crazy to me. Like I don't know. What's crazy to me is like I don't know what result they expected. Like, how did you not expect the result we're seeing? It seems to me, because a lot of us were a little going into the spring game, a lot of us were like, okay, we need a quarterback. We don't have an X wide receiver. Now, we didn't think the offensive line, like Garrison pointed out, we didn't think the offensive line was going to be like this. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone anticipated that. Even Buckeyes didn't anticipate that. But we did anticipate some of these questions, but Michigan went straight ahead and said, no, it's okay. We got it. We're going to develop these guys and we got the answers, and we'll get a Marion Walker and we'll get CJ Charleston, and we'll be fine. Listen, even if you wanted to ride with Davis Warren, you didn't put him in the best position to succeed. Now, I do know that they were trying to find a right tackle in the portal and nothing opened up. But here's the thing about the portal. So here's the thing to anyone who maybe isn't paying attention to the portal or is maybe not paying attention as much as recruiting. In today's era, all you need to do, and it's not this simple, but it is in a way, you reach out to their agent, you let them know you're interested, they will let you know if they're interested, and then negotiations will begin. Once you come to an agreement, they will enter the portal. That is how this works now. It's not that hard. The reality is Michigan did not want to be highest bidder for certain players. They were not willing to pay more money or like larger amounts of money for certain players. There's a player that we almost landed that Georgia got, Travis Etienne Jr. Believe it or not, Michigan was in talks with Travis. They were, and what I'm saying is not necessarily legal, but they were in talks with Travis Etienne Jr. They reached out to him. They were in conversations. His family was interested. Well, guess what? Highest bidder got him. Hello, Georgia. Now he's in Georgia. So Michigan didn't want to play ball. How nice would it be to have Travis Etienne Jr.? You know what I mean? Like, right. So that was a player that they were in talks with at Florida. He wanted to get out of there. Stuff like that. So it's interesting to see what Michigan literally put themselves in this position, and now they got to lay in it. And we're all gonna watch it together. Now, again, it's week 2.
right.
Week 3 is gonna be interesting. What do they do to Arkansas State? What's the difference? How do they come out?
See, I'm wondering. I don't know. I've watched a whole shitload of YouTube from Texas perspective. I try and go across the spectrum of teams when I'm playing them, but I gotta say, part of me wonders, did they really just try to hammer the Alex Orji quarterback thing home in camp, and then it just has completely fucked them because now they have to run a pro style offense, and the whole camp they were trying to implement spread option concepts, and now they're just banking on the fact that these kids were in a pro style offense for 2 to 3 years and thought that they would just pick it right back up. Like that's kind of what it's. I mean, the offensive line is getting shit kicked, and Texas's D line. I mean, USC is gonna kill us in 2 weeks if that's what we show up like.
I know. And so they did go all in on Orji. Orji was supposed to be the guy.
Yeah.
They literally invested all in on Orji all off season, hoping he would develop. Kirk Campbell. See, this is again, you got to understand your strengths and your weaknesses. Kirk Campbell obviously was overconfident, thinking he could get Alex Orji to the next level, or at least a competitive level, or at least a competent level. Well, it appears that failed. Again, so that's on your coaching staff. And this is why, again, I'm not telling anyone how to think, but I can't trust it. I can't trust it. You've shown me I can't trust it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it sucks to already be questioning it that much, but
yeah, it does suck. Week 2, it does suck.
Yeah, I agree with you though. Like, I'm just, it just seems so. The biggest red flag that 3rd and 2, and I know you guys have talked over this till it's dead today, but that 3rd and 2 when it was 7-0, I mean, momentum's real, And when I saw them pull Orji in, and they just run his ass straight up the middle, no RPO, nothing, just run him straight up the middle where I'm like, what are we doing? Like, and then it's still, you got 4th down and you're in the red zone. Your defense has been shredded twice. You got lucky once because they miss a kick, so you're still only 7-0. So go for it. Like, you're going to be, you've seen your defense was getting shredded already. I don't know how your decision in that moment is to kick a field goal. I get that the kicker's a fucking boss and like maybe that whatever, but like, dude, we got to score points here. And oh man, I don't know. This looks bad. And then I have to get this out of my chest with the Jim Harbaugh stuff because I've heard people talking about it.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Oh man, when I saw that he pulled Ben Herbert, like one thing, when the rumor came out and then he signed with the Chargers, I just kept saying, as long as Ben Herbert stays, we're good. As long as Herbert stays, man. Like,
yeah, we need it.
Dude, the kids, all they talked about last year, before they would talk about Jim, before they would talk about Sharon, anybody, they would talk about Ben Herbert. And when he got pulled, I was like, fuck Jim, dude. Like, that's what my first response was, because it felt like he pulled the heart out of the program right there.
Yeah, I'm not on some, F Jim shit. I can't do it because he did so much for us, man. And he is a Michigan, legend, and I appreciate it. But I can call a spade, and that was some dirty bullshit because Michigan. So there was rumors and speculation that Jim was interested in Ben Herbert.
Yeah.
Well, there was a belief that the Chargers would never offer the amount of money. Ben Herbert put out a number that he didn't. That was essentially. In pro football, you don't pay strength and conditioning coaches over $1 million, let alone the amount of money he got.
Yeah.
So he put out a number that this is what it would take. No one thought it was going to happen, right? Ben Herbert even told those in Ann Arbor that he was going to be coming back. He was at Sharon Moore's press conference, which again, you do that out of support and all that. But even at the press conference, word was Ben Herbert's looking to remain at Michigan. He even told the players he was going to be back.
Yeah.
Chargers up the offer. Boom, he's gone. It was dirty. It is messed up. I mean, I get it. Like, the argument is, well, if you're going to go to a new coaching staff or if you're going to go to a new job, you're going to bring the best people with you. Okay, that's fine. But then all the other people you take with you, like you take other administrators. There's a girl on the recruiting department. I can't remember her name. Maybe in the chat somebody knows. Yanked her. She was a good player. She was very good. And there's no recruiting in college or in NFL, so there's no reason to take her. I mean, and not only that, he tried taking. I told this Abigail O'Connor. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, why are you taking everybody from Michigan? Like, why are you not putting us? Like, you have all these connections in the NFL. Like, why are you like? I understand some. Like, you could take Jesse Minter. That's fine. That's a natural progression. You know what I mean? Like, there are people you take. But like, there's certain people that you're taking that doesn't quite add up, and you're putting us in a very bad spot. So I don't know. It is what it is, though. I mean, at the end of the day, he's done so much.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
Mike, we didn't do enough in the offseason. Sharon didn't do enough. Like, this isn't necessarily.
What time do you have to do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, here's one. That's my last thing I was going to get to. Actually, is like because of the fucking he and Han between him and JJ, the time, Alabama gets Kalen DeBoer around the same time, but that's fucking Alabama, man. I mean, they got 5 stars till the fucking wheels fall off down there,
Right.
But I mean, Sharon, as much as I want to be pissed, who could, who was available and who could he pull, especially with the shit going on with the NCAA, people maybe not wanting to hop in, not knowing what's going on. I just felt like it was a bad situation in the timing, and then God, man, I don't know. Anyway,
well, they could have the April portal that is a very true statement. It was a very bad situation for the portal because we didn't know what Harbaugh was going to do. He was undecided. He didn't make his mind up on the Chargers. He didn't even make his mind up on the Chargers until the Chargers made an offer that would have made him one of the highest paid coaches in the NFL. And unfortunately, on Michigan's end, and Michigan did not make their best offer until the Chargers made their best offer. Like Michigan should have been more aggressive from the beginning. They didn't. That was a mistake on Michigan's end. Then JJ did not make a decision until he knew what Jim Harbaugh was going to do. So JJ didn't. So for example, Michigan was in conversations with Dante Moore, who's now in Oregon. Dante Moore left UCLA. He was looking for a new home. Michigan was involved in that. Because he didn't know what JJ was going to be doing, they couldn't promise him anything, and he went another direction. He wasn't the only quarterback. There was other quarterbacks they reached out to, but because they didn't know, one, what the head coach was going to do. So if you don't know who the next head coach is going to be, why would you play for a university you don't know who the head coach is going to be? Exactly. Why would you play for a university if you don't know if you're going to be starting or not? Mm-hmm. So, and now we all know Dante Moore is not starting at Oregon. Dylan Gabriel is, but
for now.
But Oregon is, right, the way they're playing, right? Oregon was offering way more than Michigan, okay? But Dante Moore was actually interested in development, believe it or not. His second go around, not his first go around. So it's, it's very, like, the April portal was absolutely terrible timing, but the December portal was absolutely terrible timing. But the April portal, that's on Michigan. They needed to do better, and they didn't. You can make moves. They didn't make moves.
So is this kind of like you could tell me if I'm being biased, and then I'll end it here. But with Ward, man, I know that the N.I.L stuff, we have to have the donors. And I've heard you were saying that the opinion is changing within.
It's evolving. Dusty May is a big reason for that too.
The
region's on board too now. There's a lot of change at Michigan with that.
Yeah. So like, I'm looking forward to the years to come. And I'm not over this year yet. I'm just mad with how bad it was today. But I mean, it sucks because it just feels like they were just a little behind on the N.I.L, and because of that, it's just gonna, there's gonna be a year or two, and hopefully it doesn't.
Right.
It's like scars from the past. We all know, fucking after App State, man. Like we just pray to God that this doesn't.
That's a long time ago.
But
look. Here's the deal. I mean, listen, this isn't a nihilistic look. Listen, Michigan will get it together. It's just bad now. It just sucks right now. But like, they're going to figure it out. They already know. Michigan is well aware. If anyone listens to Jared Wagner, who's the head of Champions Circle, the N.I.L collector for Michigan, they are well aware they need to do better. They are the regents, the Santono, even Ward himself, Mr. Reluctant N.I.L himself. He was reluctant. He's on board now. Okay. He's evolved as well. They've all evolved. In January. So for those who don't know, we have a bunch of new viewers. Again, thank you everybody watching. Please subscribe if you have not subscribed. Please like the video if you've not liked it. But so in the month of January, teams were coming very aggressively at Michigan, trying to get their players to enter the transfer portal, which is how you do it, which is what I've been explaining. This is how you play the game. You get these players to enter you reach out to the agent, you start talking, you get numbers going, and then once you come to an agreement, they enter the portal. That's how this works. It's dirty, it's illegal, but it's how the game is played right now. This is how Xavier Worthy got to Texas, by the way. That's why he's not a Michigan Wolverine. But anyways, so Michigan had to up its game. It had to really reach out to donors, get aggressive, and pay these players to stay at Michigan, because Michigan could be in a far worse position than they are in, which is really interesting to say because it doesn't look that good right now. But because of that, you've seen a progression. And then in March and April, there was a real philosophy change at Michigan where they decided to start paying high school players. And the reason why that happened, by the way, is because of the Tennessee lawsuit in February, where essentially the courts told the NCAA, and the NCAA also agreed that they can't enforce N.I.L anymore. They can't do it. So because there's no enforcement, Michigan was like, okay, let's play ball. So then the donors started getting even more aggressive. Their current NIL budget is $12.5 million. It was last year $4.5 million. So they've tripled it. They are improving. It is getting better. But as Ward Manuel spoke about 2 weeks ago, that the donor base is still not there yet. It's not like Texas. It's not like Miami. It's not like USC, where you have these donors who are really willing to throw money at the university, because we have a major donor in Stephen Ross, for example, the owner of the Miami Dolphins. He doesn't believe he should be paying college athletes. Okay. So you have, and he's not the only one. You also have I would say a contingent of regents and even some of the higher ups in Michigan, money decision makers, who also are still not fully on board with, paying players. Now, the next interesting step for Michigan is going to be, what is the revenue share? What's the revenue split? How much is going to go to the football team? And I promise you guys this, if the results continue the same, they're going to get their shit together. They will get their shit together, because no one is going to accept this. We all know what the Brady Hoke Rich Rod era was like.
Yep.
We all went through it. They don't ever want to go there again. I think red flags are being raised right now. Listen, if we are all feeling the way we're feeling, you better believe there are people in Ann Arbor who are feeling very similar.
Well, that's good. I mean, as long as, I hate to be an overreactor with it, but it just seems
it's fair, man. It's okay to have an instant reaction like this,
Yeah.
Like we're all pissed.
Yeah, I figured we were going to lose, to be honest, but I mean, the way that we lost was just
it was bad.
Yeah,
it was bad. It was a bad loss, dude.
But I appreciate you hearing me out, and love the show, and go blue no matter what. So
absolutely, bro. It is always go blue, my friend, and thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Don't be a stranger, all right, man?
Definitely won't. Later.
All right, Mike. Have a good one. Yeah, and I want to apologize if you guys see me texting on my phone right now. It's because we have a fellow analyst in the network who just lost his laptop, and he's reaching out to me right now to see if I can start his post-game show later tonight. So let me just respond to him real quick and let him know I got his back, because he was on a bus. He's actually in Lincoln, Nebraska. Actually, never mind. Too much information. Okay, so anyways, let's keep it moving. Let's read these super chats. Okay, so let's see. We are at Drewfus with the $1.99. B-Dub, you were up next, by the way. Drewfus, the $1.99. Go blue, Drewfus. It's always go blue, bro. Even if the game isn't the greatest, it's always, we don't switch teams, we don't switch sides, we stay loyal. That's the way it goes. Elijah Bowman, can we say Kirk recruiting Davis and Hart shows how Orji and Warren aren't the right QBs for the offense he is trying to run? No, I wouldn't say that, because, and the reason why I wouldn't say that is because Orji and Warren were before Kirk Campbell became quarterback coach. So Orji and Warren are Matt Weiss recruits. Orji is definitely one. Warren was a walk-on. So when Kirk took over, he got us Jaden Davis. Jaden Davis fits the offense we're trying to run. Hart definitely fits the offense we are trying to run. I would argue Carter Smith does not fit the offense we're trying to run. Carter Smith is a project. Carter Smith is what I would call an Alex Orji type, a player who needs to develop his mechanics and get better at throwing. And I'll be honest, early in the indicators are he is not. So, but it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but it doesn't matter, because the reason why it doesn't matter is because you have Jaden Davis, who should be your QB1 starting next year. And then you have Brady Hart, who will be ready by the time Jaden Davis moves on to the next level. So we are in a good position. Now, I'm curious to see if they go quarterback shopping in the portal this year. They may not. They may not because of Jaden Davis, but I would like to see Jaden Davis get some run. Now, here's the thing, too, about Jaden Davis I want people to be aware of if you're not. You have a 4-game rule in college football where you don't lose your red shirt. So I actually think it's possible we only see him get into about 4 games this year, because I know they don't want to burn it. They want him to develop. They do have a developmental path for Jaden Davis. It'll be interesting to see how they go about it if the season continues on the trajectory it's on. So interesting point, Elijah. Appreciate your super chat. Another one from Elijah. Again, Elijah, I want to give you a shout out. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. You are putting in mad work right now. We are very close to extending ourselves to another hour. We are, let's see, let me look at the numbers. Okay, we are $28 away from a 4th hour. So appreciate everyone for contributing and showing us love. It is all love, and we appreciate that. And thank you everybody again for watching. B-Dub, my friend. What's up, dog?
What's up?
You tell me, man. The shirtless wonder is back. What's up, man?
Oh, it's been a long day, dude.
You look like you're going through it, B-Dub.
I drove 5 hours from Chicago. I listened to the whole thing through my earbud through YouTube.
No shit.
Man.
Hey, thanks for checking in the show, man.
Yeah, it was was a long drive.
What you sipping on, bro?
Jack.
There you
Jack
go.
and
There you go.
Dr.
All
Pepper.
our callers, not all of them, but Juju sipping on the Henny. We got B-Dub getting some Jack going. Boys starting early today.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. I'm on a parent schedule, so you got to get in early. But no, I mean, I just wanted from what I see the big picture. I see the small picture of everything. Right? I'm optimistic. There's a belief in me no matter what. Right? So when I said 21-17, I honestly believe that. I think if we had some third down stops, okay, different story. It's not the case. So. I think from what I can see, right, and hear, because I listened to it for 5 hours, 4 hours, whatever, that it's just a development type of year, sadly. It's something where Michigan is always that developmental program, right? That means you get 3 to 4 stars, right? That means you got to put on weight. That means you got to sit a little bit. You got to show what you got. You got to sit, wait, develop, and see what happens in a year or two. Sadly, this is a year where you're going to get cast in the fire, right? So schedule doesn't help at all. If it was last year or the year before, right, where we were playing East Carolina or Northern Illinois or any other team that's like, okay, we're going to pub stomp them, but we're going to, preseason it up here. Okay, makes sense. This isn't the year, right? So this is definitely you get casted by fire. You find out what you're made of. And it looks like, sadly, some of these guys just aren't up to par, right? I was, from what I'm hearing the whole game, it was Sark was just playing mouse games with Wink's defense. Wink, it was just cat and mouse. It was like, oh, you're gonna Mason, Graham and Grant's in the middle, no problem. Let's go outside. Oh, they're back in, or they're out. Okay, we're running up the middle. So it's, it's something where you got to have players develop. We don't have those 5 stars. We're not paying for them right now. So you got to develop the guys, and you need a schedule that allows these guys to develop, and that's not the case, right? So I just want everyone just to set expectations decently. I was hoping for something better, but it looks like we just need time to develop. We just need time. And again, like we've all said, we don't have time this year. So
yeah, that's the problem. It's the
when you don't have time.
No time.
When you don't have time, it's like, all right, we got to try to get it together real quick, and that's why you get those 5 stars, right? Because that means they're taller, they're bigger, they're faster. Usually, they're stronger sometimes. So that's why Georgia is who Georgia is, right? Because they had that higher tier of athletes sometimes that I don't need a whole season to develop this guy. This guy's going to pop now. I mean, look at that kid from. Is it South Carolina? Is that who that kid is? That freshman that's popping off? That DN?
Dan, did Notre Dame lose? Did Notre Dame just lose, chat? Not to cut you off, but I think we need something to celebrate. I think Notre Dame just freaking blew it, bro. They just lost to Northern Illinois.
14-13.
Let's just double check here. It says the clock has hit 0. I don't mean to cut you off because you were bringing some good points, but we can always celebrate a Notre Dame loss. Take that, Notre Dame.
Oh man, isn't that crazy? That's so sad.
That sucks, man. I don't feel
that one guy is gonna have a problem. I got one guy's gonna have an aneurysm now. That one guy, you know what I'm talking about? That little Irish guy who's like a decent amount of following. I don't even know what the name of it's called. Like the Angry Irishman or whatever. That guy who loses his shit.
I don't know. Hey, whatever, man. Take it. I'm sure they were probably laughing. Well, who's got the last laugh now, huh? But
their chances are cooked now. They're done.
Yeah, that's another bad. Notre Dame is such an overrated ass program, bro. Join a conference. Quit being a little girl about it. Just join a conference and see that. Notre Dame would get so exposed in the Big Ten, and they would never do the SEC. They would never do it.
They don't because they know what they have to do, right? They're a Christian school. They know their limitations, right?
Yeah,
I don't think we know our limitations, but they definitely don't know. And they're like, they have one. You got to have high academic marks to go there. The one you got to, Jesus, all that stuff. Hey, I'm all about Jesus too. Well, I don't force it upon people. You don't gotta tell them to go to church every Sunday. But they're almost as delusional. No, they're more delusional than us by far.
Yeah, that fan base is wild, bro. They're like in their own world. They really think they're something.
Well, when you set the pedestal so low for yourself and you just dominate most of the time, right? Except you get exposed by good teams
all the time. Like occasionally they'll play a good
They
game.
remind me of us. Remember all those? Yeah, remember all those years in Michigan, man? Remember the Denard Robinson years, man? I remember those years like it was yesterday where it's like, bro, dude, we are cooking it. We are 3-0, man. We are 4-0, dude. We're going to the Big Ten play. Like, that's it, man. Like, we got it. And that's Notre Dame. They're always like, dude, we got it. We're crushing all these low level teams, man. Wait till we get into the shit. You know, and they drop the ball.
Yeah.
I don't want to remember those years. Shoelace, God bless his soul.
You said God rest his soul. He didn't pass away.
No,
bro.
God bless his soul. God bless his soul. God bless his soul.
Like God rest his soul, dude. He's not gone.
No. Oh my God. No. I hope he's doing great.
Notre Dame, let's enjoy that. I gotta tell our social media guy to post about that.
I can't believe. I want to know what he's gonna say though. I can't wait to tune into that. See what he says.
Yeah. But to your point. Actually, B-Dub, let me knock these super chats out because everyone's being so generous.
Go for it.
Okay, I gotta scroll down because it moved me. Let's see. So Elijah Bowman said, we should have just threw the bag at Dante Moore. I mean, so in December, Michigan was
obviously a miss, right? Well, I thought didn't he come back? Didn't we were in April?
He would have came here. He
Didn't we double back on April?
No, because he already went to Oregon.
Oh, okay.
No, he went to Oregon in December. So
that was a bad time, which I still think that's a bad. I understand the whole school side of things, but man, those periods suck, dude. Especially for college football, they suck.
Dude, they need to get rid of December transfer portal. It needs to be April. Just make it April.
Yeah, because how can any of the top teams try and do anything? They're trying to come up with game plans, practice, train, all this stuff, and then
the new portal season. Or the portal season is the first 2 weeks of the college football playoffs. So imagine being a team in the playoffs. And your first 2 weeks as you're prepping for these games is while the transfer portal is going on. So you're not only trying to keep your players, right? You're trying to get other players for next year while you're prepping for the biggest games of the year. Nuts, dude. NCAA is a joke. But okay, let's keep it rolling here. Elijah Bowman again. Honestly, I'd be fine not getting a QB in the portal if Jaden is ready, as long as we get him elite weapons. And I think that is maybe potentially more important, right? Like if Jaden is ready, if next year all right, here's the thing. When you have a quarterback like Jaden Davis, who is a talent like he is, okay, and he has shown early signs in camp, and I know we got to take that with a grain of salt right now. But he's shown early promising signs. And even in the Elite 11, he played really well in live action drills. Like, he does look good. I've seen his film. Like, I'm high on Jaden Davis. When you have a quarterback like that, then you do go through growing pains. You do go through growing pains with the young redshirt freshman, right? But when you have that type of situation, you can be optimistic because you see the promise, you see the future, you see the vision. And you're right. If you do put him, if he is going to be the guy next year, you have to get him weapons. The offensive line needs to be sound. He needs receivers that can get open and make plays. The running back will be figured out. We got Jordan. See, like, I don't know, maybe there's people who aren't as tapped in on things and they're just getting back into football because it's a new season. But we have Jordan Marshall, guys. And if you don't know who Jordan Marshall is, I highly recommend take a look at his huddle tape. He's Mr. Ohio, Gatorade Player of the Year, one of the top running backs in the nation. He's a freshman. He probably should be getting more action. You saw him do some kick return today. He will be a player. Yeah. That's a very good player. It's possible. What up?
I found that funny that I thought it was coach speak because Tony Alford was probably trying to, appeal to him, right? They're like, yo, coach, why ain't I getting no playing time? Thought you said something. So he's like, all right, I'll get you some playing time. Now, I thought it was just coach speak just to keep him happy, but actually punt return, I was like, no shit. No shit. Kid got his way.
The way it's looking, bro, they need some more Ben Hall and Jordan Marshall and Donovan Edwards used a little differently. I don't think I'm not let's not have Donovan Edwards play. That's not me. You need to optimize Donovan Edwards. He's not being used correctly.
I'm assuming in the sense where I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, where they use blue in the RPO in the flat. That's how you get Donovan Edwards going, right? You get him in space, you get him in the flat. That's just one way. Obviously, you can maybe run it out or, a Texas route or whatever to get open. But I get it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Hold on. I was just doing some quick counting. So we are $3 away from a fourth hour. I want to give a shout out to everybody. You guys are all coming through right now. So like we're gonna keep pushing. Rico's up next. How is revenue sharing going to help U of M when they'll be on a socialist shit and give half the money to women's Gold Fishing Club? NIL is only extra. Okay, so this is all right. All right, Rico. This is an interesting, funny super chat you have here. Okay, so here's the deal, right? Not all schools are going to distribute revenue share money the same. Not all schools are going to have the same revenue to share. For example, you have to share, and I believe it's anywhere from 10 million to the full revenue share, which is 23.5 million. Michigan has, so this is confirmed, Michigan has decided to go 23.5 million. The debate now, which has not been solidified, is how do you distribute NIL amongst your athletes? Now, every school is going to take different approaches. There is no one way this is going to be done. It's going to be interesting to see what approaches are best. I think I think many of us have an idea what we think is best. Now, here's the deal, though. There is some concern about Title IX, but there's also an argument to be made about Title IX that it's about equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. And that's what Title IX is intended for. There's also lawyers saying that Title IX is not determined money, financial pay. That's not a part of Title IX. It's simply about it's simply about the opportunity to play a sport like every man, not the opportunity to make X amount of money or whatever. Like that's completely not what the rule is about. But there's also a strong belief in the college football world that this is going to be challenged in court. So now we get back to, well, what's Michigan going to do? Michigan apparently, and this is just some rumors, they're looking at going a 50-50 split between men and women's sports, and then taking the men's portion and giving the football team about 7 million, giving the basketball team, I think it's 3 million, and then dividing the rest amongst the other men's sports. Now, I agree. I think how if I was in charge of distribution of revenue sharing, and by the way, there are teams, and there are other teams who have already said that they're going to be cutting sports in their programs. Other universities have said this. There's other programs who have said that football is going to get majority of the revenue share. Now, again, though, and what I think Rico puts here, and I don't know if he necessarily intended this, he goes, NIL is only extra. Here's the thing about revenue share that I don't think people have really thought about, but we brought it up on our channel. Even if Michigan gets an additional 7 million, they're not going to be more competitive in the NIL space. And the reason why is the price is going to go up. If every single school is getting an additional 20 to 30 million to now pay players, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to get players because you have more money. It just means the freaking money's going to go up. The asking price is going to go. The quarterback is now going to make double or triple what he's getting now because now there's an influx of money in the market. Okay.
Correct. It sets the base minimum.
We're literally going to see a major boom that these players, like if you think what players are getting played, if you think what players are getting paid now is a lot, just wait till revenue sharing kicks in because we're about to be hearing some crazy deals. So it's going to be interesting. Here's what I do know. Michigan has not confirmed their approach yet. And I do think, one, good they have not. Two, I think if these results continue, you may see an adjusted approach. You may see an adjusted approach because this is not acceptable. Yeah. Michigan has got to get that figured out. So thank you, Rico, for your $5 super chat. The Gold Fishing Club is hilarious. Notre Dame. Yeah, let's laugh at Notre Dame. Take an L, Notre Dame. We are laughing at you. $1.99.
Recall.
What up?
No, was it 2006, 2007 when Northern Illinois came in? I remember I went to that game. It was the back. I don't know, it was some crazy small short back from Northern Illinois, and I think we took them for granted. And they ran all over us that game, and I think we barely squeaked out a win, maybe by like a touchdown.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
but it was like 2006.
Those things though. Those sound like terrible memories. Like the Appalachian. They are. I try to forget that one too.
Yep.
GT here, friend of the program. TJ, Notre Dame just lost to Northern Illinois at home. I think I would rather have more at this point than Freeman. He's a fraud. Shoot, not a bad point here. Marcus Freeman has definitely not lived up to the hype. He is a strong recruiter, but strong recruiting only gets you so far, right? I mean,
X's and O's, right? X's and
Yeah.
O's. You got to put your people in their best position, and you gotta. If you have that much of a talent gap, you got to be able to do something with that. And if you don't, then it exposes you. So,
absolutely. And like, here's the thing about head coaching in college football, and we kind of talked about it earlier. 1, you got to be a leader. 2, you got to be a developer. 3, you got to be able to recruit. 4, you got to be a CEO. You got to run a program like it's a corporation, because you are managing so many people, and you cannot be everywhere. So you have to delegate, right? And you have to trust the people you delegate your responsibilities to. So you also have to be a good identifier of talent. Mark, and this is why coaches fail. They may be good as an X and O's coach. They may be good as a recruiter, but are they the full package? And those are the rare ones. Those are the rare ones.
And
like,
I think that's why.
Go on.
No, I'm saying, to bring it back full circle. I mean, that's why Coach Sharon Moore. Like, that's why this is definitely a wait and see what he's going to do this year, because especially going into next year, we know he can coach, right? We know he can develop. He's got some, recruiting prowess, right? He's trying to shoot high for some recruits, no doubt. But how is he going to be able to handle the CEO type guy, right? Is he going to be CEO like type guy? We'll see, because when shit hits the fan, you step down from the CEO a bit, right? You got to get in the dirt a little bit, run the offense, develop these guys if you need to. Like Coach Saban, maybe some years he was like, I got to be more hands-on with these cornerbacks. And then other years he was like, you know what? No, I feel confident that the coach can run the room, and I got no problem. And like, even he said this last year, Coach Saban said, like, I was more hands-on, and it really took a toll on me, because, his program again, got gutted coach-wise, and he's trying to make up for it, right? So you got to put a little more time into stuff, and that takes away from other things. When things are running smooth, you're just a CEO. Rooms are running themselves, when it comes to positions and stuff. So we're going to find out this year, right? It's a big development year, sadly, because we don't have those 5 stars. We got 4 stars. We got some 3 stars, and they got to develop. They got to know what they're doing. And, there's a lot of influx. And given to your point about the whole Jane Davis thing, that's why you recruit quarterbacks with the high IQ, with high talent, because let's be honest, Michigan, we run the ball. We do play action. You have to be on point in a very short window, because we don't give you that Lincoln Riley like offense where you're gonna get into a rhythm, right? Where you're gonna, okay, we're gonna give you short throws and medium throws and long throws, and we're gonna pass it, 30, 40 times. We're not doing that. You only get 20, 25 throws. You got to hit them. And if you don't, we could lose the game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Pressure's on.
But this is also why you better get a quarterback every year. If you do not get an elite quarterback every year, that is a program flaw. Okay, if you are an elite program, you stack these quarterbacks, and you will have a Joe Burrow situation. You will have a quarterback who transfers out who will be good. But that's because you have good quarterbacks. Georgia lost Justin Fields because they had Jake Fromm. Like, these are called good problems. Okay, we need good problems, not these problems we're currently dealing with. Shout out to B-Dub's kid. What is up, Michigan Wolverine fan? What is your kid's name, man?
My kid's name is Kendrick.
Kendrick?
Yeah. Ironically, sort of like Kendrick Lamar. Want to say hi?
Did you name him after Lamar, bro? Did you name him after Kendrick Lamar?
Sadly, no. My wife's a huge Drake fan, so that was not it at first. It was either Bryson or Kendrick, and I had to call it when he came out. And he came out a little skinny, so I had to call him Kendrick.
There you go.
That's right. Want to say hi to everybody? People watching you, say hi.
What's up, Kendrick? Go blue. I don't like the color shirt though. Beat up, do better. Color shirt's wrong, dude. You gotta give him a blue or a yellow shirt. What are you doing?
I didn't dress him today. I got him a Michigan shirt. We're not gonna blame you.
We're not gonna blame you.
I was on the road, bro. I was on the road for 5 hours.
Let your wife know the deal, though. Let her know the deal. My bad. I didn't get this chat. So $1.99 super chat, Elijah. The MAC owns Notre Dame. Not just the MAC. The Group of 5 owns Notre Dame. Cincinnati, when they were in the Group of 5, they took that dub. We got Josephine Terry here with the $5 super chat. What would be a realistic goal for the season, including the performance in certain game in November? Also, Chip Kelly only had a 35-34 record at UCLA. I think a realistic beat up. We'll get your take on this too. I think a realistic goal for this year is 8-4. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think you should just accept losses to USC, Oregon, or Ohio State. We're not doing that. We're not accepting anything. But if we're going to look at we're going to take this realistic and objectively. 8-4. Okay. And then what do I think about the performance in November? If we are going to look at this honestly, Ohio State is going to have a hell of a day in November. It is in Ohio State. They have been preparing for this game just like we used to prepare. Well, I'm sure we still do prepare for this game, but just like we had that hunger. We had that hunger to get that victory. They have that hunger now. The beat Ohio State drill, you better believe they're doing beat Michigan drills. Like they are all in on beating us. Now listen, we're not accepting defeat. We're going to come play ball. It's going to be man to man, you know. But at the end of the day, Ohio State looks like the better team right now, and it is on the road. So it'll be interesting it'll be an interesting day. Let's see though. We'll get a better read on it. I'd say about end of September, probably after the Oregon game. We'll know the deal.
Yeah, the Oregon game's going to be I always thought that too, that Oregon's going to be that game that will determine if we're going to be playoff worthy or not, because that's a big game. And I would agree. I think I'm hopeful, right? I believe, but to be also realistic, because my dad taught me that. Trust me, that I mean, you got to. It's probably going to be 8-4 because you got really good teams. We're just not ready. We need development. It may take us a whole year. You hope not, but as you can see from the O-line, they got to gel, and we got some young players. We got some veteran players that aren't playing, sadly. You know, Crippen in there, but Preeve is in there. You know, our left tackle, him, right? So he's in there. So I think we have some positives, but obviously I don't know. It just takes time. It's a very developmental type of year, and we need those games, and we don't have those games. So we're gonna probably lose to some good teams that are gonna expose us, right? You know, Miller Moss may expose us because, like you said, our linebackers just aren't doing what we need to do in the middle. And, you know, and then you got Oregon and Ohio State, and you hope that the guys, like every other year, that's a different game. That's literally a coin toss. You could be the worst team, you could be the best team, but you got to show up. So,
right.
So, yeah, I think that's definitely a toss-up. So we could be 9-3. We could be 8-4. But I think what we got to take from this is we have to maintain, I think, some type of development, some type of winning. But also, to your point, if we don't do that good, if we become, I think even 8-4 may be a letdown, and I think nonetheless we'll be focused come off season to where
8-4 is a letdown.
You know, to where it focuses us, right? Where it's like, okay, we need to get. He's looking at the camera. We need to, you know, get our money together, because like you said, W's don't mean nothing. For, you know, like you said, prime example is Auburn, which I can't believe they're coming out of nowhere for everything that we're involved in when it comes to Babaloa, to the quarterback from Notre Dame and everything. You know, they're in everyone, and that's all that matters right now, right? And it's sad to say, given to your point, when it comes to just the base now of the of going, you know, back into the base of payroll, you know, of N.I.L. and everything, and like, and that's what I think. Even that's what Menace reported on, was like, well, now that we can, now that's a given that we have to now give back to the players. We're not the base salary, so they expect that. Now you're raising the floor. Now the car deals, the dealership deals, everything else involved in that's just add-on, right? That's not what quarterbacks are like. Okay, you gave me $1 million. So what? Where's all the other money? And they're like, what do you mean? What other money? Like, oh, I got Auburn over here. They got a Mercedes-Benz dealership. That's when they give me a Mercedes-Benz. You're like, what? And like, oh yeah, on top of that, they're going to give me like a signing bonus or whatever. It's like, you know, it's going to get crazier, right? At some point, I'm pretty sure the donors are going to get fed up, and it's going to be a salary cap of some kind, because let's be honest, money talks.
Yeah, well, that won't come.
And if enough donors, high-end donors like the Steve Ross and all the guys, they're gonna say, all right, we need to sue these guys or something because we need to shut this down. I'm not dishing out all this money just so it just keeps flowing out of my pockets, right?
Well, here's the thing, though, Doug. Until a collective bargaining agreement is in place, we're not going to see a salary cap of anything. It's going to be a free for all, and that's just the way it's going to be. But what I want to do, we're going to look at the Iowa game because Iowa State just upsetted Iowa. We're going to take a look at that. But also, if you look at the rankings here, there's a reason why Auburn is here. The schools that are here, these are all money players. Your top 10. Nobody in the top 10 is not even Oregon, right? We know Oregon's got money bags. Here's Michigan, 14. We are on the outside looking in. Well, yeah, for now, and that could be positive or negative. How's Andrew Babalola going to go? How's the class going to stick together?
Away. Let's be honest, he's old.
He's what?
He's old.
Babalola?
I said Phil Knight's old.
Oh, Phil Knight. You're talking about Oregon. Well, I don't know. So I've heard some rumors that he's got a trust set up to where they're going to continue to get money off of some trust that's going to just continue to benefit the university for a long time. So he probably will. I don't doubt it. He's all in on Oregon. But if you look at the schools who are doing the damn thing, listen, LSU had a down year, or Auburn's been down. Tennessee, we know how that goes. Texas A&M down. Now, listen, there comes a reality, and we talked about this. It's not just about buying players. What it comes down to is leadership. You got to have leadership with the players you're purchasing, and that's just the reality. The good programs have both. And this is hilarious, so we can all laugh at Iowa now. All right, beat up. Let me get your final thoughts here, and then I'm going to move on to our next caller. True Michigan fan, thank you for waiting. Now you've waited a long time. We're going to get to you next.
I know. I'm sorry about that. I'll finish up now. I think.
Don't be sorry. I'm the one that controls
it. I think we just need to, I agree. Have some realistic expectations. Understand this is the development year for Michigan to be successful. We got to have we got to give Sean more. We got to give him some time. I think at least 2 to 3 years. We have to give him that. If we don't give him that, he can't build this class, right? He can't pay for it. Players aren't going to come to a school that doesn't have coaches that they want to come for. So that's part of his development, right? Like you said, they got to be there a while. They got to set their roots. It's going to take some time. I think he's trying to raise the floor, when it comes to the scouting, the recruiting, all that. I think he can develop these kids. But let's be honest, it's not like Harbaugh recruited a bunch of top 4 and 5 stars. He's trying to work with a lot of people, try to work with it. And I think eventually it's going to work, but it's going to take a lot of time, sadly. He knows those two things, O-line development and, scheme. But like you said, at some point you got to change the scheme a bit because maybe your players aren't best suited for that. I think that's what Mena said a bit was, what type of players do you have? What can you cook with if you don't got the ingredients? They're learning. They're sadly learning on the fly, and they got to do a little bit better job. But I also understand you got to execute at the end of the day. If we can't double block, a D tackle or a DN just to get a freaking, I'm going to say a fucking hole, up the B or C gap, then Sherrone Moore's like, then what are we doing? If I can't run simple stuff to push forward, then how am I going to run some motion behind you guys and you guys try to pick up and run with it like it? That takes time. And I think you're seeing right now it's hard to get the job done when we're just trying to run basic schemes and they can't execute. So if I can't execute a basic scheme, then what can we do? And I think he's just trying to find out what we can do, and it's just going to take time. It's just going to take time. Like you said, if the line got pushed back, I don't know what else to do there, right? Maybe you got to get stronger, but maybe you got to find something. Maybe you got to do more outside runs, maybe more screens, something to where it works to your advantage, right? So I think you're in for realistic and go blue, and I hope it works out.
I agree, B-Dub. I agree. It's always go blue. F the bullshit. We ain't running from it. It is what it is. We'll face it head on, and we'll just watch the team as we go and have faith that the Michigan's going to get it together. So, again, B-Dub, appreciate you calling in, man. I'm glad you could find time in your busy recruiting schedule of College Football 25 to join the show. We appreciate it, man.
It's going well, man. It's going real well.
Hey, someone's got to win some natties around here.
3 straight already, man. Going on 4.
There you go, bro. We'll keep it going. Keep us updated. We'll talk. All right, man.
We'll do this.
Peace. All right, we are 3 hours and 40 minutes into this live stream. As I told you guys, we have achieved that 4th hour, and you know damn well we're going to keep going. We got Elijah Bowman here. How many parties are Pete Thamel and OSU having? What kind of parties? Are you talking about stripper boat parties? What kind of parties? I'm sure they're doing all the parties. Drufus, $1.99. We appreciate you, Drufus. Thank you for calling in earlier. TJ Bro, keep grinding. I'm here. And you know what? We're here, bro, or I'm here. We ain't leaving. Elijah Bowman, Michigan smash got figured out by Georgia in 2021. That's why JJ was crucial for 22 and 23. But we have no identity this year. That is a legitimate concern. I don't see an identity. I see a lot of questions without answers. I see a team with no unity and cohesion. It's hard for Michigan fans to see this because we were kind of the standard. We were the staple of what a team should look like, built wise. You know, we had the development, we had the talent, we had players that you are these 3 stars, these 500 ranked recruits, or even later, you know, like your Hassan Haskins and stuff. Like, we were developing these kids. And listen, it's not over. Like, let's not hold on. Like, it's just where we are right now. It's a bit concerning, but it's not over. We still have talent. We're not screwed. It's just they got to figure it out. They got work to do. So we'll see where they go with it. That is all of our super chats at the moment. So again, thank you everybody for contributing to the show financially. Today has been a hell of a day. There was a part of me that was a little worried that there wouldn't be as much not just contribution, but even you know, feedback from the audience, or, you know, because, you know, we're going through it like we are, but you guys have showed out. We appreciate that. It means a lot to us. We have another caller on the line. It is True Michigan Fan. What is up, my friend? What are you doing? You are muted, my friend. Yeah, I can unmute you. I know I can't unmute you. Can you unmute? There you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, man?
Oh, not too much, man. I just wanted to, I'm not going to be long, but I just wanted to say, you know, I know we talked last week and you know, talking about how everything looked, and it went this week pretty much the way I thought it would go. You know, the thing about it is, I mean, I know we just came off a national championship run, and this is going to be a rebuild year. And there's a lot of people saying, you know, don't worry about it. It's a rebuild year. Don't panic. And I understand that. Yeah. But this is beyond a rebuild year. That team, they looked horrible. I mean, the defense bad. Like, I mean, the thing about it is a lot of people are still praising the defense. They weren't bad, but at the same time, whatever Texas wanted to do, they were able to do efficiently. If they wanted to throw the ball around, they threw it around and were successful. If they wanted to run it up the gut, they were able to run it up the gut and were successful. There really wasn't a whole lot. I mean, there were plays where Michigan made big stops, but all in all, and I'm going to be honest with you at the same time too, I don't think Texas really, you know, I don't think there was any point in that game where they were really worried. You know, they were just out there playing ball. You know, they weren't. I think it could have been a lot worse, you know, to be quite honest with you. I think that they were really trying to manage the game. There were definitely a couple situations where Texas could have poured it on a little bit harder and done some different things, and they opted to kick it off and, you know, things like that. They were more just trying to manage the game. I think this actually could have been a lot worse. And I have to say, I think we're going to be in store for a lot of heartache this year. They just look bad. You know, one other thing I noticed too is, like, Colston Loveland, when he caught that pass and he had it stretched out, the ball stretched out in his left hand, and it just fell out of his hand because he wasn't protecting the ball. Now, Colston Loveland, I mean, he's one of our best players. And I saw him do this last week too. And I remember seeing it once or twice. He'll catch it, and he'll have his arm kind of stretched out like he's holding on to a purse. You've got to hold on to the ball. That's bad coaching. Like, he's not coached up. Like, that's football 101.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it just kind of happens sometimes, you know. I wouldn't put that on bad coaching. It's just the way it goes sometimes, you know. But, you know, to your points earlier about it being not even looking like a rebuild year, it looks like a loss. It's like, you know, early signs are it's looking like a lost year. You know, where's the development? Where's the promise looking? You know, like, because here's the thing, right? And we didn't even really touch this at all in the show today. We have a national, well, do we? I was going to say we have a national championship caliber defense that we're wasting away. You know, like this is supposed to be another year for another run, or at least another playoff with your kicker, with your defense. And I would argue, you know, you said that, you know, Texas didn't even look like they were worried. Well, I would argue in the first quarter and a half they were. In the first quarter and a half, I think they realized they were in for a fist fight. But then once they saw that defense start to wear out, and once they knew they could sustain drives and Michigan couldn't, and I'll be honest, I don't know about you guys, but I think a real momentum shift happened when Sharon Moore made that boneheaded decision to put Alex Orji in, call the timeout, and they get stopped on third down. We freaking decided to go for a field goal, which, I mean, whatever. I mean, that's the right play, but the other two decisions were not the right play. You know, like he put us in such a bad that, like, in games like that, when the margins are literally separated by degrees, you cannot make critical, like, we look like we have an inexperienced coach. We look like we have a coach who is making poor decisions in game, who's not preparing the team very well, and has not identified the strengths and weaknesses of this team. You know,
I with you. He looks like Billy Napier, honestly, in Florida. Just in over his head, stunned, deer in the head look. And I mean, I know I'm being hard, but it's just, I hate to see us go down this hard, this fast. And it looks, I mean, it looks like they didn't even practice in the offseason. I mean, there's some of the stuff they've done on the offense is so sloppy. It's like they just, after the season ended last year, it's like they just waited for the next game to start. Like, no, and I mean, I know that sounds hard, but this team looks so different from last year. And I mean, there were situations, Donovan did a little bit better on this game, but there were situations where they were throwing the ball to Donovan Edwards and handing it to him on repeat, down after down after down. And then they would do that to Colston Loveland. Why are they doing that? Apparently, the coaches feel like that's all they got. Well, why is that all you've got? You've had this group of guys. You've had all your other wide receivers, Bell and all the other guys, for months in the offseason. Did you not coach them? Why are they not able to do? I mean, very few times did anybody else get the ball besides Donovan Edwards and Colston Loveland. It's like they know that's their raw, natural talent, and they're just going to stick with it. And one of those guys is going to end up getting hurt. I mean, because both of them, I mean, like I said, Donovan Edwards, it seems like at one point he got the ball like 4 times in a row. And you know, one other thing that really sucks about this, and I've already started hearing about it, is the Ohio State fans. And although they're saying, well, now you're not cheating. Now, of course, that's what it is. Cheating. It's not the fact that we lost 13 seniors to the NFL draft. It wouldn't have anything to do with that. We were just cheating before. Now we're not. Like, it's the stupidest argument. But you're starting to hear stuff like that now. And
of course. I mean, listen, rivals are going to take opportunity when they see it. Okay. Listen, rivals say shit they don't even believe. Now, don't get me wrong. There's rivals who believe what they're saying. But the truth is, a lot of rivals aren't even paying attention to anything. They just see other people talk and then they just parrot it. Like, you know how many debates I've gotten into with like Buckeyes or State fans, and like they don't even know what they're talking about. When you start like putting facts down, they don't even like understand. They can't even come back at you. All they have is cheaters and asterisks and all this bullshit. Like, look, here's the deal. If cheating was a serious problem, then somebody would have stopped us on our way to a national title, because they knew the alleged rumors, right? They knew the alleged goings on about Connor Stallions. Also, let's not forget, Ohio State changed their signs in 2022 because they were already aware of Connor Stallions. So what was their excuse in 2022? What was their excuse in 2023? What was Washington's excuse? What was Alabama's excuse? How about Iowa? How about Purdue talking all that shit? What was Purdue's excuse? How about Michigan State having their quarterback run to the sideline, still getting their ass stomped with 49-0? Like, what was all their excuses? They don't listen. They don't want to acknowledge the reality of the situation, that Michigan was the best team in the nation. Now, the good news is Charlie Baker came out and said Michigan won the national title fair and square. There's also a lot of national analysts like Josh Pate, Joe Klatt, and others, Colin Cowherd, who legitimized our run and everything, and even JD Pickle at On3. Shout out to him. I'm a fan of him. There is a lot of good, strong, opinioned voice people, and Brady Quinn's another one, in the space, who give Michigan their flowers. You know, so like at the end of the day, F those dudes. Like, listen, screw the rivals. Like, their opinion means absolutely shit to me. You know, now don't get me wrong. There's a few of them I like. Garrison's one. Philip Buford's another one. Doreen, she's another one. Sean calls in. He's another one. I like them. There are good rivals, but the rest of these clowns can suck it, dude. Like, screw them. They don't mean anything. We'll beat them again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. And I'm going to tell you, too, honestly, you know, to me, Ohio State, they're getting ready to play here pretty soon. They may already be playing. They didn't look that impressive to me last year. I mean, they played against Akron, and
Ohio didn't look that good either, man.
I mean, they started running away with it in the second half because Akron finally just gave up. They knew they weren't going to win, so they kind of started giving up, But so, I mean, I'm still not convinced that we're 100% going to lose to Ohio State. But like I said, it's probably too early to start talking about replacements for Sherrone Moore, but I'm just going to say this. That can't keep happening, man. I mean, if we lose to USC and we lose to all these, Penn. Well, I don't think we're playing Penn State this year, but if we start losing all our big games, then we're gonna have to make a change here pretty soon. That was just disappointing. It seemed like poor play calling. Anything you could think of. I mean, I'm really at a loss for words. I knew it was going to be bad, but like I said, it's important to keep in mind too. Like I said before, it could have been worse. I mean, I really do think that they were not. I don't think they were chucking it as hard as they could have. Quinn Ewers, you had shoot, man, my memory. Not Orgy. What's the other guy? Davis Wade. What's his name? Dude, yeah. He's out there trying to play hero ball, and he doesn't have the ability to play hero ball. Like he's chucking into he's throwing it into coverage constantly, making just bad decisions. I mean, now there were a couple throws that were on the money, but does that mean that he's, the guy? No, because I just feel like to come to a school like Michigan or any, Power 5 school and be a quarterback, you've got to have a little something. And he has a little something. He can make a few good plays here and there. But overall, is he, QB1 material? No. And Alex Orji isn't. I think Cade McNamara is better than both of them. And I know that sounds harsh, but I do. I just didn't see anything positive, either one of them. And we're stuck with them for the whole rest of the year now.
Yep.
And I blame Sherrone most. Like I said, I feel like I've been waiting all season.
That is on the coaching staff. They made the decision to roll with this quarterback room, so they deserve all the blame. Do not let them off the hook at all. They deserve the criticism. And like you said, you're like, well, it's too early to think about replacements for Sherrone Moore. Well, here's what I'll say: that seed is going to get hot real quick. Now, here's what I do think. I do think they'll give him another year. I think they will give him an off season. But I will say this: if it gets ugly, he might not get another year. If it gets ugly, if it gets worse than 8-4 ugly, he might not get another year. But if it's like 8-4, he will probably get one off season to see what he can do with it, and they better get real aggressive real quick in terms of recruiting and transfer portal. So again, they will adjust. It's just unfortunate we have to go through the growing pains, the uncomfortable process of evolution. That's what's going to have to happen with our program and the philosophy at Michigan, and that's just what it is. We are seeing it in real time. We are seeing in real time what it looks like when a university thinks they are better than they are. And I know that's like a hard to swallow, and I may have comment, but I think you agree, we're not there. We're not there. We are. Listen, we're Michigan. We're an elite program. We're a blue blood. We have all the resources in the world. But at the end of the day, you can't hope in Michigan. You got to put the work in. And Michigan, and that's not to say Michigan doesn't work hard. Okay, let me just clarify that. But you have to do what is necessary to be competitive, and they have not been doing that the last couple of years. So it's time to evolve.
Yeah, they're going to have to evolve, and that's all I'll say. Like I said, I'm just really worried that this could turn into another Rich Rod era where we go down so hard, so fast that it's hard to recoup, and we go through another 10-year spiral. Well,
hold on. Let me just hit on that. The transfer portal wasn't around back then. You can turn your program around real quick in college football, real quick. It really only takes an off season to become competitive. So that's possible. Now, I don't foresee a Rich Rod era ahead of us, but I do think we're not in the right direction. I do think there are red flags right now that need to be addressed, but I also think it's early. If this continues into year 2, we could start having those conversations, right? But right now, it's week 2, year 1. The team may very well show promise in a couple weeks here. It may. Davis may evolve quickly. He's going to get the rep. We'll see. There's a lot that needs to be done.
Oh yeah, and the last thing I'm going to say is I just think that Jim Harbaugh needs to stay away from Ann Arbor for a while. I hope they're not considering him to be a guest team captain or anything like they were in the past for any of these games, because he completely screwed us, man. I mean, all this, I get it, he's trying to be as competitive as possible. I totally get that, but this is supposed to be something special to him. This is the University of Michigan. He grew up here while his dad coached. And for him to take everything we had and strip us of every coach, and I mean, I understand some of them may have wanted to leave, but I just feel like he put us in such a horrendous position.
Yeah, Klinkskill wanted to leave. There was another coach who wanted to leave. There was a few. Yeah, there was a couple who wanted to leave. Oh yeah, shoot, defensive line coach. What was his name? I can't remember his name. But yeah, our defensive line coach at Klinkskill did want to leave. But I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, look, I'll say this. Harbaugh's not going to be captain anytime soon, by the way, because of the NCAA situation. They're definitely going to not. He's not going to be here probably until that is kind of that storm has passed. But all right, true Michigan fan, let me get your last thoughts on everything before we move on here. What was your last thoughts on what you're seeing, man?
I mean, hope isn't lost, but it ain't far from it. I mean, this season something's got to change extra fast. I mean, something's got to happen really soon, because it's not going to get any easier. So,
well,
all right, man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll appreciate it. Go Blue. Don't be a stranger, my friend. All right.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Sir. All right. Listen, I am not where hope is not gone, but we're not far from. We are definitely not from hopeless. Like, we are not in a hopeless position, guys. We are. It is okay. It's week. Listen, it's not good. It's not optimistic, but it is week 2. It's okay. Like, it's all right. It's not okay. It's actually unacceptable, but it's not dire to where we're screwed. We're not screwed. That's the reality. Like, is it okay? No, but are we screwed? We're not screwed. Elijah Bowman, 2 deep balls last week, none today. Do we hate explosive plays? Is it that we hate them or we're not capable? Is it that? I mean, is it that our offensive line cannot allow Davis Warren and the receivers to get open? Is it that the receivers are not getting open? Do we not have receivers who can create separation? Do we not have a quarterback who can place a ball in the right spot down the field? These are questions that all are probably true, and it's all a mixture of all, likely. The reality is the reason why they're not doing it is because we can't do it. It's not because they don't want to do it. So yeah, it's unfortunate, man. I mean, it's just unfortunate to see the team where it is. But again, it's not all lost. It's not all lost. And thank you, Alfred. I appreciate and respect your recognition here. I appreciate that, man. So thank you. And shout out to everybody again for watching the show. Please like and subscribe. We appreciate that. We might have a good QB in Jaden Davis. He's just not ready yet. It is Mike Elston. That is correct. Thank you, Keegan. Keegan, you're always coming through, man. You always got my back. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mike Elston was the defensive line coach who wanted to go with Jim Harbaugh, as did Klinkskill. It is what it is. It is what it is. I think actually, I don't know. I was going to say maybe we upgrade with Lou Esposito, but the way things are going, who knows? Who knows at this moment? We're in observation mode. I'm still in observation mode. Just so you guys know, we have no callers right now. We still have another hour of the show. So if you guys want to call in, now's the time. There is no one waiting in line. So we went through all of our callers. We are at the 4-hour mark of the show. So again, shout out to you guys for sticking around. Shout out to you guys for contributing to the channel. We appreciate that. You guys are ride or die, and I appreciate that. That means a lot to me too. I'll tell you guys what, you guys have made today's loss a lot more tolerable. And that means a lot to me. And I'll tell you guys what, like, when I go to bed tonight, I'm definitely not gonna be as down as I would be, but I'll definitely be like, shit, Michigan needs to get it together, because they really do. But at the end of the day, I appreciate you guys. You guys make this a lot more easier. And I hope I make it easier for you guys. So that's my job. All right. So again, it's because we don't have any callers. What I will do is I will take questions in the chat. If you guys have any questions you want answered, just throw them at me. I got you. But in the meantime, I'll just talk some ball here. So, where Michigan is obviously not ideal. We are now past week 2. All hope is not lost, but obviously, as I was stating, like, we're not in a great position. I should probably throw this StreamYard chat in the chat. So if you guys want to call in, that is the chat. I don't know if John put it in the description. Now he set up the stream for us. Troy, you are next, my friend. I'm going to get you after my good friends just threw some contributions at us. So let's get to those. Blue Wolverine, Troy, you are next. Okay. Blue Wolverine, $9.99. Appreciate you, Blue Wolverine. The notice of allegations has been in Michigan hands, meaning there was no settlement on allegations. Last time Michigan self-imposed punishment, do you think they will self-impose after the outcome of this game? No, I don't. I think, well, what I find interesting is there's 0 leaks of this notice of allegations we just got, like 0 links, not even from the Ohio State side, which is interesting. Before we did get leaks on notice of allegations, and we got leaks of the draft of the notice of allegations. So that's interesting. I don't think Michigan's going to self-impose. What I do think is going to happen is Michigan's going to take the full 90 days to respond. And then I think the NCAA has 30 or 60 days to respond from there, and then we'll reach a settlement. I also think this might be crazy, but it might not be. If Michigan's season doesn't go as great, the NCAA might just be like, okay, we'll just give you, we won't go as aggressively as hard. And what I mean, and let's also get this out. I'll just answer this. So again, Troy and Keegan, thank you for calling in. I will get to you guys very shortly. Here's what I think. Here is my thoughts on what is going to happen with the notice of allegations and the punishment. I believe Michigan is going to see an 8-figure fine, potentially the largest fine ever handed to a university. I believe Sharon Moore will be seeing a suspension of the 1 to 2 game type. I believe Michigan will also be put on probation for probably 2 to 3 years. That is likely. I also think it's potentially possible, and this is where it starts to get a little more, I would say the other things are the most likeliest of everything I just stated. The other thing I think is a potential possibility is recruiting, things taken from recruiting, whether it be scholarships or visiting weekends or other recruiting benefits they might strip away or put some type of probation on. That's as far as it will go. It will be no vacated wins. That's not happening. It will be no vacated championships. That is 100% not happening. I mean, it's already been stated it was won fair and square. The reason why there will be no vacated wins, and I know the rivals will probably hate to hear it, is because Michigan does not have ineligible players. That is an ineligible player rule. Michigan does not have that problem. That is not Michigan paying players or doing things to get kids through school, like academically. So those aren't our issue. So, the rivals can keep hoping and wishing. Buckeye Scoop is the biggest tabloid ever. All they write is bullshit. So just, we'll see how it goes. We'll see where it goes. So again, Blue Wolverine, thank you for your $9.99 super chat. Elijah, here we go. Wow, that sucks because not being able to do something is uncoachable. Yeah, it does suck because that's where they put us. Our coaching staff has put us in this position where we don't have a quarterback that we can rely on, and we don't have weapons on the outside. We don't have weapons. We do not have weapons outside of Colson Loveland. And that's the only one who's truly established right now. I mean, maybe Khalil Mullins, Donovan Edwards, we think is a weapon, but he's not being utilized. Who's the weapon? Tyler Morris? No. Samaj Morgan? No. We'll see. We'll see. But in the meantime, here's a weapon. Big Troy, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Got to start out with, I'm down in Lakeland, Florida.
Okay.
You know who that is or where that is, but
yeah, the Tigers play in Lakeland. Yeah, I know.
They got a high school squad here, the Lakeland Dreadnoughts, man. They're ranked like nationally every year. I wish to God I could be like running over there, say, hey guys, Michigan is where you need to go. Let's go, because they're getting sucked up by all the Florida Gators guys down here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, those Florida schools got a strong ties to all those high schools down there.
But yeah, I've been repping Big Blue since I moved here. So probably going on 20 years, man. Been watching the games and stuff. I remember watching the Tom Brady Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
When we beat Alabama, man. So that was pretty crazy. That Rose Bowl game that we just we took them down. Because you know how they are down here. There's probably as many Alabama fans here as Florida fans. So to wear the Michigan hat around here and look at all those guys, like we can compete with the big boys. That's kind of why I'm wondering, like, we got 2 or 3 years here where we could run with the big boys, and now it feels like we just dropped off again with what's going on. So I'm concerned. Like, do they take it as serious? Like, I know they take it serious down here. Ohio State take it serious.
No. They take it serious. It's just we had a bit of false confidence. We take it serious. We just thought we were better than we are. Right. That's what it is. Like there was a sense of arrogance. Right. I'm sure you've heard this, and I know a lot of Michigan fans, and I don't know. Hopefully, again, like my goal is not to offend anybody by any means. And I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just trying to, call it as I see it. And look, I'm a Michigan fan. Like, this is my team. This is my squad. But like, and I'll be a Michigan fan till the day I die. Like, I will never switch ever. But like, listen, everyone's heard of Michigan arrogance. Well, there is a Michigan arrogance, and we know this. I don't think anyone's gonna be offended by this at all. There is a Michigan arrogance in the administration of Michigan. They just think they're even John U. Bacon talks about this. The administration, the higher ups, the decision makers at Michigan, they think they are better than they are. They don't think they need to pay players. They don't think they think they can do whatever. They don't think they need to give Jim Harbaugh the support to fight the NCAA. They think people should just come to Michigan because it's Michigan. We're the greatest. We're the best. And we are. I mean, there's a lot of truth to what they're saying. But the reality is, just like any market, to be competitive, you have to evolve. You have to be competitive. People are not just going to come to you. This is how you become Blockbuster Video. Don't be Blockbuster Video, okay? Learn to evolve. Learn to adapt. Why do you think these streaming services are going, or why do you think these streaming services are popping up? Why is ESPN doing that? Because they're trying to evolve with the market, right? Although it sucks, we know they suck. But the point being is, Michigan has to evolve, okay? And they need to stop having this way of thinking that we're the greatest. This way of thinking has screwed us with Dave Brandon when he was the athletic director, and Rich Rod, and then Brady Hoke. Oh, only a Michigan man, only a Michigan man. Well, how'd it go for Brady Hoke? Thank God Jim Harbaugh had a falling out with San Francisco, because if that didn't happen, I don't know. Because unfortunately at Michigan, the regents, well, at all schools, this is true. Regents hold the power. They are the decision makers at the end of the day. Now, the problem with Michigan is they think they are better than they are sometimes. Sometimes you have to just accept reality and do better. You're not the shit all the time. Sometimes you just have to look in the mirror and be like, okay, well, right now they're a little better than we are. I'm capable. I got everything in the world. I have all the resources. I have the best institution academically. I have all the facilities. I got the largest stadium in the world. I'm the most watched team. Like, all of this. We have the best uniform. We have the best helmet. We have the best fight song. We have everything. But what are we not doing? Where can we improve? Where can we get better? And that's what Michigan needs to look in the mirror about. And sometimes they don't do that. Sometimes they just think because they're Michigan, they're the greatest. And that, unfortunately, that's not a way to win. That's a way to have false confidence. And that's why we are seeing some of the results we're seeing right now. Michigan 100% had a false confidence heading into the season, and we are seeing the result of that.
I agree, man. They're like, we're just going to play our defense. You know, if this guy can throw against this badass defense, we'll be fine. And the other teams adapted too, man. They're hungry. You know, Texas is hungry. You know, they lost. They're like, we got something to prove today.
Exactly.
My other question is, like, do you think those games that Sharon Moore coached last year, they somehow he had an outline that he was looking at, like, or Jim Harbaugh was like wiring in place, because he just doesn't look like it. He knows maybe they had more athletes, had more guys that they knew what they were doing and can get it done. But it just looks like a first year coach, and we know that, like, he called some really good plays last year. So I'm just curious, like, this, you probably can't do both, like head coach plus, calling plays. So what are you going to do there? Do you think, like, he's going in saying, maybe I need to take a more comprehensive role, and he's going to work more with those? They didn't have that coming to God moment last week. I'm like, we're in trouble. Dude, you could see that last week, but they didn't look like they did much. I know you can't change a ton, right, over week to week like that. I'm just curious.
All right. So, like, to that point, right? When Sharon Moore was acting head coach, he had Jim Harbaugh the entire week. So the entire week, right, Jim Harbaugh was allowed to coach the practice. So, of course, he was being guided. Now, don't get me wrong. There's still some credit to be had by Sharon Moore, because he's the one who did the in-game adjustment against Penn State, which was a fantastic adaptation to the game plan, and it led us to victory. Sharon Moore got us that victory. He did a hell of a job in that game. And it gave me a lot of, like, I felt confident about Sharon Moore and his coaching abilities from that game. And then he also obviously got us the victory against Ohio State. Now, that's not easy. Coaches lose jobs over that game. That is such a tough game to get a victory. He did it. So now, though, the training wheels are off. It's his show. And so far, not passing the test. So far, it's early. Test isn't over. We're in section 2 of the test. But so far, I would say through 2 sections, he's got a failing grade right now. So he needs to figure out what he needs to figure out. I mean, listen, he needs to figure it out quick, because USC is 2 weeks away, and that's our next big battle. And He needs to show against Arkansas State that this team has more to offer.
Yeah, man. I hope they get back. Like, I've been watching a lot of the players, and I guess some of the interviews. You'll see them on different channels. It always, and some of football is probably scripted. You just want to be positive, but it's like they were all about each other last year. That there's that culture. Like, we're gonna bust you up, no matter what. You're not as physical as us. That's what Roman Wilson said. You're not physical, bro. And he wasn't lying. This year, it's like, I know with Texas, it's hard to tell because they got a squad, but I'm like, where is the brand at, dude? Where is that hard nose? The strength and conditioning coach came from Ben Herbert. So if I'm this guy working under Ben, I'm just going to be like, I'm going to do exactly what he's doing. I might be calling Ben every other week because I don't want to embarrass my team. I don't want them to not look good. So, I mean, it's looking like they could really use that physicality and culture again. It's like starting from scratch when we shouldn't have to. I mean, well, they lost some guys, but it's like we still had that. Nothing's different because we have some, these top guys still in place, like Sherrone Moore and some of the guys that were going to step up. But it really looks like Jim took them for a reason,
Yeah, well, I think, listen, it's hard to maintain a physical approach when your players are not ready, right? Like, it's hard for us to establish a physical presence on the field if your center is getting pushed back, if your right tackle is getting knocked on his ass. We don't have we can't. I mean, it's not that they don't want to, but I'll say something that's interesting. Our defensive line,
like, bro, we should be doing cleans, like power, like we should be squad, man. I mean, you can't let somebody be pushing you like that, bro.
They do. They do. No, come on, man. Our strength and conditioning, like, listen, the boys put in work in the weight room. The numbers are very impressive from their weight losses and weight gain. Listen, this isn't a weight room conditioning problem. This is a talent level problem. And what's interesting, and I'm referring to offensive line, not defensive line, but it's interesting to see the defensive line not get any sacks today. Very interesting to see the lack of, getting to the quarterback. But in terms of the offensive line, I think we have a talent problem. I think right tackle, we have a talent problem. I think center wouldn't be as bad if the right tackle was better. But when you have two weak spots on the offensive line, you don't have an offensive line. Like, that's just the reality. So we are in a position now where we have two positions on the offensive line that are real problems. And then if the other three happen to give out, because no one's perfect, you're going to have a mistake here and there. Then what happens is it compounds, right? So then the offensive line looks even worse. So, and then on top of that, you have a quarterback who doesn't have a feel for the pocket and his composure isn't there. So then that magnifies the problems with the offensive line. And then what magnifies it even worse is the wide receivers aren't getting open. So even if your offensive line's having a hard time, at least if you have wide receivers who can get open, get the ball out quick. We can't do that. So it really just compounds on each other. We have a major, it's just a mess. At the end of the day, the way to describe Michigan's situation is a mess. That's just what it is right now. It's a mess.
Hey, and this last thing, I'll let somebody else jump on. Oh, it's my little daughter. She was saying hi.
That's okay. What's your daughter's name?
Gemma. You want to say?
Gemma.
Say hi real quick. Say, what's our song, Gemma? It's great to be a Michigan Wolverine. It's great to be. It still is, man. I'm gonna be repping my shirt.
Oh, you better.
We'll be, dude. It's really tough down here. It's like Michigan. But we earned our respect last year, so they can troll and hate all they want. Like, the business is finished for sure.
Yeah, they'll never take it from us. It is what it is, man. We'll get back. We'll get back to the mountaintop, bro. It's not like we're gonna get knocked down and not be able to get back. We'll get back. It's the 12-team playoff now, dude. Like listen, this is the new era of college football. Okay, we have Super League. Like we have two power conferences. We got crazy revenue money coming in. Listen, Michigan will be back. They'll figure it out. It's just we're having a down moment because of false confidence. That's the problem right now with the program.
All right, man. Sounds good. I appreciate it, man. You're definitely dead on with your prediction. I was listening to you guys. I had that. I think a lot of the other guys we were talking to had that same feeling. The score, you're pretty much money. You know what I'm saying? So respect for that, man.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, look, dude, I'm never gonna sugarcoat it. I'm always gonna, as much as it sucks to say Texas is gonna win and all that, but hey, it is what it is. I try to bring the objective truth to the show. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Troy, for calling in. Do not be a stranger and go blue.
Right.
All right, go blue, man. All right, we got one more caller on the line. And then for the people you're saying you're trying to donate to the channel, there should be a money figure there that you guys can contribute to the channel. If you can, that's great. If you guys cannot contribute to the channel, that's okay too. If you guys can just like and subscribe to the channel, we greatly appreciate that too. You guys just watching it, that's great. We appreciate that as well. Again, thank you everybody for being here. We have over 365 people watching on 3 different platforms right now. Thank you guys for being a part of Michigan postgame show. We appreciate that. We currently have 45 minutes left to go. We are about to hit the 5-hour mark. All thanks to you guys. You guys have made this happen. This is the longest show I've ever done. Keegan, you're next, by the way. We'll get to you. But this is the longest show that I've ever done. The longest show prior was 3 hours. We're currently at the 4-hour mark, and it's because of you guys. Thank you again. You guys have made my day a lot easier. This pill is a lot easier to swallow today, but I got to wake up tomorrow to the same thing you guys got to wake up, and that's Michigan's got to get its shit together. So, all right, Keegan, what you got for us, my man?
Yeah, couple things. You've kind of been on the front lines. I'm actually here to help the troops. You didn't have a call, and you committed to keep going.
Yeah,
So
thanks,
I
dude.
don't I don't want to talk today. I just
Yeah.
want to analyze and listen to others fumble around the eyesore that we saw today. But I do you did make it a point to find the upside to whatever we can make of this, and I think that's an important value moving forward for the fan base, for the coaching staff. Is what do you do moving forward, and how do you stay positive? And so I was kind of reflecting on that a bit. I think so. I don't have the timeline in front of me, but there was a lot going on back in the winter and spring after the playoff. We had the coaching musical chairs, and then like the music's going, and you don't know if the coach is going to sit down. It's just I don't. That's the terrible analogy that makes no sense. But my point is, we didn't know what was going to be going on with the coaches or the quarterback situation, because as Harbaugh goes, probably McCarthy goes, and then they barely had enough to keep the talent that they had from looking around after the coaching carousel. So really, it's actually hard to blame Sharon Moore for the quarterback situation. And that's just my opinion. I respect everybody's opinion, and sometimes I come across too objective and sharp. I don't know. I don't mean to offend anyone or
No, you're all right.
be like that. But so, and if you look at the press conferences, I know that there's insiders and like you got people you talk to, Sam's got people he talks to, and I respect that, and that's real. And also, opinions and intuition is real. Intuition is just facts on the fly that you don't have to think about. So I mean, I respect all that. But like, if you look at the press conferences, like I don't think there was an indicator that Orgy was the number one quarterback, and then you have Kirk Campbell come out a few weeks before we start playing ball, and he's like, "We're gonna go in the order of seniority." So it's like maybe Tuttle was the plan all along. I mean, maybe he was, and then he got hurt, and now we have the Warren orgy supplement idea. I think it's pretty safe to say that okay, Jim Harbaugh didn't trust orgy. I'm going to let you talk because I'm just going off.
Oh, you're all right. Well, all right. Well, let me just hit on your quarterback
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
Let me hit on the finding the positive out of the negative. Look, with anything in life, whether it be football or anything, there's always a positive. There's always something that can be had from it, right? And sometimes loss can be good. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can, so I think Michigan's in a position right now where this is only going to make us better in the long run. In the
Yeah.
long run, in the new era of college football, this happening to us is going to be a reality check, and it will make us better in the long term. In the short term, it sucks like most things, but sometimes you got to take those lumps. Now, in terms of the quarterback position, okay, so they were definitely going to. So it was an honest quarterback battle. They were going to let Jack Tuttle be the primary guy heading into camp, and then they were going to let the best man win. They were going. That's why
Right.
that's how that works, right? The best man wins. So here's the thing, though. They never publicly said Alex Orji's the guy, because you never do that. You always want the player to earn it. You don't want to hand it to anybody. Well, Michigan behind the scenes, from coaches, they have wanted Alex Orji to take the job. They've given
Yeah.
Alex Orji every opportunity to take the job. He's who they wanted to take the job,
Yeah.
but he didn't take the job.
Right.
So Davis Warren's the one, because Jack Tuttle got hurt. I mean, listen, here's the thing, Keegan. We will never know. We will
Yeah.
never know if Jack Tuttle was going to get his opportunity. Now, he still may, because he may get healthy here in a minute, and Michigan might not be performing well. But we'll never know if he was really going to get a true opportunity week one. But what we do know is Davis Warren literally won the job. And what we're seeing is, even with Davis Warren winning the job, it's not good. Like, it's regardless of whoever, like the fact that Alex Orji, like, that's the thing too, right? So if it looks
Yeah.
like this with Davis Warren, how would it have looked with Alex Orji? And obviously not good. They don't even trust him.
Yeah,
So
Harbaugh didn't trust him either. And then
no,
everybody's saying that he's the secret weapon. Well, show me a pass if I'm supposed to believe what you're saying, and then Sharon Moore won't let him pass.
yeah. So you're right, though. I mean, look, here's the thing. So again, it was all about potential and upside.
Right.
Potential and upside. Like that's a dangerous word, right? Like there's a radio host in Detroit by the name of shit. Something Ryan. Mark Ryan. He's new. Anyone who listens to 97.1 knows. He has this thing about potential. It's one of the most dangerous words out there, because the reality is you don't see potential. Some people do not realize potential, and it's potentially possible. Alex Orji is a player who does not realize his potential, and it's dangerous because coaches buy in on that, right?
Yeah.
Coaches buy in on potential, and unfortunately, by buying in on Alex Orji's potential, you have put the program, the team, in a bad position. We're in a
Yeah.
bad position. Like, how do you think this locker room is going to feel at the end of the year if games go like this?
Yeah. And another thing, TJ, on your point about potential, is it's not always a good word, because like what if some beat writer or whatever, you're putting in the hours doing this. You're doing like 5 hours on a Saturday evening, and like you're the one that's, doing the grind, and then they're like, yeah, well, TJ's got potential.
Right.
And it's not a good word. So I don't know. I didn't really have a plan for this call,
Sorry, man. You're doing good. You're good.
but yeah, with the offense, I mean, y'all have already talked about so much. I guess I'll go into it. Well, first of all, let me say that, remember when we all wanted Harbaugh fired,
Yes.
and then what happens? I'm not getting it done. Hey, um, what's his brother's name? John, or I think it's John.
Yeah, John.
He's like, all right, what am I doing wrong on defense? And so like that's that's the mark of a winner. And like, if you've ever been around somebody who's like this, like, they always win. And like, if this person is your friend, it's like, oh, well, that sounds like a very advantageous situation for you, but like, how did I what was my situation like, and it just so happened to be this way, and they just always win. Well, that's what Jim Harbaugh is. And you don't throw somebody like that under the bus. You prop them up and let them run the ship. So like, that's what happened to Harbaugh. And like, what happens? The staff and regents, they don't back him. Coaches get fired, and like, okay. Yeah, and so, and to respect Harbaugh and what he's done for the school, I mean, I'll take that over not having a natty. But like that's what Jim Harbaugh is, and you support somebody like that, and you let them do their thing. Um, I know I'm kind of jumping around. Where
No,
was I on the Sharon Moore? Yeah, I think it's too early. So
yeah, it is true.
let him find his way. He's a new coach. He's under fire. The challenge is different, and he's learning on the fly. Like I know they sit there with the camera and wait for him to look confused or something when he's thinking about something, and then they put it on him right at the right moment, and all of a sudden you have your narrative. But like he's not scared, and he's not dumb, and he's gonna improve, and all of the coaches will. And so it's just too early. I agree that the outcome was unacceptable, and it was the week before as well. So now
Yeah,
you have a trend. So a trend is a problem.
right.
So can they pull it together? We'll see.
Well, let me ask you this, Keegan. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this. So I agree with you. Week 2 is too early to have a conclusion on anybody. We definitely got to have a larger sample size. So here's my question to you, though. At what point do you feel is enough of a sample size to make a conclusion?
I would say probably Michigan State,
Okay.
because
Okay.
USC's looking like an L. I support Michigan and like whatever, but if you're going off of what we've seen, not what we've heard, USC is looking like a 7 to 10 point favorite for them.
Yeah.
I maybe even 10.5. I think Michigan will
They won't do
drop
that
to.
much.
Yeah,
I don't see it. Maybe, I don't know. It seems like a lot, though.
yeah, it is. It is a lot, but depending on what the Sharks do at the end. But yeah, so USC, it's another still, you give somebody grace to figure it out. If Michigan State beat Maryland. Maryland was an 8.5 favorite, I think. If Michigan loses that game, people are not going to be happy.
What, the Michigan State game?
Yeah.
Oh, people will riot. Oh, they
Yeah.
dude, this if you think the fan base is bad now, oh my gosh. Like, and they're not even bad. I think most fans have a very honest just response. It's just an honest response to what we're seeing. I mean, it's just we all know it's
Yeah.
unacceptable. But
Yeah.
if Michigan State beats us in year 1 of Jonathan Smith, that team should not beat us, even though we're in this position we're in. No, because
Well,
I'll tell you right now, if that happens, then we have a serious problem. Now, let me also qualify. That doesn't mean we're screwed, but it means okay, decisions need to be made. We have a problem. Like we don't have the right man for the job. If that's the case, we don't have the right man for the job, and it's already getting
yeah.
questionable now. And his seat is getting warmer by the game. So,
Yeah.
uh, I do think they'll give him another year, but I also think if that Michigan State stuff happens, that's the type of thing that doesn't get him another year.
Michigan State won. What can I say? I'm looking at the schedule. They don't play Maryland. They play Washington. Washington's 1-0 or 2, I think 2-0 against bad teams. Not impressive, but that's a capable L or a possible L. You've got Illinois. You never know what can happen with that.
No, that's
You
unacceptable shit. They cannot. If they lose any more than the 4 games, they're like the 4 big boys. And I'm not including, and well, I guess not even the 4 big boys because we've already lost to one of them. So the 3 big boys, that'd be USC, Oregon, and Ohio State. If they lose to anybody else, that's a problem. Now, I will say,
yeah,
fine, we may give an exception to Washington, but that's name only, not because they're good, because they're not. Like 7-5 is not acceptable. Like I don't like I hope Ward's gone because I do not trust Ward to make a proactive decision. And for those who don't know, Ward Manuel was not going to fire Juwan Howard. And that is all you need to know about Ward Manuel's decision-making abilities. That season had to get so bad, his hand was forced. Now, another thing that Ward Manuel did that I think is crazy is he fired Juwan Howard because Juwan Howard's reason was NIL is not good enough to get better talent. Now, do I think Juwan Howard's a good coach? No, but he's not wrong.
Right.
Like, and that just goes to show you the reluctance and the false confidence this damn university has sometimes. Like, they have to just accept reality, and the reality is you have to evolve. And if you want to be competitive, you have to evolve. And if Ward Manuel is reluctant to fire Juwan Howard after that mess of a season last year of the basketball program, like, it was quite clear that Juwan should have been fired. It was quite clear for a long time he should have been fired. But it wasn't to Ward. So it makes me wonder, is Ward going to be able to identify that Sharon needs to go? Although, to be honest with you, he may not even. I got to find out the exact month his contract is up, but his contract is up next year. Hopefully they move on, to be honest with you.
I have to think that Ward is quite a political person because of his job with the bowl. What's it? The playoffs. And he what's the other thing? The revenue sharing. Like, what in the world does he not? I withdrawed from economics a couple times, got a D in accounting, couple withdrawals, and I mean, you have to attend class and be able to see the board, but like, wow, do you not know that the price is going to go up on players as soon as the revenue sharing kicks in? Like, how can you not? It's just like, oh, I hear this, then I know this. And like, to plan that, he has to know. So the plan is not to pay people what they're worth. And in what business is that acceptable to not pay people what they're worth? And then people, real quick, TJ,
No, you're good.
people, they go to the highest bidder. That's business, and that's exactly what these professional athletes will do. And you roll that 10 years, and then I can tell whoever pays the most, I can tell you who's going to be in the playoff.
For the most part, I mean, there is always the exceptions. And a lot of people are like, well, Michigan's the exception. Well, Michigan had a lot of pre-NIL players. This is the NIL era. This is a new era. The players Michigan had that were the catalyst to the national championships and the Big Ten runs were pre-NIL. This is a whole new ballgame, guys. Like, this is a whole, like, Michigan's got to adapt or die here. And like, but to your point where it's like, well, the price of players is going to go up, and if you don't like, look, it's one of the loudest secrets that I'm aware of right now when it comes to this NIL, and it's that the price of this, like, this revenue sharing isn't going to be the answer. Like, it's just going to raise the price. It's still going to be tough as hell to get these kids. And if you are unwilling to be highest bidder, like, it's just like the housing market.
Yeah.
What happens if your bid's not the highest?
You don't get the house.
You don't get the house. Well, guess what? Recruiting is no different because the market is hot.
I think it's currently different because you still have your
housing.
Explain. I think you still have your Andrew Marsh recruits, people like that. So, like, it's not that the sky is falling with recruiting yet.
But Keegan, we almost lost Andrew Marsh to Washington the day he committed. Washington came in hot with an offer. Michigan had to counter.
But he didn't.
Michigan countered.
In the future, these recruits are going to be cultured into that decision. So it's not, you're not still going to have the I'm pure of heart, I'm loyal to X school. They're going to be trained to think this way, to just take the highest bidder.
Right. And they are, because they have agents and they have marketing teams.
Right.
That's the thing, is like their guidance staff or their advisors, if you will, whether it's from parents to the agents. These kids are getting them in high school. They have these marketing teams. Like, for example, what's his name? The kid at South Carolina, Nicholas Harbor.
Yeah.
Nicholas Harbor was going to come to Michigan.
Yeah.
He had a marketing team who said, no, we want you to go to the best the best school that gives you the best, not only compensation, but marketing ability. So it came down to Oregon and South Carolina. And the reason why South Carolina won out was one, location, but two, they offered him way more than Michigan was offering. And the reason why Oregon, and one of the biggest reasons why Oregon did not get the commitment is because, and by the way, Nicholas Harbor is considered one of the fastest players in college football right now. He runs like a 10-100 meter.
Yeah,
and,
he's fast.
Yeah, he's fast as hell. and he would have been in Michigan. Now, don't get me wrong, he's one of those players that's a true potential and not a true football player. He's like just a freak athlete.
Yeah.
But it's again, the marketing team drove his decision, and it's where we are. Like, and like what you're saying, Keegan, what I think you're saying is the current trend is going to become the norm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to pull back from my doom and gloom, because there's things
Yeah.
that still haven't happened that could create a different trajectory. So going back to the fire Harbaugh theme, like there's a lot of things that we might not be reading right in the moment. So maybe Sharon Moore is a great coach. Maybe the coaches are good and we're not reading it right and they pull it together. Actually, Harbaugh was not a real good coach until he pulled it together and really looked
So
himself
he
in the
looked in the
mirror.
mirror. Exactly. And
Yeah.
Michigan needs to do the same thing right now. Michigan needs to
Yeah.
look in the mirror.
Yeah. And so that could create a much better outcome than had it not happened. Plus the NIL thing, and the revenue
Sure.
sharing is going to it's going to be right in front of everybody's nose. And what do you believe in? And do you want to win? And then just like Ohio State, that you get punched in the mouth for a couple years. Well, what do you want to do? What's your beliefs? And let's do this together. And so that's why they're in the position that they're in. If Michigan doesn't beat them, they're not where they're at right now. So and I don't even think they're going to win the Natty. So, and no disrespect to them, but outside their offensive line and their quarterback, um, but yeah. So I think it is it's still unstable, and we may not have all the answers that we need. And man, if you think today was hard, wait till if we lose to USC, Washington,
Michigan State.
Michigan State, like
Oh,
wait,
that's the day. If I'm
if you,
telling you, like all right, USC is one thing, right?
and you're gonna start hearing
State,
about the quarterback. This particular quarterback can't play. This guy can't play. Put in this guy. Everybody's gonna have a solution. And
Yep.
then if you get something like Michigan State, it's like, okay, where's my pitchfork? I'm gonna go fix it.
Hey,
So hopefully it doesn't come to that.
yeah, definitely. No, listen, and again, I agree with Keegan here. Let's kind of step back from doom and gloom. We are not in doom and gloom. What we are in the realization of reality. And the realization of reality is it's not how it's been. Changes need to be made. Doom and gloom is not the approach right now. We just have
Yeah,
to acknowledge what is, and then we just have to, and I say we as if but we don't. We are just observers. We are obviously fans of the program, but the administration, the university, the school itself needs to identify the areas that are problems and come to solutions. The wonderful thing about being a Michigan Wolverine fan is this: we can do whatever the hell we want if we want to do it. If Michigan's motivated, they'll do it. They'll achieve
yeah,
anything they want. They have all the resources in the world. They have the alumni base that is better than anybody's. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, the only thing that could rival Michigan is an Ivy League school, really. I mean, and Stanford. But here's the thing, though. Athletically, actually, Stanford's pretty damn good. But football wise, no, they're not on our level. So, but like in reality, though, Michigan, if they are motivated and in unison, right, and like
yeah,
everyone's rowing the same way, looking the same way, Michigan can do whatever the hell they want. If they
yeah.
wanted to be like Phil Knight, they could. They just don't got that. Like they don't have that mentality. Like that's just what it is right now. Also, Keegan, I want to highlight something that is really cool. I just looked at. So we are 2 subscribers away from 8,000, which is
Hey,
great. We started the day at 7,935. So you guys have really, this is probably since I've been on the show, and I've been on the show since January. This is the most subscribers we've ever gotten in one day. If we can get 2 more subscribers and get us to 8,000, that'd be huge, guys. I'd greatly appreciate that. We would celebrate. It'd be a great time. So 2 more subscribers, guys. Anyone who is not subscribed, please give us a subscribe. We'd greatly appreciate it. It'd mean a lot to me. It'd be a huge, huge milestone for us. We'd appreciate that. But yeah, Keegan, I agree, man. I'm gonna take our next caller here. But how about this? Give me your final thoughts before we get out of here, and then we'll take the next caller, who happens to be Justin.
Yeah, I think my final thoughts are just be positive. Remember that these players came back to fight for you and to help the community, the organization, to win football games. Like always, know what honor what the players and the coaches are all going after, and the huge commitment that goes into it. And um yeah, just remember, and remember that just because people are in the spotlight or they're famous, that they're real people. And you can't just like I don't know, I guess people don't care about that, but remember that they're real people, and
They're
try not,
humans.
they're humans, and try not to bash you know 18-year-olds. So, which I've done today. Sorry, but
Yeah.
but keep it in mind.
Yeah, be mindful. I hear you.
Yeah,
I don't think you're wrong there. And at the end of the day, we are all humans. But at the end of the day, too, we want to win in football teams. So we're a little passionate. It's all good though. It's all love, man. And
that's right.
I think you're right, Keegan. Keegan, you seem like you got a good soul, man. So I appreciate you calling in, dude. You seem like a true one. So I appreciate that. And again, man, thanks for calling in. Thanks for you've contributed to the show many times. Appreciate that, man. You always watching the show. So again, thank you. As you know, Keegan, it's always go blue, my friend.
Go blue.
Go blue. All right, guys. Hell yeah. We are kicking ass. We are at 4 hours and 40 minutes. What a show. No, I didn't wake up today thinking we were going to hit this, but why not? We're going to go for it. You guys gave us the challenge and we're going to meet it. That's just what it is. We have one more caller on the line. This will be our last caller. Justin, you're going to be our last caller because in 20 minutes we hit the 4-hour extension. This will be a 5-hour show, which is wild. So shout out to you guys again. I just want to remind everybody we're at 7,998 subscribers, 2 more, and we reach an 8,000 subscriber milestone, which would be absolutely huge. So I greatly appreciate that. If you guys can do that, that'd be great. If not, we'll keep it moving. We'll always stay focused on the target. So, all right, Justin, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
How's it going, TJ?
It's
Can
going
you hear
all
me
right,
all
man.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. So my biggest concern is it looks like the fundamentals have left that Harbaugh instilled. The ball security. I don't know how many times today I saw a wide receiver get a ball punched out when it could have been a big game. Fred Moore on the one down the middle. Samaj Morgan had one, and then obviously the big Loveland self-inflicted off the thigh. Just seems like out of sorts, even on the defensive side, the tackling. I've seen too many times in this game where, like Jayshon Barham, you run in and instead of wrapping up, he throws a shoulder and knocks the guy down, but he knocks him forward 3 extra yards. And it's like, where's the old Michigan that used to wrap you up and drive you backwards, stop you in your tracks? Just a lot of that going on. And the biggest thing too on the defense, Jair Hill looks like a deer in the headlights out there today. Played 8 yards off the ball and then just stops on his heels and gets shook for a big gain over and over again. I don't know, I don't know if we got another guy to give a look at, but that was just really concerning. They attacked him all day long and he just did not come up for the challenge. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I actually think you bring up something that hasn't been even discussed in this 5-hour show, and that's the fundamentals. You're right. There is fundamentals lacking. That's so excellent point by you, man, to bring that up. I mean, there does seem to be a lack of fundamentals. Now that comes down to coaching. We all know that. I agree. There seems to be a lack of wrapping up. That was something we did bring up, but we definitely did not label it as fundamentals, but you're right. Yeah, the wrapping up of tackles. Even Ernest Hausman wasn't wrapping up. Jair Hill wasn't wrapping up. Jayshon Barham was not wrapping up. It's very interesting to see that. I mean, I even saw Mason Graham not wrap up on a couple plays. And then not only that, the broken tackles, the not being in your gaps, the responsibility, the defensive, this falls on the coaches. You're talking about Jair Hill being back 8 yards. That's the coaching scheme. Okay. The coaching scheme, their scheme, they're having him get off ball like that. Right. So, yeah, man. And again, this is where I've said, I've repeated myself, obviously, because it's been a long show, but my trust in this coaching staff is nothing now. I don't have any trust in this coaching staff. They have to earn it back. It doesn't mean they can't earn it back. They absolutely can earn it back, but through action, not words, because words are gone now. They've lost that. So, yeah, man, great point. I mean, that's a problem, and it could very well be like You know, like, listen, we know we have talent. We know there's talented kids here. We know that. But why is it not gelling? Like, we know something's off. It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. It's just a mess, man. That's the best way I can describe our current situation right now.
Right. I'd say with the coaching, it's predictability too. I mean, every time
Yes.
we're gonna blitz, everybody in the country knows we're blitzing. I mean, we don't even hide it. And then how many
Right.
times today did you see three guys in the same gap tripping over each other? You know, I mean, it was like a clown car show there, and a couple downs where Quinn Ewers, we have him dead to rights, and we run over our own guy, and he just escapes out the backside and dumps it off to the tight end. On offense, if one running back goes for 4 yards, I guarantee second down we're running the ball again. Everybody knows it, and then it's like it's becoming too predictable. It almost reminds me of the latter years of Lloyd Carr, to where it was you knew it was going to be either third and short or third and 5, because second and first down were going to be runs, and depending on how well second down went was going to determine where we were at on third down. And we got to add a little bit more. I think Donovan Edwards, I think he needs to be a changeup back, not the starter. I liked how Ben Hall did run when he was in. I like how Khalil Mullings, who all of a sudden didn't even get much run today, which was odd. I like how he protects better on third down, but I think you need to put Don in motion on one side and put him in the slot, and have Colston Loveland on the other side. Those are two guys that I think can cause safeties and linebackers problems. I don't know who can cover them one-on-one, yet we never see it. After what was it, the Maryland game 3 years ago, when Donovan had like 200 yards receiving and Cade McNamara just kept finding it. We haven't done that since that game. It blows my mind that you have such a weapon like that and we just don't use it properly.
And he's a good receiving back. That's the thing. Like, he can catch the ball. He's very good at that. Like, I don't understand either. I don't understand. Like, again, Justin, you need to call him over. You're a very good caller. You know, you're on it, dude. One, predictability. The predictability of this team right now is insane. Like, offensively, even defensively to an extent. I'd say the defense is less predictable than the offense is incredibly predictable. Like, although I will say they did get a little creative. They got a little creative, but then it went away. You know, but then they went back to their bullshit, right? They went back to, you know, putting the Alex Orgy in at certain whatever. But yeah, man, I mean, I again, I do not know why they're not putting these players in a position to succeed. Why is Donovan Edwards not being moved as a weapon? Like, you say he shouldn't be the every down back. I don't disagree with that, but I do think he should be on the field. And then who should be the every down back? Okay, well, it should be either Khalil Mullings or Ben Hall. Let them battle it out. And then you do need to change your pace back. So what I would like to see, but it just doesn't appear to be happening. And we got an update. So I'd like to see either Micah Capana or Cole Cabana get some action, because those dudes are, like, the thing that Texas thrives on, Ohio State thrives on, Oregon is speed. Right. Alabama, speed. Well, Cole Cabana and Micah Capana, they got speed for days. Like, these are 10.55 guys, 10.4 guys, like crazy fast. Okay. Now Micah Capana, who's a friend of our program, we had an interview with him, and then Keoki Capana, who's one of his family members, they're a member to our channel. They gave us an update today that he was dealing with an injury through fall camp. So potentially that's, you know, one of the reasons he's not quite getting action, but it'd be nice to see these burners get on the field. Right. You know, because I'm going to be real with you, like, Samaj Morgan has ability. But, like, I feel like they're expecting more out of him than he's capable of. And that's a problem. And I also feel like because they have Samaj Morgan in the slot, they don't want to put Donovan Edwards there. And it's like, well, you might need to. You really might need to. You got to do something, because this is not it.
Well, on Samaj, can he stop celebrating after every catch when we're down 20 points, like scoreboard, man? You know, like, and then on top of it, where's Amorian Walker? All we hear for 2 years is what an athlete this guy is. He's 6'3". He's got the body of an NFL wide receiver, and according to his measurables, he's got the speed. Yet, guy hasn't played in either game this year, not even one snap. And it's like, I mean, I'd like to hear what's going on with him from inside the building, because they talk about him all summer, but then we get what's his name? The white wide receiver that, you know, he's a good, but he just he hasn't shown anything in a game. And I don't think he's athletic enough once he's out there with the matchups. Now, granted, I don't want to overreact because this was week 2 against a solid Texas team. I mean, we got to tip our hat to Texas. I think they'll be in the running for the SEC this year with that roster. And
Absolutely.
Sarkisian's one of the best creative minds on offense, as we all know. But I would have, I got to be honest, I would have liked to have Arkansas State this week and then Texas week 3. I think this season's salvageable. I'm not panicked about USC or any of these other schools yet because as we saw week 1, everybody thought Notre Dame was pencil them in for the Final Four, and then look at what happened today. I mean, everybody's up and down. Colorado's getting smoked right now by Nebraska. So it's one of those things to where I don't want to overreact because this was a top 3 Texas team with everybody back. Like a caller said earlier, reminds me a lot of our team last year, a lot of experience in the right places, particular quarterback. Because you saw Ewers. Ewers wasn't going to take a hit at all in this game. He a messed up play call. He took a knee or just dirted it right away. I mean, he wasn't even trying to let us, get a hit on him. And that was a sign of senior leadership as well as good coaching. Hopefully these coaches can turn it around. I mean, a lot of experience between them. I think Martindale might have to relax on some of the blitzing and definitely stop putting Mason Graham on the edge. He's more effective up the middle. And we have decent ends. I don't know why you would even do that. It's not like we're lacking talent with Josiah Stewart or Derek Moore there. But there was just a couple things that just blew my mind today. Like, I just seemed like we were trying to get too fancy and outsmart ourselves. In the second half, they looked much better. But at that point, your offense just couldn't, you were too far in the hole to where your offense wasn't going to get you out of it. So, I mean, giving up 7 points is great in the second half, even before they took the foot off the gas. But it just seemed like at that point it was already in the books, so.
Yeah, well, so to hit on your Marion Walker take, okay, so here's the thing about Marion Walker. Extremely gifted athlete. The issue with him is his hands are inconsistent. Now, the reason, because his hands are inconsistent, that's why they moved him to DB, because his hands just were not there as a wide receiver. He then went to Ole Miss, and then he transferred back to Michigan to be a wide receiver because there was an opportunity, and I think there's the same problem. I don't know that. I haven't had that confirmed, by the way. I don't know for sure. This is speculation on my end. But one would assume we have a need for a X-type wide receiver. We have a need for an athletic speedster. He's that. Why isn't he playing? Well, one, potentially his route running isn't crisp enough. 2, his hands, I do know that's an issue. So he's obviously not good enough to get the role. I mean, it's like the Alex Orji debate. The reason why he's not throwing is because they don't think he's good enough.
Right.
It's the reason why Marion Walker's not on the field is because he's not good enough. And again, this falls back to we have a talent problem. Now, do we have talent on the team? We do, but we have holes. And we have holes in very critical areas, like offensive line and quarterback and X wide receiver. Like this isn't like having a hole at safety, but everything else is good. Like you can protect that. This isn't like having a hole in the slot, but you have 2 outside guys, you're good. Like this isn't. It's hard to protect when your offensive line has two holes in it right now, and then you're also down a receiver because you don't have an X, and then you're not even using your weapons properly in Colson Loveland and Donovan Edwards. And not only that, you're forcing Donovan Edwards to play not to his strength. You're forcing a square peg in a round hole with Donovan Edwards.
I look at it though, like you said, Amarion's got all this, and maybe his hands aren't the best. But can he get separation? Because I'll take my chances with him getting behind the defense and maybe 50-50 get a ball than what we've got right now. I mean, guys just aren't getting open. Or they talked about it over spring and fall. Why not have a package where you bring in number 2 from your defense, put him out wide, even if it's a decoy? Get some of your athletes that can make some plays, get some explosives for us, because right now, it just seems like nobody respects our wide receivers, which is going to stack the box, which is going to take away, our 4 yards, 5 yards that we got last year. Because I don't think it's so much that Davis Warren can't throw the ball. It's more so he's seeing pressure every time he drops back, and we don't get the separation when he has the time. I mean, the one time he had separation, he overthrew the guy down the seam, but and I think some of that will get better the more time on task he has in live situations. Again, I think Texas being right there, number 2, the second week was not the best, the most favorable matchup for a team trying to rebuild and find their identity. But hopefully, they have maybe one of those players meetings and start getting this thing on the right foot going forward, because we can still salvage this season. Again, this was an out of conference loss. Look at Alabama last year. They lost. Then they had a tough one against USF the next week, and then they rolled the rest of the year and got to the playoffs. I mean, it's not like it's not doable. And I think the team we have now will be a much different team by the time November comes around against Ohio State, obviously with plenty of time to gel and, learn from mistakes. But I just think that, everybody's got to stop asking for Orji. It's clear that the coaches have told us just by their actions, the guy can't throw the ball. Otherwise, this week he would have been in their second half throwing the ball. We would have saw it. So I think it's just it's either going to be Tuttle when he gets healthy, or we're going to ride out with Davis Warren, and hopefully, Jaden Davis is ready for next year, and that Carter kid looks good right now, but it's high school football, so you can't tell. But we got
I'm not high on Carter Smith.
Or Carter, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not high on Carter Smith. I don't think he's the answer. I think he has mechanic issues. But I do think Jaden Davis and Brady Hart are answers. I do. I like those guys. But hey, Carter Smith wants to prove me wrong. Go for it. I want Michigan to win. But yeah, I mean, again, like here's the thing. Like, it all kind of mixes together, right? Okay, so our wide receivers are not getting separation. We agree. Our offensive line doesn't give Davis Warren the proper protection in the pocket all the time. Sometimes they do, but it's not consistent. Okay. So when your wide receivers are not getting separation, and then your offensive line's not be able to give the quarterback protection, and then occasionally Davis Warren's locking in on guys, you have what we have. Yeah. And this comes down to what? Coaching.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
Like, we have a coaching problem right now, and this is not good.
I think they're trying too many different combinations of guys too. Like, I think you got to find your guys and run with them. And every once in a while you give a play, but I think we're doing way too much subbing. We saw it in San Diego State, where all of a sudden your 2 top corners that should be getting game reps are on the sidelines, so you can get your 3rd and 4th string reps, which made no sense. It's like, let's go with the guys that we need to get sharp throughout the season. And I just feel like they get cute sometimes. Like, why didn't we see Khalil Mullings much today? He was the best runner week 1. And I think, what did you get, 2 or 3 carries today? I mean, and they right away went to Ben Hall, but like Donovan, they kept trying to plug him in. And it's like, at some point, guys, go with the guy that's going to get you that extra yard going forward. The bruiser that's going to beat up the interior and soften them. Donovan's not that guy. I mean, he goes down on first contact every time. And the guy's a great athlete when he's in open space, but, he almost had one today. But then 9 other carries and it gets shoestring tackled at the line. It's just we keep running right into the line too, which drives me insane. Like 3rd and 3, you bring Orji in when you finally get something going downfield, and you clear the back out. So now everybody knows he's going to run it, and he runs it straight into the back of our own lineman for no gain. And it's like, where's the creativity? At that point, roll him out, give him a run option like last week's touchdown. So.
But look, the coaches have to put those players in a position to succeed. Do you think they put Orji in a position to succeed? Did they put Davis Warren in a position to succeed? No, they did not. Terrible
he's
decision.
Better rolling out than he is in the pocket too, Davis Warren.
Yeah, he showed that. He showed that today, didn't he? Why aren't we doing more of that? I don't know. But all right, Justin, we are at 4 hours and 57 minutes, 5-hour mark. I've done a 5-hour show today. I'm whooped, man.
Well, how about the one good note I'll tell you? The one good note is, since they never get it together in the same year, if this is a bad football season, that means we're gonna have a great basketball season. But hopefully we could turn it around though.
I am looking forward to Dusty Mays year 1. I'm really excited about it. But all right, Justin, give us your final thoughts before we get I give my final thoughts to everybody.
Yeah, just like I said, I don't want to panic. It's only week 2. A lot of football left to play. Hopefully, these coaches can start figuring it out how to use these guys properly, and go blue.
Yeah, definitely. And Justin, man, don't be a stranger. Very good call, man. Appreciate you calling in. Look forward to chatting with you in the future. And as you know, my friend, always go blue.
All right, have a good one.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, we were at 4 hours and 58 minutes. We made it. We made it to the finish line. We were at 5 hours. And thanks to you guys, we made it this far. And I also want to thank you guys because we hit our 8,000 subscriber goal. You guys crushed it today. I mean, thank you. I mean, we didn't see the performance we wanted on the field, but you guys still came through for us. And I hope you guys got a lot out of this show for you. That's my goal, to bring you guys the best content we possibly can. And I hope we do provide that for you. So again, thank you everybody a part of Michigan Football, the voice of college football community. You guys are awesome. My day is a lot better because of you guys. So I do appreciate that. And I hope your day is a lot better because this post game hopefully gave you a little bit of therapy, if anything. So we're here for you. We're going to have this team covered. We're not going anywhere. We're running, just like a bison straight into the storm, right? So we don't give a damn. We don't run from it. We call it out. We call it like it is. And that's how it's going to be. And it's not going to change. So that said, let's see how we do against Arkansas State. It's a game for opportunity, and the opportunity is Michigan to improve. So let's see what they can do with it. Hopefully the coaching staff does a better job. Hopefully they identify the players who are going to take these roles, and hopefully the players get more comfortable and they gel better. That is the goal, and we will have that covered. We do so on our Tuesday show, which is hosted by me and John Diadamo, our Michigan Wolverines Live at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. We do have a guest that's going to join us who covers Arkansas State. So we'll have all of that for you guys. So be on the lookout for that. And then on our Thursday show, as you guys know, we do the call-in show. I'm trying to think who my guest is. I think it might be Johnny Olden. If you guys know Johnny Olden, I think he's joining me this week on the Thursday call-in show. We will be talking more ball. We will have you covered. That's where we take our calls. And again, appreciate you guys calling into the show. It means a lot. Appreciate all you guys watching. Appreciate all you guys commenting, liking the video, subscribing, contributing. These types of comments here, best show period. I've been listening the whole 5 hours. Hey, you are committed, my friend. We appreciate that. I see the pop-ups for Sam Webbs and Ballas and others. I'm sticking with TJ. I appreciate that, man. Look, I do give my respect to them. They are the OGs in the game. They are very, they put in work. They put their time in. We do our best with our show. If you guys prefer us, I just take it as a compliment. It means a lot to me. And we will. And here's the thing too. And anyone who's watched us for a while knows this. We are only going to get better. Where the show is now is not where it's going to go. We continue to work better to bring a better show to you guys. We are working to get better interviews. We are working to take the show to the next level. And anyone who has watched our progression from really springtime, I would say, because that's when we started making more changes to where we are now. It's come a long way, and it's not done evolving. There's a lot more to come. So as I said, if you guys have not subscribed, please subscribe. Please like the video. Stay tuned to more of our content. We are going to have more for you guys. We're not going anywhere. We're not running. And hey, man, let's hope for the best. And as you guys know, it is always go blue.